Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching a special edition of W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Our top story today, the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman welcomes President Donald Trump to Saudi Arabia as he begins his first major diplomatic trip of his second term. Both the Crown Prince and President Trump signed a strategic economic partnership agreement between their two countries. Shortly after signing the agreement, the two leaders addressed crowds at the Saudi-US Investment Forum in Riyadh. Today, we're bringing you special coverage, US President Donald Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia. It's his first major diplomatic trip of his second term. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman welcomed the president earlier today, and just a few hours ago, they signed a strategic partnership agreement between their two countries, covering energy, mining and defense. They then went to the Saudi-US Investment Forum in Riyadh. The Crown Prince addressed the summit first and said, "We hope to continue to build with you, President Trump." Trump then stepped on stage. Here's just some of what he had to say.
It's an honor to be here. What a great place. What a great place, but more importantly, what great people. I want to thank His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, for that incredible introduction. He's an incredible man. Known him a long time now. There's nobody like him. Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much, my friend. With this historic state visit, we celebrate more than 80 years of close partnership between the United States and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ever since President Franklin Roosevelt met with King Salman's father, King Abdul Aziz, aboard the USS Quincy in 1945, the U.S.-Saudi relationship has been a bedrock of security and prosperity. Today, we reaffirm this important bond, and we take the next steps to make our relationship closer, stronger, and more powerful than ever before. It is more powerful than ever before.
Trump's visit is attracting attention from around the globe, and our website editor, Joanne Serra, who's in Riyadh, sent us this report.
Thanks, Leigh Ann. I'm here in Riyadh, where U.S. President Donald Trump arrived this morning around 9:45 a.m. local time, and he received a very warm royal welcome. He was greeted by the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, as well as other officials, including the kingdom's ambassador to the U.S., Princess Rima bint Bandar. Now, this is his first official state visit abroad, where he's spending 2 days in Saudi Arabia, and a trip that he describes as historic. This is the second time Trump has picked Saudi Arabia to be the destination for his first foreign visit during his term. After his arrival, Trump, along with MBS, headed to the El Yamama Palace for joint talks and introductions between their delegations. And that's when Trump introduced his advisor and Tesla CEO, Elon Musk, to the Crown Prince. MBS also met with other big names from tech, including OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. And it's important to note that this visit isn't just about politics, but a huge focus is on cooperation, deals, and growing economic and business ties between Saudi Arabia and key U.S. players. The Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum had already kicked off when Trump arrived, and this is where many CEOs and top business leaders, as well as government officials, are meeting to put the final touches on these deals. Key sectors at the forefront of this year's event are energy, sustainability, AI and tech, as well as space and defense. And we're talking about multi-billion-dollar deals here that will be signed during this trip, and they're likely to start taking shape very soon, with others unfolding over the longer term. And we'll have more on this trip and this visit later tonight and tomorrow. Back to you, Leigh Ann.
Riyadh is playing host to hundreds of international journalists covering President Trump's Middle East visit. Earlier, Al Arabiya editor Michal Prendergast caught up with U.S. affairs researcher Hassan al-Tarazi, who told them how significant the trip was and what it means for the region.
I believe that the timing is very sensitive and very important for such a state visit in which Trump is facing so many difficult issues in the region for the time being. Let's say about in political arena, there are so many urgent causes need to be addressed at once. So I think the timing is very important. Beside the economical side of this visit, he will be discussing a lot of issues, a lot of projects to come with Saudi Arabia and with the whole region. You know, there will be an American Gulf Summit tomorrow. Sometimes tomorrow to be discussing a lot of phases of cooperation between these two sides, and we are waiting for the results.
And there's obviously a strong relationship between President Trump and the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has announced they will invest $500 billion. As well, the last time he became president, this was his first state visit. The significance of the visit, again, it shows a friendship and a partnership. How is the feeling on the ground in Saudi regarding President Trump?
Well, to be honest, it's very enthusiastic. And the first time Trump came to the region to explore the chances, the difficulties, the challenges. Now he knows more about the region. Saudi knows more about Trump himself, about the new administration in place in Washington. So there is a mutual interest, a mutual understanding for what each one of them needs from the other side. So this will make the issue more easier for both of them and for the region as well.
Of course. Thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
I'm now joined by former Trump White House staffer and Trump campaign deputy communications director, Caroline Sunshine. Caroline, thank you so much for joining me. So right now, we've just seen Donald Trump addressing a huge crowd in Riyadh. We also heard from the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. What exactly is the significance of the memorandums and agreements that were signed today between the US and Saudi Arabia?
Absolutely. Well, from the perspective of the United States, I can tell you it shows the affection and the respect and the importance that President Trump sees in his relationship and in the United States' relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and our partnership and what it means throughout the region. You know, as you have just mentioned, President Trump in both his first term and now his second term has selected Saudi Arabia to be his first foreign state visit. It's hard to understate the significance of that. You know, many of President Trump's predecessors have chosen more traditional Western nations. Their first visit has often been to Canada or to the United Kingdom. President Trump, on both occasions in both of his presidencies, has chosen to mark his first visit to Saudi Arabia, and it is certainly a departure from President Trump's predecessor, President Biden. You may remember President Biden said that his goal was to make the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia a pariah. And, you know, you think back to comments like that and how horrible it was to hear a U.S. president speak that way of such a long-standing, valuable partner and ally to the United States. And so I think it speaks volumes that President Trump has selected this as his first visit. I think it also speaks volumes that His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince himself, was there to greet President Trump on arrival, such a sign of mutual respect and mutual affection. And you heard President Trump on that stage mention the longstanding history between our two countries, between the United States and Saudi Arabia. That it's a partnership going back 80 years that started under U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt and, of course, King Abdulaziz. And so now I think the significance of these agreements that you just mentioned that were just signed today is taking that partnership into a new era. President Trump certainly looks at things through a diplomatic lens, but he is also a deal maker. And I think that is something where he finds mutual common ground with many members of the kingdom. Is he's a deal maker. He's looking certainly for diplomatic interests and diplomatic partnership, but he's also looking at it through the lens of economic partnership and strengthening diplomacy through economic partnerships. And so you saw today the kingdom make a commitment to $600 billion of investment in the United States. I think that's a very smart investment for the kingdom. I think it signals that the kingdom sees the United States under President Trump as a great investment. And we are. You look at what President Trump has done with the U.S. economy in the last 100 days. There's never been a better time in certainly the current era to invest in the United States. It's a smart investment for the kingdom. And then, of course, seeing this historic arms agreement between our two countries, again, I think showing through commitment that the United States views Saudi Arabia as a valuable military partner in our goal of wanting to see peace in the region of the Middle East. And so it's a historic arms deal between our two countries to provide Saudi Arabia with the best weaponry, the best training, the best arms that the United States can provide. And I think it's such a sign of respect and trust that the United States is making this agreement with Saudi Arabia, our longest standing partner in this region. So it's certainly a golden era that's been ushered in here in the United States. And I think it's a golden era for the relationship between our two countries as well.
Well, I must say, Caroline, yes, Trump did say celebrating 80 years of close partnership with Saudi. We heard that in his speech. He also said the White House is calling it the largest defense sales agreement in history. So a lot of wins for Donald Trump in Riyadh right now. A key focus of this trip is securing significant new investments for the U.S. We saw the flurry of memorandums being signed, as I said. But right now, how do people in America view Donald Trump's trip to Saudi? Because he is facing some political headwinds due to the tariffs and also economic headwinds back at home.
Well, I think any of those headwinds come from misguided places in certain aspects of the American media apparatus, certain parts of President Trump's political opposition who are really struggling to find their footing. You know, President Trump is enjoying a historic favorability rating here at home in the United States, while maybe certain sectors of the more liberal political parts of the American political apparatus have criticized his tariffs. The consequences of them have actually been very popular here at home. And actually tariffs are something that the American people voted for, you know, in their selection of President Trump as the current president of the United States. This was something that he campaigned on, and it's something that he has made good on. You even saw, you know, today there have been all of these sort of doomsday projections that President Trump's new trade policies, new tariff policies were somehow going to have an adverse effect on the larger picture of the U.S. economy. But what we've seen is actually the exact opposite. Just today, we saw inflation has come down to 2.3%. This was, you know, all the experts and the prognosticators of the professional economic and political class weren't expecting to see a number so low. Also, the jobs reports from the last 2 months, both April and March, exceeded expectations. This was another thing that the expert class was warning, was that the U.S. was going to lose jobs, that unemployment was going to go up as a result of these policies. That's the exact opposite of what we've seen. And of course, we have seen country after country want to come to the table and make deals with the United States to invest. But I think it says a lot that while all of these countries are rushing to the table to come make a deal with President Donald Trump, that President Trump sees it as valuable for him to go to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to make a deal with the kingdom and welcome those billions of dollars of investment. As I said, under President Trump, there's no better time to make smart investments in the United States. The United States is open for business, and I think it's an extremely valuable investment for the kingdom that not only strengthens, you know, the partnership between our countries, but will be a very smart investment long term for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Caroline, how will these agreements that were signed with Saudi Arabia today actually trickle down and help the American people? As President Trump said, there will be short-term pain due to his tariffs, even though you outlined today that some of that economic data that we have seen from the US hasn't been doomsday, as the experts did predict. But how are the American people going to benefit from what we've seen today?
Certainly, in a number of ways, short term and long term. You know, a number of those investments, that $600 billion number is certainly large. But when you break it down, those investments are in places like AI, healthcare, energy, defense. I believe as part of the agreement, you know, there will be a plant opening up in Michigan, right in the heartland of the United States. It's, as President Trump said earlier today in Saudi Arabia, it's an agreement that will likely create millions of jobs here in the United States. And it's not just about the number of jobs it'll create, it's about, you know, the kinds of jobs. For example, in the AI sector, I mean, AI is the future. So these are jobs that are going to be, you know, the jobs of the future, jobs that will remain in the United States long term. And I think it just also marks such an inflection point from President Trump's, you know, predecessors, really, actually, and now President Trump being back in office for his second term, to see this level of investment in the United States. Historically, it's sort of been the opposite. The United States has really been a larger consumer than we have been producer. It has often been the United States that has looked to make investments outside of its shores. And so to have such a significant sized investment, $600 billion from one of our, you know, long-standing partners with a thriving economy of its own, is certainly going to have trickle-down effects for the American people. And it's exactly what the American people voted for. They wanted a president like President Trump who could make smart deals on their behalf, a businessman who understood the economy, somebody with instincts. The American, you know, largely how the American people see its own expert and political class for the last 20 years has been people who haven't had correct instincts, whose instincts have really been incorrect on many things, namely trade. And so they wanted to elect a leader like President Trump, whose instincts may go against the experts and those who think they know best. But as we've already seen, as I pointed out with that inflation number and the last two jobs reports, President Trump's instincts have been correct. And I think it's just further evidence for why this investment and this partnership will pay dividends for generations for both of our nations.
And I just want to talk on the political front, because in the Middle East right now, there is instability, and Donald Trump is not visiting Israel during this trip, Caroline. Some critics are accusing him of snubbing the country. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, again, I would say those critics are probably the same ones that thought that, you know, the jobs numbers weren't going to be great and the inflation number wasn't going to be low. You know, these critics don't know much. And that's why they're not in the White House. President Trump wants to see peace. And I know that's something that, as I mentioned, he looks at things through an economic lens, and the economic lens then aids diplomatic lens. But I know that's something that why he places such faith in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a great longstanding partner in the region, because peace is of mutual interest here. And President Trump is interested in making deals and interested in strengthening alliances with partners that he believes are sincere in their desire for peace. And so I won't get ahead of the president and anything that, you know, he has to say later on in his remarks, but the president's goal is peace. And I would caution that any of his critics and any of his detractors may not want that same goal. But President Trump is the only American president in the modern era to not start a new war. And during his short time in the political arena, going back to 2015 and then now to his recent election in his second term as president, he has been very consistent in his position that he believes that he wants to see peace throughout the world, whether that be the Middle East, whether that be between Russia and Ukraine. He is interested in pursuing peace and strengthening alliances with those that he believes are sincere and share that belief and are prepared to meet that goal with him and be partners in that goal.
Do you think Donald Trump will go to Turkey on Thursday to meet with Zelensky and Putin if he does actually pitch up to have these talks?
You know, if there's one thing I learned working for President Trump myself, it's that anything can happen. So I won't get ahead of the president, but the president's a very open-minded man. He's a very flexible deal maker. And if he feels the conditions are right, if he feels that there are sincere efforts on the side of those asking meeting, he just may surprise everybody and do it. So I would say stay tuned. You just never know.
Caroline, I don't know, I must admit. But how important is it actually for the White House and Saudi Arabia to build economic and political links at a time when we are seeing instability across the Middle East? I think this is a big question in the region. Can Donald Trump and the US really help broker ceasefire deals and bring some more stability and peace to certain regions? Like we're seeing headlines about Syria. Donald Trump said he could meet the new Syrian leader, and there seems to be a movement. What do you think, Caroline?
Well, as I said, I know that President Trump's goal and his position is he wants to see peace, specifically in the region of the Middle East. And that's, as I said, a little bit of a departure from some of his predecessors, where I'm not sure that goal has been as clarified or steadfast. But President Trump is committed to wanting peace. And I think what you see, as I mentioned, he looks for partners who he believes are sincere in their belief for peace as well. And he looks to strengthen those partnerships. So I don't think it's an accident or unintentional that President Trump has selected the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be, as I mentioned, his first foreign visit, and also the significance of these deals. President Trump would not be making a historic military arms agreement with anybody if he didn't believe that they shared an interest with the United States of wanting to use those weapons and wanting to use that military partnership for the end goal of peace. And as I said, I think in President Trump's eyes, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has a track record of being a long-standing partner going back 80 years to our country, specifically in the Middle East, understanding the goals of the United States. You can't say that for every nation in the Middle East. And so I think this is the timing, as you mentioned, in terms of the size of this agreement and the strength of the commitment, I think absolutely signals to the rest of the region that the United States and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are serious in their commitments and their efforts to wanting to secure peace, and that the partnership between these nations, who are of such significant influence, size, economic scope, military might, is something that the rest of the region might want to take notice of.
And Caroline, I can't let you go without asking you why Donald Trump loves Saudi Arabia and why Saudi Arabia loves Donald Trump. He just looks so comfortable today as he was in the lavish atmosphere. He seems to really enjoy being in the kingdom.
Yes, and he mentioned that, he has now known His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, for some time, that he's known him for a while. And I thought there was that comment almost to me sounded as if he was honored to be in his presence, but also proud. There's a strong personal relationship there, I believe, and I believe President Trump has he has an eye for great leaders, and he has great respect for great leadership. And I think he's very proud to see how the Crown Prince has ascended and how he has how he's leading his own country. As I said, President Trump mentioned on stage, there's a long-standing partnership between our two countries that goes back 80 years. But certainly President Trump's relationships geopolitically are also predicated on personal esteem and personal chemistry. And you heard him say on the stage, he just loves this region. He loves the people of the region. I think he really respects the tremendous business leaders that are a part of this region that make the kingdom what it is. I think he really respects their intellect, their shrewdness, their ability to be so smart in their deals. As I said, President Trump is a deal maker in chief. This is a man who spent, decades at the top of American business before ever becoming president of the United States. And so that's very much still with him in terms of who he is as a person and as a leader. And I think President Trump, rightfully so, really respects the partnership that the kingdom has showed to our country. President Trump is a patriot. He loves the United States. You saw in the beginning of that speech, they played God Bless the USA. And I think President Trump really appreciates members of the kingdom that feel the same way about our country, that are excited to do business with us, that are excited to honor American values and want to strengthen that relationship. He really welcomes that and has a very warm feeling towards that. So as I said, it's certainly special. It's his American predecessors, President Trump's, whether that be President Barack Obama, President Bush, Clinton, go all the way back. Most of them choose to do their first foreign trip in the UK or Canada or France, and a stereotypical Western nation. So it is a huge departure for President Trump in both his first and second term to select the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at his first visit. And I think it just speaks to the warm personal chemistry and affection that he feels for Saudi Arabia and for its people.
Caroline Sunshine, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope to speak to you soon.
Thank you.
Al Arabiya has been on the ground in Riyadh speaking to experts on journalists covering the US president's trip. Earlier, Al Arabiya editor Michal Prendergast spoke to Camilla Enterherbifab, editor-in-chief of the independent Persian, who told them what we could expect from President Trump's visit.
I believe that trip would have an unbelievable and unexceptional impact, not only on economy and investment in the region, also political developments, and politically affects not only in the region, also between United States and Iran, between United States and its Western allies. And that would be very significant since it is the first trip of President Trump since become the president. Of course, if we not includes the funeral of the Pope Francis, but this is extremely important and significant. What we can expect for tomorrow, as you said, that would be enormous investment agreements, and also plan to have an agreement on the investment, the $1 billion of investment between the Saudi companies and the American enterprises, and the goal of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, which is having for 2030, we can have this. We can see that has been outlined in a way which it has not only investment from the Saudis, also for the American partners, to stability, security, and development. That trip would promise us as the regional residents and also as a global citizen.
Yes, and as you said, it's very symbolic. There is a lot of excitement here on the ground, but there's also been a lot of excitement in America. As you said, the investment, the Crown Prince announced up to $500 billion invested in the American economy. That only isn't big for Saudi, but it's for the whole world, or the global economy. How excited are you for the investment opportunities?
I believe I am also American, and the opportunities for the Americans is beyond our expectation. But it's interesting to outline that to you, how the picture of Saudi Arabia has been changed in the United States. People were not familiar of knowing what's going on here, the development of the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. This is the second trip of President Trump. that is telling us how much important is this country for Americans, and his first political foreign trip also, again, to Saudi Arabia, which it pictured to Americans, Saudi is not only an important ally for the Americans, which the history goes beyond than 80 years of the relationship, but economical-wise, political-wise, tourism-wise, Saudi Arabia is very, very important to them. I am seeing now there are an interest in American tourism demands to travel to Saudi Arabia. When they can see President here, they can see this picture of us speaking on camera, they can see the city, they would elaborate them. There is a different era and ages in Saudi, which is not about oil and money. It's about investment, about tourism, and safe places which they can come and visit.
That was our editor there, Michal Prendergast. But now we know, after the interview that he did, we heard from the Saudi Crown Prince, who did give a speech in Riyadh. He said, today we hope for investment opportunities worth $600 billion, including deals worth $300 billion that were signed during this forum. So those are the latest details that we're getting from the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. We can now go to Istanbul to speak to Matthew Brazier, a retired US ambassador. Matthew, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. The US and Saudi have signed a letter of intent for future defence capabilities. How significant is this?
Yeah, I'm really honored to be with you on this amazing day in US-Saudi relations. So, I haven't seen the text of it yet, but we know that for a long time, the United States and the government of Saudi Arabia have been discussing possible military alliance with a security guarantee akin to what the U.S. provides under Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty to its European allies and Canadian ally, which is an attack on one, or in this case, either, is an attack on all. I think the agreement is going to end up not going quite that far, but it's still going to be a sign of the U.S.'s commitment to Saudi Arabia's sovereignty, its territorial integrity, and a strategic partnership. And also, of course, as you were just discussing, or your guests were discussing, there's also this memorandum of understanding, but also the deals for the purchase of U.S. military equipment. There have been a number of figures thrown out there, 300 billion, 600 billion, but a lot of military equipment. And so, we should keep in mind that the Trump administration, or this Trump administration, I should say, is conducting diplomacy in a revolutionary way for the United States, which is letting business and letting trade agreements drive the foreign policy, both the strategy and the implementation. So I think we need to look at both the memorandum of understanding on security as well as on energy, and the overall set of commercial agreements and investment agreements being signed to show that there is a qualitatively new strategic partnership between Saudi Arabia and the United States that's being launched right now.
It's interesting, Matthew, that you just spoke to me there about that, because obviously in the last couple of hours, Donald Trump has signed a strategic economic partnership with the Saudi Crown Prince, but it includes multiple agreements, and the devil is always in the detail. Do you think we'll get more details about these memorandums that were signed and about how this is going to benefit both Saudi and the US?
Oh, of course we will. I mean, rightfully, both national leaders and their teams are proud of these agreements. And of course, they will be publicized, and that the security guarantee I was talking about will need to be publicized to a certain extent, or else it loses its deterrent value on any foes that may want to do harm to either Saudi Arabia or the United States. So yeah, it'll be publicized. And I think another key point to remember is how qualitatively these agreements suggest a transformed Saudi-U.S. relationship. Many of your guests have talked about, and His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman showed President Trump the photo of President Harry Truman and Abdulaziz bin Saud on the USS Quincy, I guess it was back in 1945. What that was showing is that the original strategic partnership between the countries was, of course, fossil fuels, really oil back then, from the Saudi side, and U.S. Military security, some sort of umbrella and other security cooperation on technology. But what we are hearing today is a whole new realm of technology, of AI investments, and of other digital technologies with the CEO, well, the CEO we saw him of Starlink and of X is there, Elon Musk, but so is the CEO or the head of ChatGPT. So are many CEOs of Amazon. So these agreements underscore the transformation of Saudi Arabia's economy under Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and King Salman. Now, Saudi Arabia is emerging as a regional power that is diversifying its economy and is committed to being a huge actor in the next industrial revolution in the field of AI. That sort of cooperation between Saudi Arabia and the United States has never happened before, and it is the future, and now it is the present.
So let's talk a little bit about AI. And we saw Donald Trump, you mentioned that, Sam Altman, the world's richest man, Elon Musk, and Mohammed bin Salman. Matthew, they were all shaking hands in Riyadh. They greeted each other. It was an extremely warm exchange. As I said, these are the most powerful businessmen, arguably, in the world. How will this be viewed by global business leaders? What will the take on this be?
I think it's a signal to global business leaders that Saudi Arabia has arrived. It is a player on the global stage. I mentioned before it's a regional power, but it's much more. I mean, it's trying to help the peace process. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and we all know the meetings were held in Riyadh recently. But beyond that, it's not. Saudi Arabia is not simply a source of investment money. As the cliche goes, it's not an ATM. It is an actor. It is an actor that is shaping global investment on this most advanced area of technology, and is leading the way with the modernization and transformation of its own economy. So, Saudi Arabia is leading by example. And by the way, so is UAE, and President Trump will be talking about that in his next stop, and he alluded to that also. But the sheer magnitude of the investments that Saudi Arabia can make, and the way it's choosing to do so in these highest levels of technologies, again, is a signal to the world that Saudi Arabia has become a different type of partner. It's not simply about oil, and it's not simply about security, but it is about the most important cutting-edge technologies for the global future.
And let's just talk a little bit about geopolitics at the moment. We obviously know Donald Trump is, of course, in the Middle East. There is instability across the region at the moment. And I was just wondering if you have any thoughts on Donald Trump and the Abraham Accords. He did mention them. He said Saudi will join it when they're ready. But what is your feeling when it comes to Donald Trump and trying to find peace in the region?
Well, yeah, as the previous guest, Ms. Sunshine, perfectly named, by the way, surname, was saying, President Trump thinks of himself as a peacemaker. And this was a central theme of his second inaugural address on January 20th. And for better or for worse, recall that when Saudi Arabia's oil processing facility was attacked in 2019, the world expected President Trump to react militarily. I did. I was on TV programs saying I expected he would feel compelled to respond militarily. And he didn't. And he didn't because he wanted to send a message, I think, to the world that it's time to get beyond using military force to resolve disputes, and instead let's use business, or the model of business and negotiation and the search for shared interests as the way of restructuring international relations. So I think that's what this trip is largely about. In fact, it's the unveiling of a new way to conduct diplomacy. Sometimes the approach is very tough, as when on so-called Liberation Day, April 2nd, President Trump slapped tariffs on everybody around the world, including the U.S.'s closest friends and allies, and massive ones on China. But then, as we saw just yesterday, there's a breakthrough in negotiations with China. So President Trump uses force in the diplomatic and negotiating realm, which preferably to using force in the military realm. And that's a refreshing new approach, and I pray it's going to succeed, but it's unconventional.
Matthew Brazier, there's one thing I can say about Donald Trump's first 100 days in office. It is unconventional, but appears to be working, and it was an absolute pleasure to talk to you, retired US Ambassador Matthew Brazier there. Great to have you on the show. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Now, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and President Trump have spoken at the US-Saudi Investment Forum. The Crown Prince has announced Saudi Arabia has signed deals with the US worth $300 billion. For more on this, I'm joined from London by Al Arabiya senior correspondent and presenter Karina Kamel. Karina, what a day to have you on the show. So glad you could join me. Let's start off. There's been a lot of news today, but tech and AI are seen as key growth drivers, both in Saudi and the US. We've seen, of course, Elon Musk speaking during the US-Saudi Investment Forum today. Has there been anything agreed on that front in particular?
Absolutely. And what a remarkable day in Riyadh. The eyes of the world were indeed on the events that we have witnessed today in Saudi Arabia and this giant strategic economic partnership agreement, all encompassing really many different sectors, but absolutely and undoubtedly the tech sector and AI is absolutely front and center in what has been announced today. And in order to understand a lot of the agreements that have been reached today, we also have to point out to our viewers that Saudi Arabia announced yesterday the creation of a new company called Humane that will be under the auspices of Saudi Arabia's Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Public Investment Fund, or PIF, which will run this company Humane, which will essentially be a linchpin of Saudi Arabia's national artificial intelligence strategy. It's going to build an AI ecosystem, data centers, large language models operating in Arabic, cloud computing, everything you need for Saudi Arabia to achieve its ambition of becoming a global hub outside of the US for AI technology. So a lot of the deals that we've heard today are with some of the AI giants from the United States, like NVIDIA, for example. The CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, today announcing that it has entered a partnership with Humane, this newly created company, for the deployment of 500 megawatts of energy. Data centers are essential to the functioning of AI, but data centers require a vast amount of energy. And Jensen Huang was saying that energy is something that Saudi Arabia has in abundance. And how NVIDIA will help is that it's going to supply semiconductors to Humane in order to generate and to unlock that capacity in order to create those data centers and to set up that AI infrastructure. So that's a partnership with NVIDIA, giving Humane these semiconductors. We also have a partnership or an agreement reached with AMD, another major U.S. tech company. $10 billion will be invested between Humane and AMD in order to develop AI infrastructure also in the kingdom, again, to create these data centers and the general infrastructure that you need to become a leader in this sector. We had some comments saying that this is a milestone deal. So we're really talking about kind of the beginning of a new era, a new focus within the Vision 2030 that Saudi has been following for many years to diversify its economy. We're really seeing AI come to the absolute forefront of this vision. We also heard today from the CEO of Uber, who said that by the end of this year, we will see autonomous vehicles driving on the streets of Riyadh. So that is absolutely something to look out for. We also had some Saudi investments in the United States. So it's both ways. A company by the name of Saudi Data Vault is investing $20 billion in U.S. data centers. And we also had some overall investments from a number. I mean, this is just really kind of a highlight of what we had today. But companies like Google, Oracle, Salesforce, and AMD, as well as Uber, have jointly pledged to invest about $80 billion in both countries in order to develop the AI sector. So it's very much front and center in today's conversations.
Yeah, absolutely, Karina. But let's go back, actually, to this agreement. What were some of the outstanding agreements announced so far? We did see that flurry of memorandums being signed by Donald Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
So absolutely, many sectors involved. In addition to technology, we have defense, we've got the energy sector, we've got mining. So just to give you some examples of some of the big deals that we've been following today, we heard earlier from the CEO of Saudi Aramco, Amin al-Nasser, who talked about adding more investment to one of its largest refineries in the United States in Texas, $3.4 billion to expand a refinery there. This is specifically an LNG or liquefied natural gas. The U.S. obviously a big exporter of gas, and Saudi Aramco having large infrastructure there, so adding investment there. There's an MOU as well with a company called Next Decade and Sempra to supply 6.2 tons of LNG to Aramco. We have gas turbine deals. We've got deals in the healthcare sector. We've got a number of defense deals with the national security companies, Life Shield and Colts. It's a very, very long list of deals, or agreements rather, encompassing a range of sectors to reach that very large number of $600 billion US. But we're also told that this is just the beginning, because this is an economic partnership agreement that really creates a framework for further investment in the future, not just what's been announced today.
Karina, I was speaking to Caroline Sunshine earlier, and she was actually talking to me about the health of the US economy. We did get some data in, and she was saying Donald Trump's tariffs haven't been the doomsday that everyone was expecting. And what I wanted to ask you really is, in light of the tariffs, is this big memorandum that's been signed with Saudi today, is it sending a signal back to the US that Donald Trump is putting America first, that the economy is worth investing in and is open for business?
Absolutely. And I think what we're seeing as well, with the first 100 days being past us now, we're perhaps entering a new phase of the Trump presidency. He's begun his first trip, and let's not remember, this is a historic day because this is Donald Trump's first foreign trip. He's chosen to visit Saudi Arabia, as he did in his first term, and we can't really underestimate the significance of that. And Donald Trump sees the economic relationship and the strategic relationship and the political relationship as fully connected. And he finds a way of connecting all three for the benefit of the U.S. and for the benefit of Saudi Arabia. And everything that's been announced today is a win-win for both sides. So as far as the U.S. economy is concerned, to answer your question directly, absolutely, because Donald Trump promised in his campaign that he would increase investments into the United States. By the way, Saudi investments already today in the United States are about $770 billion US. So large investments already from Saudi to the U.S., but obviously the goal is to have more investment. And as far as the U.S. is concerned, there's about 600 companies today who have operations in Saudi Arabia, and the goal obviously is to increase those operations and to increase the companies that have a presence there, and it is happening. So in terms of the U.S. economy, absolutely, he's fulfilling that promise. And the benefit for the U.S. economy will obviously be seen, because if the U.S. is signing a deal with China or engaging in talks on trade with other countries around the world, the benefit will be to have a diversified relationship with many different countries around the world. And obviously, Saudi being such a key player in so many different industries, it's very important. And clearly, the message from the Trump administration is we want to build a solid economic, strategic and political relationship with this really important partner, because we know that that ultimately will be good for the U.S. economy. And absolutely, the data today was headed in the right direction. Inflation was actually lower than expected. So it's very good news for the Trump administration to be able to say the tariffs have yet to impact inflation in the negative way that a lot of people were saying. And I just want to say one final thing, which is that today's major achievements for both sides come on the back of the, shall we say, détente between the U.S. and China. The trade talks that took place over the weekend were a huge step forward. The trade deal with the United Kingdom we chatted about last week. So I think there's been a lot of wins for the Trump administration in the past few days and weeks. And maybe we're seeing a new phase of this administration as it goes forward.
Yes, indeed. Karina Kamel, Al Arabiya senior correspondent and presenter. What a historic day to join me on the show. I really appreciate it very much, all your insights there. Thank you. President Trump's visit has brought hundreds of journalists and experts to Riyadh as they comment on the U.S. leader's trip. Earlier, Al Arabiya editor Michal Prendergast caught up with director of the Regional Center for Strategic Studies, Dr. Abdul Moen Syed Ali, who thinks today is a real turning point between Saudi and the U.S.
I will say if we wait a little bit, it might be a turning point. in terms of a number of things, more than being just to be noted as significant. Because it's coming in difficult times in the region. It has first, that's kind of public appreciation of what's happening in the Gulf. And what I will say actually in what we call it the reformist or the moderate Arab states, that they are interested in modernization, interested in building and development, and trying to get into the AI, like the one we will do with the United States, and in modern world. And however, I will say, that to get that message, it is now. You have a focus with the American president, who is highly controversial, and yet he was up in a kind of provocative way of dealing with foreign policy. And lately, he is almost now, even internally and externally, he is really getting into it, getting into how the world, how much the world has changed since he has his first term. So therefore, it is really could be a turning point, because look, in Gaza we will have a little bit of calm now. More trucks will get to the people there. That is only one problem, but you have the problem with Iran, the problem with the Houthis and the others, and all that is changing. So we are in a moment of changing a course in I will say, a situation that was highly dim, just a few weeks ago.
And to even touch on one of your points you said on the modernization, even this event, in my mind, it seems already a part of Vision 2030. Everything in this region, everything in Saudi, it's building towards that one goal. What's your opinion on Vision 2030?
It's excellent, and I talked and I wrote about it since 2015, which was first initiated. I will say it's a mood. I mean, Egypt has it 2030, Jordan has it, other countries might have 35 or 40, like Oman and others. So it's a mood that was initiated by a new generation of leadership. One of them is Mr. Mohammed, His Excellency Mohammed bin Salman, and these people really look at the stability in the region. Actually, the call was, if you have peace with Israel, you get stability. Actually, so far, what we have, no stability in the region. It needs much more power, which only comes from the United States now, in order to help trying to get the issue. Not only that Israel have a problem, but because the entire region is really fomenting a lot of radicalism because of the situation in Palestine and a relationship with Israel. So here, who got the guts?
Yes, of course, and he speaks to Saudi's role as a peacemaker. Saudi always a peacemaker. Saudi made a peace with Iran lately, and Saudi Arabia was behind all mediation efforts in the Middle East. But now to turn the table completely, it needs the United States, because it's the only power that really can, A, has an influence over Israel. B, I will say it also have the resources to put all the pieces in the right place of the chess in a peaceful way. Look at what he's talking about Iran. He's taking Iran, we will make a deal, and once the deal, Iran will like to have it merge into the world economy. That means raising sanctions. Look at the issue with the Houthis. The whole thing was redefined. You guys, you don't hit American ships, then we can have a ceasefire. And that's become a model to talk about it in other spots of hotness in the region. So it is here the weight of the United States is something really is important, very important.
We can now talk to Adulo Franco, Republican strategist and former advisor to Senator John McCain. Absolute pleasure to have you on the show. You have previously, good afternoon. You have previously said Trump was looking to sign mega deals with Saudi Arabia and Gulf states. What do you make of the flurry of memorandums of understanding signed today by Donald Trump and Mohammed bin Salman?
Well, I think they're historic. I don't want to repeat what all of the great guests you've had here today, but they're absolutely historic. They're actually quite larger than many of us anticipated. Keep in mind that these are, as the other guests have indicated, investments that are being taken place largely by the private sector. We haven't spoken very much about the yet to be announced military deals, and that is what Saudi Arabia will likely acquire from the United States will be significant in the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. So in terms of the economic and ties, formal ties between the United States in terms of military assistance, this is quite significant. I would say this for this reason to your viewers. What a stark contrast with the previous administration when former President Biden referred to Saudi Arabia as a pariah state. And the strong criticisms, there was even controversy when President Biden met the Crown Prince, whether they would shake hands. So that is a stark difference here from a foreign policy as well as commercial interest of our country from the previous administrations. And I hope that's not lost on the viewers. It's not lost on the American people. Saudi Arabia is the anchor for our relationship in the Middle East. And that was reflected by first being the first stop. We have yet to see two other significant stops, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. The United Arab Emirates is very much like Saudi Arabia in terms of its relationship with the United States, both commercially and in terms of security arrangements. But Qatar is important, because it also reflects where there have been sharp differences in the past, the willingness of the United States to highlight a visit there and to strengthen ties and hopefully set a better relationship with Qatar in the future. So you have a dual purpose here, diplomatic, foreign policy, and of course, commercial. And they're all been extremely successful.
But the agreements do cut both ways. How will Saudi Arabia benefit from these agreements with the US? We mustn't forget that, right? That's an important point to make.
Well, I think the benefit for Saudi Arabia is enormous for two reasons. I was in the Middle East just a couple of years ago at the Arab Trade Mart, and I saw the opening that Saudi Arabia wants to do in terms of its diversification and investment. And it is mind-boggling what the plans are for, frankly, tourism and things we haven't even talked about, and other significant investment in the country. The rapid modernization of the country under its current leadership is, of course, unprecedented. So having U.S. investment and the latest investments from particularly what's been discussed, AI, innovative companies, cutting edge, and ultimately what Saudi Arabia is looking for is to replace energy at some point, decades away, of course, but it's the long-term plan. So it can benefit enormously from investment from the United States, and the United States as well from Saudi Arabia. The other is the security component. This is great that we're having this wonderful discussion, but it is a dangerous neighborhood. We still have Iran to contend with, which has created a lot of mischief in the region, to say the least. The situation in Yemen, for the time being, appears to be more on the path of stability in terms of its curtailing its piracy on the high seas, and it's, of course, its attacks on Saudi Arabia. So it remains a dangerous neighborhood, and Saudi Arabia will benefit greatly from a phrase the president used in his speech today, which was, the United States will always defend its interests and those of its allies. And there was a wild applause to this, and that is what's been referred to by Michael and others. I think this is the beginning of a more formal alliance with Saudi Arabia in terms of the military and protection of the United States in a more formal way than we have seen in the past. This is the beginning, and I believe that is exactly what the United States will pursue. Almost NATO-like relationship, particularly with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, that an attack on Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates is an attack on the United States. I think that was ultimately will come out of this administration in the next 2 or 3 years.
Adolfo, I wanted to speak to you actually, and you just touched on it there, about the geopolitical situation in the Middle East. Trump actually did speak a lot on this, and some of the headlines coming out now after the economic headlines really focus around what Donald Trump is saying. He said he's announced that he's removing sanctions from Syria. He also said he wanted to strike a deal with Iran, and he said that he hopes Saudi Arabia would one day join the Abraham Accords. So it seems that the US and Saudi Arabia are taking steps to achieve stability in the region, if it's diplomatic and politically.
Well, yes, I completely agree with that. That is, of course, in all of our interests, but especially Saudi Arabia's interest, and its neighbors, frankly, doesn't neighbor, but it's just across the Gulf, Iran, and the threat of Iran to the region. We all know, of course, that the ability of the Houthis in Yemen to conduct the war it conducted is with Iranian help. And of course, we know what the situation is in Lebanon and Gaza with respect to Iran's involvement. So therefore, if those things can be negotiated, that is in Saudi Arabia's interest. And of course, the United States wishes that result as well. But there's an important factor here, and the president also mentioned it when he mentioned about unprecedented U.S. military spending. I know the other guests have talked about the peace efforts and so forth, and that's true. Look what's happened with Yemen, and of course, direct talks now with Iran and Oman, and even with Hamas. So President Trump, being the deal maker, wants this deal, but he will not hesitate to use U.S. military force if needed. And I think that is an important message that was sent and embraced by Saudi Arabia and our allies, which is it isn't some foolish errand that we're running of trying to get an agreement with, frankly, historically hostile countries, particularly Iran, but one where we can have verification on two fronts: Iran's commitment to peace, and of course, the issue which is more broadly of concern, the refinement of uranium and its nuclear capability. If those things can be verified, as President Reagan famously said, then I think we're on the right path. If not, the message is also clear about the United States preparing to defend its allies militarily in itself. And this is different than the Biden administration, which was one, frankly, of appeasement.
Adulo Franco, a Republican strategist and former advisor to Senator John McCain. I really hope we have you back on the show again. I really appreciated your insights and your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's been an incredible day in Riyadh. Website editor of Arabiya English, Joanne Serra, looks ahead to what we can expect from the rest of President Trump's visit to the Middle East.
Thank you, Leigh Ann. Tomorrow, U.S. President Donald Trump is scheduled to attend a Gulf-U.S. summit where Saudi, American, and Gulf leaders will meet to discuss several key regional matters. And this will be the fifth summit bringing together U.S. and Gulf officials. It also marks the final event on Trump's schedule during his visit to Saudi Arabia, after which he's set to travel to Qatar and the UAE before returning to the United States. Now, it's worth noting that this anticipated U.S. Gulf summit comes at a time of major shifts in the region, especially with the Israeli war on Gaza ongoing and the ongoing U.S.-Iranian nuclear talks, which are unfolding against the backdrop of the decline of the so-called axis of resistance and reported behind-the-scenes tensions between the Trump administration and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump is reportedly expected to share his vision for U.S. involvement in the Middle East and lay out policy objectives for the region. And we'll definitely have more on the summit tomorrow after U.S. and Gulf leaders meet. Back to you, Leigh Ann.
That was website editor of Arabiya English, Joanne Serra, there in Riyadh for us. And that's all from us on a special edition of W News Extra covering President Donald Trump's diplomatic visit to Saudi Arabia. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us for this special edition.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Let's start with Al-Sharq Al-Awsat newspaper, where Abdurrahman Al-Rashid wrote about President Trump's visit to the region, saying it is anything but ordinary. The article highlights President Trump's high-profile visit to Saudi Arabia, which marks the start of his new term's international diplomacy and also signals a major shift in U.S. Gulf relations. Accompanied by top tech and business leaders like Elon Musk, Trump's agenda includes negotiating a multi-billion-dollar investment package, advancing a Saudi civilian nuclear program, and finalizing major arms and defense agreements. The visit also aims to address regional flashpoints, including Gaza war and Iran talks, while laying groundwork for a long-term U.S.-Saudi partnership built on economic development and shared interests. The article underscores how the summit departs from traditional alliances, reflecting Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's vision for Saudi Arabia's future and Trump's transactional approach to foreign policy. Walter Russell Mead published an opinion article in the Wall Street Journal today about President Trump's visit also to the Middle East, including that it is aimed at aligning the region's markets and investment with America, not with China. The article highlights President Trump's gains from the visit, saying that by courting Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the UAE, who are all eager to invest trillions in the US, Trump is leveraging personal relationships and transactional diplomacy to channel Gulf petrodollars into American markets and tech sectors. His administration is fast-tracking investment deals and arms sales, aiming to integrate the Gulf's vast wealth and innovation with the U.S. economy, while also countering China's rising influence. Mead concludes that this realignment is not just about business. It's a deliberate move to ensure the Gulf's modernization and tech ambitions unfold under American, not Chinese leadership, reshaping alliances and global competition in the process. While the Washington Post reported today about Qatar's intention of gifting Trump a luxury 747 plane, citing security concerns, the New York Times published an analysis on its front page tackling another aspect of this anticipated event. The analysis describes it as, or by saying, Trump's plan to accept luxury jets strains bounds of propriety. The piece details the mounting controversy as President Trump's administration prepares to accept a $400 million luxury Boeing 747 jet from Qatar to be used as Air Force One and later transferred to his Presidential Library Foundation. The deal, defended by Trump as a wonderful gesture, has ignited bipartisan criticism and legal alarm, with ethics experts warning it may violate the Constitution's emoluments clause, barring gifts from foreign governments without congressional approval. The analysis concludes that the jet's lavish nature and Trump's public embrace of the arrangement underscores the erosion of traditional norms and barriers around presidential conduct. The piece also highlights what many critics argue, that this move exemplifies a new era of transactional politics and personal enrichment, as Trump's administration openly blurs the line between public service and private gain. Abhab Bhattarai published a report in the Washington Post today trying to answer some practical questions about the American economy after a tariff deal with China and what it means for the American consumer. Questions like, will the prices go down, or will there be more products on the shelves, and is the economy in the clear now, are all but a few examples of what the author tried to answer in this piece. The Trump administration has agreed to a 90-day pause in its trade war with China, slashing tariffs on Chinese goods from 145% to about 30%, while China will lower its tariffs on U.S. goods from 125% to 10%. Bhattarai also highlights that this move has already sparked a surge in stock markets and also promoted retailers to resume shipments, easing fears of empty shelves and product shortages. However, she says prices on many goods, especially electronics, clothing and toys, are still expected to rise, and inflation remains a concern also. Grocery and gas prices are unlikely to be directly affected, but overall costs for consumers will stay elevated. The author goes on to say that while a 90-day reprieve helps avert the worst supply disruptions, it does not resolve underlying trade disputes or guarantee further tariff reductions. The piece concludes that businesses remain wary, unsure if tariffs will spike again after the grace period, and also economists caution that recession risks persist, even if they are low. The Jerusalem Post reported on the Israeli opposition's reaction to the release of American-Israeli hostage Idan Alexander yesterday from Gaza, quoting opposition leader Yair Lapid, who said Alexander was released only because he was American. The piece further examines the political fallout in Israel after Alexander's release. Opposition leaders Yair Lapid and Benny Gantz criticized Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for failing to secure the release of Israeli hostages, calling it a diplomatic failure, and also warning that Israel is being sidelined in key regional decisions. The piece highlights what critics call Netanyahu's lack of initiative, saying that it risks Israel missing out on a major US-led diplomatic transformation in the Middle East, while government ministers defend their approach and credit Israeli military and diplomatic pressure for Alexander's release. The Telegraph published a report on the viral video which spread recently across or accusing French President Emmanuel Macron of hiding a bag of cocaine on a train to Kiev with UK and German leaders. The claim, amplified by Russian officials and conspiracy theorists, spread rapidly on social media. French and German governments, along with major media outlets, dismissed the rumors, confirming the object was simply a tissue. The Elysee Palace denounced the post, or denounced the story, and posted on X a reaction to this video. Here is what they said. When European unity becomes inconvenient, disinformation goes so far as to make a simple tissue look like drugs. This fake news is being spread by France's enemies, both abroad and at home. We must remain vigilant against manipulation. Now, the report highlights that this month, France said that the GRU, Russia's military intelligence service, was ramping up a social media and cyber campaign against Mr. Macron's administration, concluding that the French president has been the target of false conspiracies fed by Russian media. Doug Palmer wrote in Politico on how Trump's trade war could end by June. The article examines the mounting legal battle over President Trump's sweeping tariffs enacted under the 1977 International Emergency Economic Powers Act and justified as a response to trade deficits. Critics including former senators and constitutional scholars argue that Trump has overreached by invoking emergency powers to impose tariffs, by passing the constitutional authority of Congress over trade and taxation. The case now is before the U.S. Court of International Trade, could actually result in an emergency injunction halting the tariffs and disrupting ongoing trade negotiations. The article, as you can see, highlights how this legal showdown could reshape the balance of power between Congress and the presidency, with far-reaching implications for future U.S. trade policy and the limits of executive authority. And we'll end on a lighter note with this Guardian report written in a humorous, sarcastic style, exploring the Cannes Film Festival's new ban on sheer revealing naked dresses and provocative also attire on the red carpet. It's, by the way, a decision meant to uphold decency and maintain the festival's formal image. Organizers have clarified that guests must wear traditional evening wear and will be denied entry if they break the rules. The move comes after years of celebrities pushing boundaries with see-through outfits, sparking both fashion buzz and controversy. While some criticize the policy, calling it restrictive, others see it as a return to classical glamour. The piece highlights the ongoing tension between creative self-expression and long-standing red carpet traditions at one of the world's most prestigious film events. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining Al Arabiya, and welcome to Riyadh.
My pleasure. Great to be here.
Walk me through the discussions that you've had today with His Royal Highness, the Minister of Energy. There's been a great focus on nuclear.
Yeah, well, there's been dialogues across the energy spectrum. We've talked oil, we've talked natural gas, we've talked solar, we've talked energy storage, we've talked moving water, we've talked industry, but certainly a good chunk about nuclear as well.
And you're anticipating that you'll be signing an MOU in the coming months on that?
Well, I think in the short run, we'll sign a broader agreement about cooperation across the energy space in partnerships, in investments, in investigations. Nuclear is certainly one of those areas. To get a specific agreement to partner on commercial nuclear development in Saudi Arabia, that'll take a little bit longer. That'll be months, not weeks.
But you're going to get there.
I think it's likely we will.
Now, does that require that the Saudis sign a 1-2-3 agreement with the United States?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that won't happen without that agreement being signed.
Correct. Yeah, we'll need a 1-2-3 agreement and a broader, specific framework for how we're going to cooperate together and how things will work. But based on the discussion so far and where we stand, I think it's likely we get there.
Excellent. When you think about what happens next in the energy field, specifically oil, a lot of conversations about what these lower oil prices are going to do to Saudi Arabia's ability, not just to project influence abroad, but also to build here at home. What is your timeline for how long these oil prices are going to be as low as they are today?
Oh, I can't predict oil prices, that's for sure. But oil prices are this is people looking ahead in the marketplace. And I think what you're seeing today is you're seeing reflected in the oil price probably an overly large concern about economic growth going forward. I'm quite bullish on President Trump's agenda and what it'll mean for economic growth, not just in the United States, in the world. But we're in the middle of negotiations and all that, and so people are concerned, and that tends to lead to some pessimism. But President Trump's a master negotiator. I think we saw it in his first term, that where people had concerns and anxieties about his policies, ultimately they led to strong economic growth. I see no reason we won't have the same result here. I think even better this time.
So you would say to the Saudi citizen, don't be pessimistic. These oil prices are going to come back up.
Well, I think global demand is going to grow faster than people think in the next few years because of better economic agreements and wider flow of investments across the world and better economic growth. But yeah, I think the outlook for Saudi Arabia is quite bright indeed. Tremendous resources that have been managed in a long-term, thoughtful fashion. I think the outlook here is positive.
Walk me through what's happening right now in the shale industry. Is there a bottom in your mind that shale in the United States just won't be profitable anymore?
There's a portfolio of drilling locations. The best operators with the best locations have very low break-even prices. The lower quality operators that have lower quality have resources that are much lower quality, their price to break even is much higher. It's more a continuum. There's not a one price it works and one price it doesn't work. But I will say that the price at which it does work has dropped dramatically over the last 10 or 15 years. That's American technology, American innovation, American efficiency in supply chain. So the shale industry has continually reinvented itself and continued to innovate.
And in your mind, those who would say the president's putting us out of business, are they wrong?
Oh, they're wrong. They're wrong. That's concerns about short term, and that's, people always take a trend, however long that trend is, and extrapolate that trend. The world just doesn't work that way.
Talk to me a little bit about what's going to happen next when we think about Russian energy in Europe. Obviously, the United States has made a great effort to get U.S. LNG into Eastern Europe, particularly into Ukraine, for example. In your mind, is there a scenario where the president would allow cheap Russian gas back into Europe?
I can't comment on that, but certainly I'm talking to a lot of the energy leaders and ministers in Europe as well. I think there's pretty strong resolve there that, look, we hitched our wagon to Russia and it didn't work out well, and we don't have any intention of going right back to that. So I think Russian energy returning into Europe, that'll be up to the European nations, but that's probably a problematic proposition. Fortunately, the United States is rapid growth in natural gas production, and rapid growth in natural gas exports have given a security blanket for European nations, and so much room to grow, so much room to run there.
And what kind of incentives is the U.S. government giving companies and producers to get that product into Ukraine and Eastern Europe?
Yeah, fortunately, we don't need... The best thing about energy is to let price and technology and individual negotiations between parties set a marketplace. One of the concerns, I think, of the last 4 years is we saw a desire to top-down control. This energy's good, this energy's bad, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. That's not how marketplaces work. That's not how innovation works. To give that quick example, Hadley, 15 years ago, the United States was the biggest importer of natural gas on the planet. Today, we're the largest exporter of natural gas on the planet.
Some would say that the former president's team helped that.
I think it happened in spite of the former president's team, because most of the development was on private land. We certainly chilled development on federal lands. We slowed the growth in exports of natural gas under the last president. Now, American industry plowed ahead and we still had a positive result, but it could have been far more positive, It's the second largest export of the United States today, natural gas exports, liquefied natural gas, and the fastest growing export of our country.
When you take a step back and look at what the Biden team did over 4 years, obviously the Trump administration, energy dominance, a very different outlook for the future of oil and gas and other energy from the United States. In your mind, what were the things that they got wrong that you're trying to fix?
They got wrong thinking, as they said, an all-of-government approach to stop hydrocarbons, or they called it, in the interest of climate change. They didn't pursue policies that were in the interest of climate change. That the biggest reducer of greenhouse gas emissions has been the growth of natural gas. They even did a study in my Department of Energy showing increased exports of natural gas would lower greenhouse gas emissions, and so they buried that report. 4 months later, said they were going to study the issue and pause it in the meantime. They really had an anti-hydrocarbon agenda, maybe in the mistaken belief that if we oppose hydrocarbons, somehow a new energy system will magically appear. You can't hamper, hamstring, or stand in the way of the existing energy system. Let new energy technologies grow and thrive and compete in the marketplace. The world just needs a lot more energy, not less energy. They were focused on energy subtraction. We're focused on energy addition.
Tell me how you have this conversation with His Royal Highness, because essentially you have a country, Saudi Arabia, the majority of which their oil supplies go to Asian markets. The majority of that number obviously goes to China. And now with these tariffs, there's a great deal of fear that that's going to slow economic growth, and that will have a direct impact on the kingdom and on the world. In your mind, what are the next steps in order to bring the world back to profitability?
Yeah, well, number one, there's, almost every nation on the planet is reaching out to the United States and engaging in dialogues with us. The tariff question really came from two things. America's been very welcoming to imports from all around the world. All we want to do is get all the countries of the world very welcoming to American exports, to import our products just as easily as we import their products. That's good for the global economy. What you're seeing now is concerns about, is that going to work out? Yes, that's going to work out. The other agenda President Trump had with the tariffs is to reindustrialize America. We've sort of hollowed out energy-intensive, large-scale manufacturing in our country. If you're in finance or advertising or media, it hasn't rained on your parade. But for so many Americans, we've shrunk the jobs and economic opportunities for them. Think the heartland of America. President Trump is adamantly focused on bringing those jobs, that investment dollars back into our country to reindustrialize America. That'll be great for economic growth for the world as well.
So is the message to the region, just stick with us. We're going to get those prices back to a sustainable level? Because under 60 is not good for Saudi.
Yeah, again, you're talking short-term oil prices right now. I think the message to the region absolutely is American partnership is back. It's stronger. We're not shunning your industry or not visiting you because we think you're somehow against the world interests, even though you're you're providing the energy sources that make our world go round. Our interest is America is a strong, resolute ally. American leadership is going to lead to strong economic growth, which leads to strong growth in energy demand, which is great for energy producers and for energy consumers.
There was some fear in the opening weeks of the Trump administration that the president might declare war on OPEC. Is that going to happen?
Oh, I don't see that happening at all. The nations here in the Middle East, I think, fundamentally want the same thing we want, which is today we've got 1 billion people that live nice, wonderful, energized lives like you and I do. We have 7 billion people that wish they lived that way. The only way to have those 7 billion people live like you and I is just massively more energy in the world. And to get massively more energy, you have to make long-term, multi-decadal investments in energy production, in energy infrastructure, and transport to bring that energy around the world. That was frozen for the last 4 years. There's all this attempt that we're going to shame the world into stop growing their consumption of energy. Those 7 billion people just shouldn't deserve lives like us. That's just shameful, and that's just wrong. I'm seeing nothing but optimism on my visits here in the Middle East. That sort of common sense has returned to the United States. We're pro-energy, we're pro-prosperity at home, and pro-peace abroad. That's a pretty positive agenda.
Iran talks just taking place over the weekend in Oman. The readout has been, at least from the U.S. side, that these were constructive conversations. In your mind, does that rule out the possibility that the United States could sanction Iranian crude?
I'd say way too early to tell, way too early to tell. We had 4 years of let's appease Iran, let's just ask them to be better actors and not enforce the sanctions that were already in place when the last administration came in. And what happened? Iranian oil exports surged. With the standing in the way of energy, we also had higher prices, higher exports, lots of money. You've seen what's happened with Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis and a rapid acceleration of the Iranian nuclear program. None of those were good results. Now we have a strong, firm leadership in the United States that's, again, pro-prosperity, pro-peace, and a very firm line on Iran that is just not acceptable, not just for the Middle East, but for the world, to have a nuclear-armed Iran. Strong, resolute leadership in alignment with our allies is going to lead to that positive outcome. We don't know exactly how that'll unfold, but we're not going to tolerate a nuclear-armed Iran.
Yeah, and Russian oil prices this low, not great for the president's war machine. In your mind, is that just an added bonus of the current price fluctuations?
Yeah, well, a key for President's agenda as well is peace in Russia and Ukraine. What a murderous war. We haven't seen a war on that scale for a long time. And the best result for everyone is to get that to come to an end. Yeah, but is there pressure on President Putin? He lost his largest export market for natural gas to Europe. He's got lower oil prices. He's become a pariah around the world. I think it's in Russia's best interest to get to a peace agreement as well. Certainly it's in Ukraine's interest. Certainly it's in Russia's interest. And it's in the interest of Europe and the world.
Mr. Secretary, it's wonderful to have you here in Riyadh. Thank you for joining us.
Hattie, thanks for having me.
Why is this visit so important for US and Saudi businesses? And what does it mean for trade between the two countries? Well, we can speak now to the Executive Director of the American Chamber of Commerce, Saudi Arabia. Liz Boneski, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. A real pleasure having you with us. Let's start by talking about US investment in Saudi Arabia. How has US interest and investment grown over the years?
Sure. Well, thank you, Tom, for having us. And it's a pleasure to welcome the American Chamber of Commerce, Saudi Arabia, also known as AmCham. We've been around for about 35 years, and we are a nonprofit, non-government, paid membership trade organization focused on the bilateral trade relationship between U.S. companies and Saudi Arabia in both directions. So this Trump visit comes at a very exciting time. With over 100 years history between our countries, trade has always been the lifeblood of the relationship. And though it has waxed and waned over those 100 years, it's really seen a steady growth since 2017 through 2020, despite the pandemic. And it's had its ups and downs, most certainly, but we are very hopeful that this bilateral trade investment relationship between both countries' leaders is going to lead to a long-term and sustained investment in those key critical industries upon which AmCham Saudi Arabia currently focuses.
Okay, Liz, let's just talk about you for a moment, because you came to AmCham Saudi Arabia from Abu Dhabi, where I gather you spent a number of years. And I'm just wondering whether you can see any similarities, any parallels that you can draw perhaps between the economies of the UAE and Saudi Arabia.
What a wonderful question. Certainly, this entire region, whether it's Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates, have one thing in common, and that's long-term vision and a lot of aspiration and energy and youth behind it. And so, as in the UAE, Saudi Arabia has been systemically investing in its infrastructure, divesting its just from the energy infrastructure, moving towards the AI, technology, advanced manufacturing, and other things they haven't even thought of, very similar to the UAE. So it's exciting to be a part of a region that continually is reinventing itself in reaction to the needs not only of today, but on anticipation of what's going to come tomorrow. And Saudi Arabia is such a larger market than the UAE. It's going to have a lasting global impact, I believe, in a far shorter time than people recognize.
Okay, let's keep talking about you, because you spent years working, I believe, in the hospitality industry in the United States. And Saudi Arabia is, of course, going through a massive transformation, building up the tourism sector, which is a key pillar of Vision 2030. What's your take on how they're getting on with regards to developing this particular sector, Liz?
Well, I have seen this type of aspiration before. In fact, just yesterday, a large announcement was made from a major U.S. company to our neighbor, the UAE. I think that the Adulo project is exciting. The Diriyah downtown development in Riyadh is extraordinary. I just had the occasion to visit Jeddah, and what I can say from my experience in the hospitality industry is keep going, Saudi Arabia. These growth projects are unique. They're driving interest into the country, and they will enable people who've never thought to travel to this part of the world to come and experience not only the culture and the heritage, but the best world-in-class entertainment. Saudi Arabia has F1. Saudi Arabia has unbelievable concerts, Middle Beast, for example. And soon I hope we'll see more cultural attention given to perhaps a mashup between an Ayala dance and ballet, or opera and Arabic poetry. Who knows what the future holds? But I do know this: an investment in the hospitality sector is a winner. Look at Riyadh Air, for example. It's going to come right out of the gate and be a world-class competitor against the likes of, say, an Emirates or an Etihad. I have to say I'm quite impressed and very bullish about it.
Yeah, Liz, actually, we've been talking a lot about Riyadh Air the last couple of weeks here on The Real Deal. We had the CEO just a couple of weeks ago, and in our last episode, we were talking about tourism in Jeddah. So you're absolutely on the pulse there. I just wanted to ask you about President Trump and his decision to make Saudi Arabia the first stop of his first scheduled foreign trip since he returned to the White House in January. What does that decision say, do you think, about the strength of the US-Saudi relationship?
Well, it certainly is a big statement, isn't it, Tom? But we have to remember that Saudi Arabia as a whole, it's been reported, has over $770 billion invested into the United States. So it makes sense that President Trump, in his second term, would reach back to his friend and say, can we do more together? And so apparently this deal was struck. And I think that's an indication of the belief systems aligned for a co-investment and to build a bridge using trade between the Middle East and the United States. It also is a very complimentary move on behalf of the presidential administration to bring so many secretaries and CEOs, as it is reported, to this very important forum and opportunity next week. I think it's a compliment to the Saudi people, and it further enhances the relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia.
Okay, Liz, we'll talk a bit more about that forum, Tuesday's forum, in just a moment. But I wanted to ask you what I just asked Ali a moment ago about what President Trump has been saying. He's been teasing what he says is this very, very big positive announcement that's going to be made. Any clues from your side as to what he might have in mind?
Well, there's been a lot of coffee talk about that for the past 24 hours, and I would be remiss if I reported any rumor or conjecture. All we know is that it will be a really big announcement in the president's eyes, and we do hope that it's of positive nature for this region. There is no way for us to know what goes on behind those closed doors, but we're looking forward to it being an impactful statement.
Okay, Liz, what sort of a welcome do you think President Trump will get there in Saudi Arabia?
Oh, I hope it's his favorite word. Huge. I mean, he loves being adulated, and I hope that we will, as always, be received well when he arrives in Saudi Arabia. I don't know if he'll have the time for the usual pomp and circumstance, but I have no doubt that His Highness Mohammed bin Salman will roll out the red carpet, or in this case, the green and white carpet, and welcome the American contingency. And I truly look forward to being witness to that. I'm sure it will be a very special day on May the 13th.
And what do you think, compared to what President Trump saw 9 years ago when he visited Saudi Arabia on what was, of course, the first trip of his first term in office? I mean, how different is the country, Saudi Arabia, compared to how it was, let's say, 9 years ago?
Well, I mean, Saudi Arabia has grown by leaps and bounds. I'm often quoted as saying that 1 year in the kingdom is like 3 years anywhere else in the world. Saudi has blossomed. And I think also the president and his entourage will be quite surprised at the modernity and scale of growth that have occurred in the past 9 years. So whether it's the beautiful arrival into Riyadh Airport, if that's so where he is, into seeing the metro that was built in record time. There's no doubt, as he looks out across the glittering towers rising from the desert and the projects that are in Riyadh, if he takes a tour to Jeddah, he will be impressed that Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has continued to follow its path of growth and aspiration.
I'm guessing, Liz, this visit's going to be keeping you very busy indeed. What's AmCham's role throughout the presidential visit?
What a wonderful question. Now, because we're a nonprofit, non-government organization, but made up of over 700 members, you can imagine that every single American company is very involved with this visit. We are working lockstep alongside our partners, such as the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the U.S. Saudi Business Council, to ensure that we maximize the amount of American companies, representatives, and their teams that can get involved with this visit. We hope that we will have a lot of opportunity for engagement with our local Saudi partners, and with all this excitement, actually achieve things. Not just talk the talk, but actually walk the walk. Get the follow-up visits, get everything moving forward. And it's very, very important to us that we do that in key sectors such as healthcare, AI, defense, and energy. And I just also would say mining, because an agreement was just drawn with mining. These are sectors that we have a lot of members in, and we hope to keep driving and moving forward. And maybe this Trump visit will accelerate that.
Okay, let's go back to talking about that US-Saudi investment forum, which is going to happen on Tuesday. A little earlier on, you talked about it being a two-way or mutual sort of a forum. A lot of people using that kind of language as well to describe it, because, of course, there are going to be representatives from both sides, aren't there? They're going to be prominent Saudi ministers, and then you've got this enormous US delegation, which reports say include people like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Larry Fink, Sam Altman, amongst others. What do you think is going to come out of that forum, and why do you think there's so much accent on the idea of it being a two-way investment opportunity?
Well, certainly there's a lot of excitement. Let's start there. I mean, business has not always been, shall we say, sexy. And now trade is very much on the tip of everyone's tongue. So it's exciting to see this deals mentality come to play. But we all know that deals are just the tip of the iceberg. What has to happen is that we have to have the ministerial and CEO level make these deals and enact the pathways so we can get the real work done. And that's what AmSham does. We help to enable the local efforts between the U.S. companies and our local partners to ensure that those deals are completed to fruition, whether it's building a pharmaceutical a manufacturing plant, whether that's working on an AI chips production line, whether that's exploring new blue, green, purple, orange, whatever energies. We have to work together. And I find this forum so exciting because it's attracting so many thousands of people. I think it's going to foster an engagement level that maybe we've never seen before. Everyone kind of works in silos. And now can you imagine all the US companies and all the Saudi partners, whether they're MISA or PIF or any ministry, will be in one room that's very energetic. And I really look forward to what sort of conversations, but more important, outcomes will be achieved.
Okay, Liz, just looking back at how US-Saudi economic relations have evolved during the last 5 years, what's your sense of how the relationship is evolving and how you see this forum shaping that relationship for the next 5 years?
Well, 5 years ago, we were just hovering on the pandemic year. We were coming off of what was a very exciting period of 2019. There was great hope for growth and acceleration. And then, unfortunately, came the global pandemic. We've only just started to rebound as per the economic data and was projected by economists from that crazy bounce of the pandemic. So now we are pretty much where we were in 2019. Where do we go? Well, if we're having such a forum, to me, it's opening the gates of the Oz, the city of Oz. All is before us to get this taken care of. And all is before us if we have the tools, the resources, and the relationships, plus the blessings of both governments. There is no reason why both U.S. and Saudi companies could not work together and achieve things using that leapfrog schedule I said earlier. 1 year in Saudi is 3 elsewhere. We need to get trade to that as well.
Okay, of course, Saudi Arabia's got huge ambitions, and we talk a lot about Vision 2030 on this program, and indeed right across this channel. Tell us a bit about how AmSham and how American companies generally fit into that vision, Liz.
It's a great question. As you know, the United States of America has a very unique three-tiered system of government. And a lot of our traditional trades, such as the defense sector, even some highly protected pharmaceutical information, intellectual property, we'll call it. These are very highly regulated by one sector of our government. So the United States does have a significant regulatory hump to overcome. And this is to protect both the creator of the product and the purchaser of the product. And this is to create the uniqueness of that relationship. Now, when we come to Saudi, Saudi is very aspirational, but too wishes to have many American products. Hopefully, something like this forum will uncover or unlock some unique pathways, some benefits to the relationship. I do not work in government, but from a trade point of view, were we successful in identifying challenges which create opportunities and creating a reward for this unique relationship? I can certainly see where we can move that forward in that aspiration quicker and to the benefit of both countries.
Okay, Liz, do you think it's getting easier on the whole for US firms to invest and operate in Saudi Arabia?
No. And that's not the fault of Saudi. Saudi has thrown open its doors and welcomed us, most certainly. I mean, from a personal investment standpoint, whether you wish to, look at the stock exchange or make a real estate investment, sure, there's a little red tape, but the same exists in the United States. I think I'm very bullish on Saudi. But American firms have to learn also how to have more patience and to go ahead and come over those humps, as I just mentioned a few minutes ago. People don't have a lot of patience these days. I know time is precious, but we've got to work together to navigate. And I've lived in the Middle East for 22 years. Believe me, it's far better today than it ever has been.
Okay, Liz, just to sum up this conversation in a couple of words, why is this relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia so important?
Long-term friendship and long-term goals equals long-term success for everyone. That's why, Tom.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Liz Benesky, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Shukran, Tom.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Music and politics have always gone hand in hand. But can a protest song go too far? Irish rappers Kneecap have reignited the debate around artistic freedom of expression. They want to know why their words in support of Palestine are deemed more dangerous than Israel's actions. We'll discuss the line between counterculture and cancel culture here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Do you think a band should be allowed to say this on stage?
Palestine, free, free, Palestine. Free, Palestine, free, Palestine.
And what about this? That's Irish trio Kneecap. They've gone from niche protest rappers to global headline makers. The group's anti-Israel rhetoric at this year's Coachella Festival caused quite a stir. Then, a deep dive into their archives revealed that Hamas-Hezbollah chant, as well as a reference to killing Tory MPs. The global clutching at pearls came thick and fast. Some sponsors dropped them. They lost global representation and several gigs were cancelled. The UK's Metropolitan Police are even investigating possible counter-terrorism offences. The band says it never incited violence and has called the whole thing manufactured moral hysteria. The fallout makes you wonder, are other public figures keeping silent to avoid alienating their fans? On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask if there should be limits to artistic freedom of expression. Is this a case of selective outrage? And are other artists and public figures too scared to speak out for fear of being cancelled? Before we get into our broader debate with our three panellists, I want to welcome Daniel Lambert to the show. He's Kneecap's manager. Daniel, thank you so much for making time for us here on Counterpoints. First of all, I want to ask you how the guys and how you are handling this intense media attention. It's a very divisive and very impassioned debate that they and you have found yourselves at the centre of.
Yeah, no, absolutely fine. I think what's really important to the band and for me to support is that we're absolutely clear in our conviction, and the guys are, you know, we're all very clear that we feel that this is a result of speaking out for the right reasons, and that everything that's come from that is ultimately people have reacted in a way where they don't want bands to speak out and speak about Palestine. So the band are absolutely fine. It's important that you can have, you know, the strength of conviction of your thoughts and to follow them through. And that's something that they feel and I feel. So we're all good.
If we focus on the band's public support for the Palestinian cause specifically, were they and are you surprised by the extent of the backlash?
Yeah, I suppose I'm surprised, and I'm less surprised because I've had more time to think about it, but it happened for me because it was Coachella. We have gone to the US on multiple occasions and spoken about Palestine, but Coachella is a festival that is obviously quite famous. It's quite expensive. There exists a certain class, and I'd say in upper middle class audience, and I think it really worried a certain group of people that they saw sympathy, empathy and support for Palestine from that specific audience. I suppose what was more worrying for me, as opposed to worry and surprise, was the very organised and very viscerous campaign against the band that is coming from the US, and that is really well directed and really well organised.
When you say well directed and well organised, who or what do you think is orchestrating that?
Well, I think that there's a group, and well, I know because I've seen the emails they've sent, and I've seen, obviously with Sharon Osbourne is linked to them, is a group called the Creative Community for Peace, who exists out of LA, who are a group that were ostensibly set up to prevent the boycott of Israeli artists, or to prevent the BDS movement attempting to influence artists who may plan to go to Tel Aviv. They have a website, they're very clear about who they are. And they, from what I've seen, they are the group who are ultimately responsible for a lot of this, what I see and what the band see as manufactured outrage.
Do you think that Israel or Israel's political hand has played a part in that as well?
I'd be surprised if it didn't. I don't have proof of that, but I'd be surprised if it didn't. I think that, you know, people have gone over hundreds, if not thousands of hours of footage. They've attempted to select 16 words from a band who have a feature-length film, who've played in 22 countries, who have played to hundreds of thousands of people, and a very clear campaign to try and misrepresent the band in a certain light with an aim of deplatforming them. And I think that objective isn't about kneecap. I don't think it's about kneecap at all. I think it's about, they wish to send a very clear message to young bands, young artists, to say that this is not something that you can do. There's a certain level that's accepted, and that is perhaps to have a Palestinian flag, or to maybe say change a lyric of a song, and that those actions should be welcomed. But I think if a band goes beyond that and explicitly calls out what we see as a genocide, explicitly calls out what we see as Western governments aiding that genocide, and Western governments ignoring their international obligations, then that's too far, and that they will attempt to shut that down.
With that in mind, do you think that there are other artists who feel the same way as yourself, as Kneecap, but feel silenced, feel too scared to speak out because they've seen what it can lead to?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it's to Kneecap's massive credit. Like, they come from, a part of Ireland that they will say themselves is still under occupation. They come from a part of Ireland that there's been a conflict, and that conflict has impacted everyone's lives. So they are very clear that this is something that's very, very, very important to them as individuals, as artists, as Kneecap, but also as just people. And I suppose that, the music industry is regulated, like many other industries, by some things that you need, like, booking agents and festival organizers and people who are really, key to the music industry. And I think there's been a campaign to try and influence all of these people. You've heard members of the UK Parliament, questioning, should the band play at Glastonbury? That's a total overreach into an area that should be a place for artists. And I think that does, in its very nature, send a message to young artists that, politicians, people in leadership positions, are reaching into the arts world. If you are to, and this, in my view and in the band's view, has emanated from a message at Coachella that was lawful. It was, obviously pretty clear in its intention, but it was a lawful action that drew the ire of certain people who don't want young Americans to voice their support for Palestine. And we've seen that in terms of the attempt to shut down, the voices of people on university campuses as well. I think young people's voices, it's particularly in the US, and particularly pro-Palestinian voices, are not being permitted right now.
If we turn now specifically to the references on stage to Hamas and Hezbollah, which are designated terror groups in the UK, despite what other people's opinions might be about that, if the government has a very firm stance that it is unlawful to express support for a terrorist organisation, with that in mind, do you think that there are cases where there should be limits to artistic freedom of expression?
I think that is a question that is a fair question, and ultimately, I'm calling with you guys today from Dublin. I'm not in the UK, but Belfast is still considered part of the UK legally, and the statement that the guys put out made it clear that they don't support Hamas or Hezbollah. And I think that that is an area that I think kind of the statement made clear. In terms of there are limits, there are points at which obviously laws of certain countries will come into play. I think the other video that was kind of put out with the MP kind of comment that was entirely taken out of context and was basically said in a satirical fashion, and the band say things that are similar to that weren't picked out because I think there was a political objective behind that. But obviously they have apologised also for hurt that may have been caused to people from that. Ultimately, though, I think overall here, and it's the key point, is the band in Western media, particularly in the UK, are being held to a much higher moral account than the actual politicians of these countries. They've spent a year and a half ignoring their obligations as governments to fulfil the most basic international laws to protect people. They've ignored them to such an extent now that it seems that Israel can openly say that it's going to engage in ethnic cleansing. These are the most grave crimes imaginable, and they are not being held to the same account as a rap group who ultimately are trying to highlight the Palestinian cause from a place of human decency and a place of really empathy, sympathy, and a real sense of sadness for what's happening to them. And those two things, in terms of how they're held and legally, the most fundamental human rights of just people, to hold a band to a higher account than political leaders it's depraved. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, on that, is that the most disappointing part? Is it the most surprising part? This idea of selective outrage, that perhaps NECAP's words are more dangerous than the actions of different groups we are seeing playing out in the Middle East?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the power that NECAP's words have isn't a danger. It's the power of their words and bands who may do something similar is the ability to influence and provide a place for young people to demonstrate their support. And that is what, in my opinion, the Zionist lobby fears most. It's again, I'm going back to the universities, but you saw and we saw, and it's on the videos at Coachella, thousands of young Americans showing very clear support and very clear opposition to clear support for Palestine and clear opposition to what the US government is engaged in terms of their absolute support for the Israeli regime. And I think that's where the danger lies, to somehow equate the two. To your question in terms of, political leaders, the political leaders across the Western world, and I include Ireland in that, have absolutely failed in their obligations. And it's really just incomprehensible that they have allowed Israel to begin, 18 months ago. And if you just took the example of hospitals, deny bombing a hospital, then provide fake videos and CAD drawings of huge networks under hospitals, today have bombed every single hospital in Gaza. And this is what has been permitted. And Israel, to me, can act with total impunity. No laws apply to Israel. No Western government is holding them to account. And it's beyond tragic, and we can relate to that. As Irish people, we suffered from colonial occupation. We're the only Western nation that suffered from colonial occupation. And I think we can all relate to what's happening. We can't fully understand it because it's so vicious, but we have a certain level of empathy and understanding that maybe people in other Western states just don't have.
NECAP, as you have said, have put out a statement saying that they've never incited violence, they've never supported terrorism. With that in mind, is there a feeling amongst the group that perhaps their message stands, but they should have chosen their words more carefully? Yeah,
I think, look, when you're in your early 20s and you're involved in hundreds of gigs, I think that you can selectively remove 5 or 6 words or 7 or 8 words from people's lives, and they may be things that you don't stand over in the cold light of day and things like that. But I think what hasn't been said is NECAP have raised a lot of money for charities in relation to assisting Palestinians. They have consistently delivered, and like in hundreds of interviews, messages, anti-sectarian messages about uniting working class people, messages against division. The movie is very clear on what it stands for, the importance of language. The band have at multiple times made it clear that they do not support, in terms of the north of Ireland in particular, because that's something that's sometimes said, any level of violence today, that political efforts are, and they've made these things extremely clear on so many occasions. And, that is who the band are. At not one point has there ever been a report to police by anybody that has been at a NECAP gig around any instances of hate or incitement to hate or incitements to violence. And they've played in front of hundreds of thousands of people from Australia to the US to Europe. So that's who NECAP are. And, this kind of mass hysteria that was created, particularly in the UK, literally coming from Parliament, is just absurd. It's absurd. As that was happening, we were 50 days into a siege. Children are starving to death. Keir Starmer got a letter last August signed by 30 doctors, 30 UK doctors. And in that letter, they said that they had proof that Israel is assassinating children. Like, Keir Starmer got that letter 6 months ago. No action has been taken. The UK is sending weapons to a state that its own doctors are saying are assassinating children. So, this created a comfortable place for politicians to kind of claim outrage and claim danger and claim all of these things, while at the same time, thousands and thousands of people are being killed in Gaza. It was total distraction.
So, yeah, is it an easy deflection on the government's part? Is it easier to accuse NECAP of inciting violence than acknowledging their own part, perhaps, in the violence?
Absolutely. And I'd say that, like, their own part, like these states, the EU is just as guilty, Ursula von der Leyen, like the European Union and Britain. It doesn't surprise me. America has been a consistent, and you just need to look through the UN votes for the last, for several decades. The US will stand by Israel, it seems, irrespective of what Israel does. But Europe and I think and the UK, and I include Ireland in that. Ireland has been better than other nations, but I think we could do an awful lot more, have absolutely failed in the most basic responsibility they have, is to protect the most vulnerable people on earth. And they have absolutely failed to do that. What's even more worrying is not only have they failed to protect them, but they have actively given support to the perpetrators of these crimes, which is Benjamin Netanyahu and his government. And that is absolutely unforgivable. And it doesn't even register against, that is ultimately the only issue. Everything else is manufactured distraction.
The level of outrage that we've seen, not just in the UK, globally, does that make you concerned about the level of self-censorship it could cause from other bands? But is there a concern that NECAP will self-censor as well?
No, I think NECAP have been very clear. Like our statement, when we talk about the two short videos that we're taking, our statement makes clear the position of the band and that. But NECAP have consistently, at Leeds, Reading, at Glastonbury, across Europe, in Paris, and Dublin, and Belfast, and LA, and New York, we have delivered the same message. We have tried to bring to young people just some facts around the gigs, that their governments are aiding this, and that what is happening is a genocide. And the band will continue to do that. As I said, it's not part, for them, this isn't something, that's part of the NECAP performance. It's the band are very satirical. They mix absurd with reality in terms of the performances. But when they speak about Palestine, it's coming from a place of deep empathy, and it comes from their own life experience and their family's life experience. So NECAP will not be changing its message on Palestine and the lads. It's not something that they would do. This is really, really important to them, and I hope it encourages other young bands, other young artists to have the bravery, I suppose, to speak out. And we see it, like we see Carlos and Fontaine's DC, we see Macklemore, we see lots of, actually not lots of artists, we see a small number of artists with big profiles, and I'd hope that we will see more. But, I think it's very clear what happens. We only saw the Louis Theroux documentary, Settlers, that was shown in the UK last week. Some of the people who featured in that documentary already under assault by the IDF and settlers. So it seems if you speak out and tell the truth, you become a target, but hopefully people have the bravery to do that.
Just before we wrap up, I want to ask about comments made by John Lydon, also known as Johnny Rotten, from the Sex Pistols. He appeared on British morning television to say this whole thing was a publicity stunt and a scam. What do you make of those comments?
I think it's sad for what the Sex Pistols stood for, that you've got somebody, I read some of his other comments today, he seems to be pro-Trump, he seems to be anti-immigration. These are just from things I'd read today. It seems to me that Johnny Rotten has lost all of the values that made the Sex Pistols such a special band, and I think it's pretty sad. If that's what he thinks, it's his view, he's welcome to his view. I wouldn't concern me in the slightest what he thinks on anything, given the things I've read about his views on other issues.
We have really appreciated having you and having your perspective here on Counterpoints. Daniel Lambert, the manager of NECAP, thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Let's bring in our panel now. We're joined by Taig Hickey, a comedian, political activist from Ireland, Dorian Lynskey, a journalist, author and host of the Origin Story podcast. And rounding out our panel, Adela Kojab, an activist, legal advocate and author. Welcome to all of you here on Counterpoints. Words matter. There's no doubt about that. But do they matter more than actions? Is it just easier to be outraged at the words of 3 young rappers like Kneecap rather than exploring the actions of governments or organisations, including Israel, Hamas or Hezbollah? There's no doubt Kneecap has touched on a really sensitive topic, a host of sensitive topics. So I want to begin by asking whether you think this level of outrage is justified. Taig, let's start with you.
Well, I think what's very clear about the level of outrage, even in my own country in Ireland, we have had wall-to-wall coverage of Kneecap's words. The geopolitical thoughts of a hip-hop trio has dominated the news cycle in Ireland and in Britain, from what I can gather, and obviously in the States. And this has happened over a 2-week period where there have been massacres every day in Gaza, where we aren't talking about not just the Israeli war crimes, but we're also not talking about the UK and the US, and indeed Ireland to a lesser extent, our complicity in these war crimes, which human rights bodies across the board are describing as war crimes. So I think it's a convenient method of obfuscation. It's a convenient distraction ploy so that people look over here and then the scale of the war crimes goes up in Gaza. I think it's a job well done for our media. I think our media really need to be held to account, because at the end of the day, they set the agenda, and they have certainly set the agenda over the last 2 weeks that it's more important for us to police the thoughts and the words of a hip-hop trio than it is the actions of our government. It's particularly kind of mind-blowing from an Irish perspective when the British government particularly is trying to police the thinking and the words of an Irish Republican hip-hop group when they have had no ability or desire over the years to actually look at their own deeds, their own war crimes, their own obfuscation of justice for people in the north of Ireland. So I think in Ireland we see through it very quickly, and I think the attention, as always in these issues, is in the wrong direction.
Adela, let me ask you then, what do you make of this level of outrage? Do you think it's justified?
I think the level of outrage is absolutely justified. And I do find it interesting how we're talking about how the media focusing on this is a ploy to get attention away from what's happening in Gaza, when it was itself a media stunt. The goal was publicity. If you ask why did he go on stage at Coachella in front of an audience of hundreds of thousands, not only in person, but, you know, we're talking about social media, we're talking about the mainstream media, and display those messages, it is because you're looking for publicity. So that was the goal. So we can't be upset with the media for doing exactly what the band intended to do with their messaging, which is blow it up as far as we can. In terms of policing, I think that something that's important of looking at here, it's not just that they were displaying messages against Israel. The messages said up Hamas and up Hezbollah. And those are two very different things than just saying, you know, down with the specific government. If you're saying up Hamas, up Hezbollah, recognize terrorist organizations, and not only terrorist when it comes to the Israeli context. If you ask any citizen of Lebanon whether or not Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, you'll find that the overwhelming majority would agree. So when you're glorifying terror acts, and then you're upset that people are looking at you for glorifying terror acts in a media optic, then yes, of course, the outrage is justified. It was meant to provoke a response from the media, and the overwhelming majority of people don't support terrorism. So if they're getting backlash, it's for their own actions.
I mean, Kneecap have been supporting the Palestinian cause when they were playing to just hundreds of people without any TV cameras, let alone Coachella. So it's not as if they say this is a new cause for them. But Dorian, let me ask you, you wrote an incredibly interesting piece for The Guardian newspaper talking about what you called hypocrisy on both sides. Do you think that this level of outrage is justified?
I mean, I don't think this level of outrage is ever justified with a pop group, essentially. I think it always seems like an easy target. It always strikes me as sort of absurd. That's separate to the issue of individual statements they've made and whether those are open to criticism, for sure. And I would like to point out that actually the references to Hamas and Hezbollah were from gigs in London, I believe, in late 2023, which is quite different from the statements they made at Coachella, which I think are more easily defensible. So those are two quite sort of different controversies. The controversy just sort of rolled on, and then these old clips were dug out. And of course it's exaggerated. Of course, it just seems like, are we really devoting all this energy to whether or not this band should play Glastonbury or any number of festivals compared to the issues that they're talking about? That doesn't mean, of course, that you cannot criticize some of the things that they've said. So when I was referring to hypocrisy on both sides, you know, traditionally, particularly in recent years, the right has really flown the flag of free speech and has protested about cancel culture and people's careers being, you know, hurt or destroyed over saying this or that. They're obviously trying to do like exactly that. And of course, they go, well, of course, well, if you say this, then you deserve to have your career destroyed. And then I think on the left and in the artistic community, there's a kind of, it's quite unclear that a lot of people are not defending what was actually said, they're defending the right to say it. And then that leads you into a position where you become more free speech absolutist, when that has not generally been the position over the last few years. So it is a tricky one. I think it does put a lot of their kind of allies and people who also sympathize with the Palestinian cause in a tricky situation over the things that were said back in late 2023. That's why I find it complicated, although in no sense justifying the kind of coverage that it's been getting over the last 2 weeks.
Let me ask you, if we set aside the Free Palestine comments and stage signage at Coachella, if we look at those comments from the London gig, I think November 2023, the Up Hamas, Up Hezbollah comments, is that, though, inciting hatred? Is that supporting a terrorist group that is a proscribed outlaw organisation in the country where they did that concert? Is that free speech, or is that a violation of the law?
Well, I mean, an awful lot of grace would be given to, say, comedians, for instance. Comedians, I mean, I'm a comedian. I don't expect to be policed on what I say in comedy gigs. Like, this is an act that are quite ironic in the stuff that they're delivering. Even their title, they're not, you know, supporting the idea of kneecapping. They're irreverently talking about the culture that they came out of. Like, to scrutinise what they're saying at gigs and to be policing them, in my opinion, and I also agree with the idea that I'm not a free speech absolutist, but I also believe that there are things that you shouldn't say all out calling for specific acts of violence against particular people. Let's go to their houses and let's kill them right now. I'm not for that. But if we look at the big picture, this is art. Like, they're artists and they say stuff in context when they're performing their art, which is often ironical. I mean, I'll be consistent. I feel like attempts to censor Zionist acts in the arts world are also completely reductive and pointless. I wouldn't have supported the idea of cancelling Johnny Greenwood recently whatsoever, because I'm a proponent of, if both sides were allowed to express themselves artistically, then so many more people would support the Palestinian cause. That's why TikTok was banned, because people are naturally drawn to the Palestinian cause because, in my opinion, it's so obviously righteous and just.
Would you say it, though? You were saying you're a comedian and you don't expect to be policed. Would you have said, Up Hamas, Up Hezbollah at a gig?
I don't know. It's not something that I would have thought about. If you're suggesting to me, would I go and do it tonight? Well, Hamas, as far as I know, are not a proscribed group in Ireland. I think this whole period is, I hope, going to bring about a really honest and not hysterical conversation about resistance. For me to say that I'm against resistance movements would be ludicrous because I'm Irish. If it wasn't for resistance movements, I wouldn't live in a free, independent, albeit partly free and independent country. We need to have a serious, non-hysterical conversation about resistance in the same way that we have to have a serious, non-hysterical conversation about cancelling people for their thoughts and words, as opposed to looking at governments for their ridiculous deeds. Even the fact that we're talking about this right now, in a way, also kind of gets in the way of the real conversations that we should be having, maybe not us specifically, but that the world should be having, which is the fact that the West is aiding and abetting an ongoing genocide and mass starvation engineered by a rogue state is going on, and we're all sitting around chatting and hoping our governments will suddenly see the light and do the right thing.
Adela, let me ask you then. We just heard Tig there mention Johnny Greenwood, the guitarist from Radiohead, who had been touring with an Israeli artist. Some of their gigs have been cancelled as well, and they've been criticised, Johnny Greenwood particularly, accused of artistic greenwashing. If you think that Kneecap shouldn't have been able to say that and they should be cancelled, do you think that Johnny Greenwood should be cancelled too? Because surely it should be fair on both sides.
It should be fair on both sides, but I think that the important thing here when we talk about cancel culture is why cancel culture is happening and what actually makes it cancel culture. The right is upset about cancel culture when you're canceled by virtue of your identity. For example, I'm canceling this gig because you're Israeli or because you are Palestinian. Very different when you use that specific gig as a platform for a specific cause. Also very different from, for example, let's say I'm an artist and in my personal Twitter, I'm tweeting about a cause I care about. Very different from coming on stage to a venue where people bought tickets for a show and using that as a venue to advocate. And that's why I think that they're completely different. When the right talks about cancel culture, they're not saying, that you can't go out there, and they talk about it in the terms of me as a person or me because of prior statements is being canceled and now it's affecting my career. Very different from someone who uses that as their platform. But when we're talking about resistance culture, right, we're talking about whether or not people have a right to resist. People absolutely have a right to resist. But I do want to, from the get-go, separate Ireland and the case right now in Gaza, because the difference is that the people in Gaza were given autonomy in 2005 and they elected a terror organization that chants from the river to the sea, and their goal is to destroy the state of Israel, right? They say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. We don't want no two states. We want all of it. We don't want no 48. We want all of it. It's not about fighting for autonomy in your land. It's about fighting against an existing entity that currently possesses land. So it is very different. You can't look at them as identical. And also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that Ireland was won via war negotiation in 1922. But when it comes to Hamas and Gaza, there were multiple deals for Palestinian statehood. Every single one of them rejected, and it wasn't by the Israeli side. So I support resistance movements when diplomacy fails. And here diplomacy had an avenue not to fail. So I also think it's important to separate the two from the get-go. But yes, had an Israeli artist used their platform in order to advocate for a cause and then been canceled, it would be morally equivalent. But that's not what happened with Johnny Greenwood. With Johnny Greenwood, it wasn't about him using his platform to advocate for a cause. It was by virtue of his identity. That is cancel culture.
Dorian, I'm going to come to you, but Tig, I can see you grinning there a little bit. Is there anything you want to add?
Well, I just wanted to quickly say, aside from the fact that every deal that the Palestinians were offered, I think, has been well documented, were ludicrously one-sided right up until Oslo. And I think that's a well-established historical fact that there was no deal that was in any way approaching reasonable from a Palestinian perspective. I would like to tell your viewers that there are no political parties in Ireland, like with the exception of one or two who have come about in the last maybe 10 years, all historical parties in Ireland were linked to military groups. So the reason that we have a government, our first government had come directly out of a military group. Our opposition were the first associated political party with the IRA. The whole of Ireland comes from military resistance movements, because that's just what happens when you're an occupied, colonial experienced country and you've come out of colonial oppression, and that's just the way it is.
Dorian, let me ask you, you've written a book about protest music. Is the Kneecap situation an example of selective outrage? Or if you are going to market yourself as a protest act, you kind of are asking for it?
Well, it depends what you say. It depends what you say in your music and what you say on stage and what you say in interviews. I think the problem is that, I mean, the comparison was made there to sort of comedy. It's not quite the same, but there are certain things that are said in music, and you can look at the whole history of hip hop, and they're not exactly ironic or unfelt, but they're not meant to be taken seriously, right? Like there's a long tradition of rappers making claims in their songs, which, if true, then they would be mass murderers. Well, they're not, right? There is an element of performance there. And so sometimes I've come across many artists in the past who have sort of said that so-and-so politician should be shot, right? Which is one of the things that Kneecap said on stage. Sometimes that's caused controversy. Sometimes it's passed unnoticed. There is a sort of freedom to say provocative things in the world of music. And I've seen people say things on stage, which I don't agree with, but it hasn't caused mass outrage in the room. So what has happened here is this sort of escaped the confines of the gig and of the musical world. And then you see that in black and white in the press, and you think, wow, that's an appalling thing to say, saying go and shoot an MP. That's terrible. I was friends with university with Joe Cox, the British MP who was murdered. Obviously, I'm not going to go out there and defend that statement on its face. And so there is this kind of it's a kind of contextual shift, and that a lot of fairly outrageous things can stand in the world of music as they stand in the world of comedy. That is different from actually therefore going, and then I think some people would then completely defend actually what Niqab said on the face of it. That's a whole other debate about what you think of Hamas and Hezbollah. But I'm always just a bit suspicious of the motives of the people that are pursuing this and then calling for bans and this and that. What difference does it make? I mean, these statements, the worst statements, were made in late 2023. Clearly, they've incited nothing, right? There is no, they've not inspired anybody to do anything. Most people at that gig would probably have just sort of let that slide. So that the out of proportion really, really worries me. But I would love it if they could clarify, perhaps, maybe what they did mean. It's like, well, do you think this should happen? Do you support those groups or do you not? But I think people are used to, in music, living in this kind of grey area, which can sometimes seem a little slippery, where it's like you both do and do not mean something.
And that sort of grey area, it takes us to our next segment that I want to discuss, artistic freedom of expression. It's not just a privilege, it's a recognised human right, according to the UN. But in this modern age of collective outrage and cancel culture, is it a luxury our society just is no longer able to afford? Adela, with that in mind, I want to ask you, should there be limits to artistic freedom?
It's a really good question. And I'm coming from the United States, so of course our laws are what they are. And when it comes to artistic freedom, of course we have a broad array of laws. And the first thing is you have to ask, is it protected speech? Is it actually artistic, or is it something else, right? So when you talk about, for example, we were saying before, what did you mean by up Hamas? What did you mean by up Hezbollah? Would we be having the same conversation if in the context of the US they said up ISIS or up the KKK? I think that if an artist in a platform as large as Coachella, or that has been platformed in a place as large as Coachella, came out to have said up the KKK, I think in the United States specifically, we would have the same amount of outrage and you would have the same amount of cancel culture. But again, you have to look at it individually. So speaking from the point of view legally, should there be limits to artistic expression? Absolutely. Absolutely. And we have those limits. Those limits do exist. And one of the main things that we look at is whether it's pure speech or whether that moves into action. So if they're calling for an action, so for example, they say down with the government, and then they say something like take action into your own hands, that's absolutely a limit. And I think that living in a country that does have laws, that's the social contract that you have. And we all understand what the laws are and we all play by those rules. And by the way, that's the same issue if we're talking about, for example, college campus free speech. That's where you saw free speech turn into action. It's no longer speech, and then that becomes actionable. So yes, there should be limits to artistic expression. I think we've seen limits to artistic expression. And actually, today is a really good day to talk about this. I don't know if you saw, but Kanye West just dropped his new song called Heil Hitler. And it starts with the words, my N-words, Heil Hitler. And I don't know about what your feeds are seeing, but my Instagram since the song came out about 2 hours ago has been full of Kanye West and people canceling him for the billionth time. So we're talking about artistic outrage. We're talking about, specific outrage, chosen outrage. We're talking about selective outrage. I don't think it's selective. I think that when you say something truly outrageous, there will be outrage. And in the case of Kanye West and in the case of Niqab, I've seen both.
Dorian, I see you shaking your head there, but I just want to quickly ask Taig first what you make of that comparison that Adela made between what Niqab said and, whether if they were going to say something about the KKK or ISIS. Should there be limits? As a comedian, shouldn't you be able to have artistic freedom of expression like the UN prescribes?
Well, I'd first of all argue that if somebody said up Al-Qaeda, for instance, in the US at the moment, it could be taken as a compliment when the West have like totally embraced a former Al-Qaeda leader as the current president of Syria. But I think, again, I would agree with the point on the social contract if the social contract still had any meaning. I think most people in the West now are seeing that there actually isn't, and most people in the global South primarily, I suppose, see that there are no rules. There is no international law. There is no social contract. If somebody says something outrageous, they should be cancelled, and they should have, there should have repercussions for that. I agree with that. But at the risk of being tedious, a state backed by the strongest state in the world is carrying out outrageous acts as we speak right now. And there are no repercussions.
But what about what Adela was saying with the Kanye West's new song? Surely there are limits to what we can accept.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, if you're talking about a world that still had rules in it and still had order, yes, I think that's totally unacceptable. I'm absolutely against anti-Semitism. But I would quickly say, as an artist, I'm an artist. I produce satire. I produce satire that is often poking fun at the hypocrisy of the West, is pro-Palestinian. I've been banned from TikTok twice. I get my material taken down from YouTube all the time. I get my stuff taken down from Instagram. So as an artist, either I'm an absolutely outrageous artist, or there's one set of rules for one group and another set of rules for another group. I'd be really interested to hear from Zionist satirists, if they exist. Do their material get taken down randomly? Because all I know in the pro-Palestinian movement in Ireland, whether you're a satirist or whether you're a mother who just cares about children being burned alive in their tents, we're all getting restricted. So again, there is no rules-based order, so it's very hard to be, I suppose, very proactive or about which rule we're to follow and which rule we aren't.
Mm-hmm. Dorian, I do want to come to you, but Adela, I feel like I should throw it over to you. I know you're not a satirist, but can you respond to what Taig is saying?
Absolutely.
Is there one rule for people who support one side, another rule for others?
So it's a good question. And I wouldn't consider myself an influencer, but I do have a substantial following on Instagram, and I used to have one on TikTok. I've been banned multiple times on Instagram. I couldn't go live for 60 days. I've had my account restricted in every single possible way, especially after October 7th when I was speaking up against anti-Semitism and speaking up against what we were seeing in the United States, France, the UK, internationally on October 8th. I'm no longer on TikTok, and I'm no longer a user. I have my account there, but it's pretty much entirely restricted because I also was deplatformed on TikTok. So it's a universal experience. And again, it comes back to social contract. So we want to live in a place where there are limits to speech and we all abide by that social contract? Or do you want to live in a place where you can say whatever you want and then we let the free market decide those ideas? And I think that as a society, at least Western countries decided that we wanted to live in a place that has rules, even if it limits some of our actions, knowing that it's also limiting other actions that we might not like. So yes, in terms of the deplatforming, I'm sorry you've been deplatformed. I do want to say that when it comes to, at least legally, comedy has more leeway and satire and parody has much more leeway than, for example, artistic expression in the form of music or in the form of theater or in the form of art. So there is a difference. And I do think that satire and comedy has a purpose and it can serve that purpose better than other forms of artistic expression. But yes, when it comes to pro-Israel voices, we have all.
Do you feel like we both deserved to be banned then? Do you feel that we're two extremists, just as a matter of interest?
I don't, but I also know that people who use social media who have been bombarded with both your content and mine might be grateful for these laws. And again, it's a social contract. All of these are private platforms that are now become the public square. So it runs into this weird legal area where you say, what is the public square and what is considered a private company? When do their bylaws run into the issues with the countries that they're in? If they operate Twitter in the UK, operate Twitter in the US and in Latin America, how are those rules different? So it does come down to a legal distinction, but I think you're right. I don't think I should have been deplatformed. I don't think that I should have been banned from going live or collaborating on posts for 60 days. I was able to fight them internally. Some of them were released, some of them weren't. And funny enough, a lot of the posts that were taken down from me was content of protests where people were doing Nazi salutes. I was raising awareness about the Nazi salutes, and then I was deplatformed for spreading Nazi propaganda. So it's, again, who is in the driver's seat, who gets to decide what's taken down and what isn't, is a good question. But again, it's part of the social contract that we've all subscribed to.
All right, Dorian, let me circle back to you, especially when we were talking about Kanye West. When Adela first mentioned it, you were sort of nodding your head. Weigh in. Is there a line? Should there be limits to artistic freedom of expression? Does something like naming your song Heil Hitler go too far?
Well, I just think it's really important to think about what are these limits. You know, where people talk about cancel culture and bans and what should be allowed and what should be accepted. It's like, well, what do they mean? So we've got the laws of different countries, right? America has the First Amendment. European countries tend to have stricter laws against hate speech. Then you have the decisions made by people who run platforms. You know, since Elon Musk turned Twitter into X, you know, there is just rampant fascism, racism, anti-Semitism, like any prejudice you can ask for, and that's certainly a version of free speech that I've just chosen to withdraw from. Then you're asking, okay, well, what do politicians weigh in? Should politicians be pressuring record labels, be pressuring festivals? You know, there's a famous case in 1992 about Ice-T's rock band Body Count, and they had a song called Cop Killer, and there was enormous pressure from police lobbying bodies and the President George H.W. Bush, on the record label to delete this song, right? So there's all these kinds of things. Do I think that Yo's song Heil Hitler is sort of disgusting? Yes. Does most of the music community? Yes. Like, he's not appearing on bills, he's not working with the people he used to work with. Do I think that it should somehow be like banned, wiped from the internet? You know, probably not. And probably that would be, you know, there's probably no legal mechanism to do that. So I just think having some real clarity about what it means to sort of not accept something, and the difference between, for example, somebody being genuinely, truly outraged by what Kneecap said, and a politician asking a festival to drop them from the bill. Those are two, like, really different things. And then what if somebody said, well, their album should be withdrawn. They shouldn't be allowed to do this. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. So what you're really asking is, it's a lot of different questions about different mechanisms, everything from social disapproval to the law via boycotts and no platforming and bans and so on. And so I do think that all these arguments have to be quite precise and case by case and sophisticated, because it's never free speech versus no free speech.
You mentioned Cop Killer, which really segues nicely into our final segment, because this kind of public flogging of artists is not necessarily new. Back in 1992, Sinead O'Connor was slammed in the US for ripping up that photo of the Pope in protest against child abuse in the Catholic Church. The Dixie Chicks, now known as the Chicks, they effectively killed their career for years when they criticised President George W. Bush's war in Iraq. And so now we're seeing things like venues being cancelled and sponsors being pulled out. Taig, do you think that we now run the risk that artists and public figures are just too scared to speak out? They're too scared to say anything. They will self-censor for fear of being cancelled?
Absolutely, definitely. I mean, I'm definitely seeing it in the comedy world where, you know, I know a lot of people in Ireland and Britain would be privately very supportive of the Palestinian cause, for instance, but would be afraid to speak out in public because, A, I suppose they don't want to be, in my view, wrongly accused of being anti-Semitic. And secondly, because I just feel in the West we've become so completely beholden to consumerism and to the capitalist pursuit of you know, the good life, and people have got work opportunities and they don't want to upset their brand deals. I think it's a sad state of affairs in music as well. I mean, the musicians I grew up listening to, the punk artists, the rock artists, that, like, if there was an injustice going on in the world, they would be making albums about it. And people have just become, you know, I don't know, just the consumerism has kind of thwarted freedom of expression. But you will pay a price. Like, I mean, any of the artists I do know, including myself in this part of the world, and Ireland is seen as a relatively pro-Palestine country, I find it extraordinarily hard to get any commercial work because I've spoken up. People can go and look at the historical record. I haven't been shouting about how amazing Hamas are or anything like that. I've just been advocating for people who are going through in what I believe and many human rights organisations believe is a genocide. I'm just advocating for them. A lot of them are my friends. I can't get any work in Ireland since October 7th. I used to get a lot of voiceover work. I haven't had any voiceover work in like a year and a half. Perhaps I've just overnight become a really terrible voiceover artist, but it seems a little bit fishy to me. And a lot of people experience the same. So you will pay a price if you speak up. So I understand that's the way neoliberalism has worked, that you toe the line or else you don't get work. And you just have to choose between your authenticity, your humanity, or your pay packet. And I'm very happy with the decision that I've made.
Adela, let me ask you to comment on that. There are claims by some in the field that an Israel lobby is behind this cancelling, this pressure on groups such as NECAP, perhaps such as TAIG. What do you make of those claims?
Well, I can't speak to Israel lobbies because I'm not a part or a member of any of them. But what I can say is that I've actually seen the opposite from my friends that are in the industry. I have friends that are beauty influencers, that are in theater, that have pretty large followings. And they felt that after October 7th, after the boycott lists went out, if you didn't speak up about Palestine and you didn't post something on your story, you would end up in a circulated boycott list. And some of them lost tens of thousands of followers. So it's interesting that you feel it in the opposite direction, where people have to self-censor out of fear of being canceled. But I've met a lot of people that felt that they were compelled to say things they don't quite believe or they don't quite stand behind in order to continue to work or to continue to keep their followings. So I think that when both sides are feeling pressure in this way, it means that we have to have a conversation instead of having boycotts. And I think you're right. I think a lot of people have been avoiding having the conversation. But when it comes to Israel lobbies, I mean, I'm not aware of any coordinated effort. What I do know is email lists, which is the same thing that you see on either side. When Colombia does something that we don't agree with, or an artist does something that you don't agree with, email campaigns go out. I've seen them on both sides. I'm on both email lists. I don't think that there's any tactic that's new.
Dorian, what about you? You've written widely about protest music. Has cancel culture gone so far that it's sort of the death of protest music now? Are people self-censoring because they're afraid? And what does that mean for protest music?
I don't think so. I wouldn't use the term cancel culture in that context. I think there's a lot of structural reasons why there are fewer protest songs, or certainly why fewer of them are breaking through. There's all kinds of different things. Some of them just simply, like the shift from purchasing to streaming, means that the charts become more static and homogenous, and it's harder for these sort of weird spiky songs to break through. And I think that unfortunately, a product of the social media era is that people are more nervous about what they say and where that can be picked up. There are things that people said in the music press back in the 80s that I've never heard of. I came across them in my research and I was like, I cannot believe that I've just never heard of this, and they never got into trouble for this. So there was more sort of freedom to speak then, for sure. But that doesn't mean that people are fearing a particular lobby, a particular government. It's somehow like even relatively innocent stuff can get twisted. So I do think that there is a kind of a self-censorship that is not a kind of result of some authoritarian culture, but of across the political spectrum, the way that people behave on social media, the way that people can be ripped apart for the mildest things. And I think that does make people self-censor. Although I would say, for example, on the issue of Gaza, there are many, many artists in the UK. I know it's hard, I think probably harder in the US, but many artists in the UK and on Ireland who have spoken out in favour of Palestine. So it's not like you can't. It's not like you cannot do that.
Before we wrap up, we're almost out of time, but I just want to get a really short statement from each of you, just as sort of a final thought. Taig, I'm going to start with you. Is our society too sensitive these days to provocative art?
Yes, I think our society needs to look at provocative actions rather than provocative art primarily. And I would just like to finish by saying we've been talking a lot about two sides. I think in this moment in history, it isn't a two sides discussion, really. There are no two sides in a genocide.
Adela, our community, our modern culture, is social media making us too sensitive? Is this idea of collective outrage driving us more so than being stimulated by provocative art?
I think that there's absolutely a culture of collective outrage where if you don't speak up, you're seen as less than. But at the same time, if you look at the way that most Jewish people have reacted to outright anti-Semitism, we offered to take them to Auschwitz so they can understand the Jewish struggle. And that, to me, is the opposite of cancel culture.
Dorian, wrap us up.
Well, unfortunately, social media is designed to do that. That's what the algorithms do. That's how they get the money. It's to wind people up and make them angrier. I think what I find, and I just, that, unfortunately, this is what people do. What I find hard to accept is when politicians who have bigger fish to fry target a pop group. And I always find that a little shabby, a little opportunistic. And of course, they are not, whatever NECAP has said, they are not a national security threat.
A very interesting point to end on. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have here on Counterpoints. But thank you to you, our wonderful panel, for joining us. It's been so interesting. Taig Hickey, comedian and political activist, Dorian Lynskey, journalist and author, and Adela Kojab, activist and legal advocate. Thanks for your time. And as always, thanks to you at home for tuning in to Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. You can catch all our episodes on Al Arabiya English's YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman welcomes President Donald Trump to Saudi Arabia as he pledges $600 billion of investment to the United States. Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Keith Kellogg will travel to Istanbul to attend peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. And Kim Kardashian gives evidence in Paris, facing the 10 men accused of robbing her at gunpoint in 2016. To our top story, US President Donald Trump has visited Saudi Arabia, his first major diplomatic trip of his second term. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman welcomed the president earlier today, and just a few hours ago they signed a strategic partnership agreement between their two countries covering energy, mining and defense. Both leaders then attended the Saudi-US Investment Forum in Riyadh. Trump then stepped on stage. Here's some of what he had to say.
It's an honor to be here. What a great place. What a great place, but more importantly, what great people. I want to thank His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, for that incredible introduction. He's an incredible man. Known him a long time now. There's nobody like him. Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much, my friend. With this historic state visit, we celebrate more than 80 years of close partnership between the United States and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ever since President Franklin Roosevelt met with King Salman's father, King Abdul Aziz, aboard the USS Quincy in 1945, the U.S.-Saudi relationship has been a bedrock of security and prosperity. Today, we reaffirm this important bond, and we take the next steps to make our relationship closer, stronger, and more powerful than ever before. It is more powerful than ever before.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Rawia Alami, senior presenter at Al Arabiya, and political scientist Dr. Ellie Hindi. So, both of you, first of all, what a day. It was absolutely historic. We saw so much pomp and ceremony from Saudi Arabia. Donald Trump, of course, being greeted on that purple carpet when he got off Air Force One. It's been non-stop news agenda, hasn't it? Rolling news, rolling news. But as I said, massive day. But what do you think the standout moments have really been?
Many, actually. One, maybe the most important achievement or thing that stood out today was the signing of a $300 billion deal, including the largest defense sale agreement in history. We're talking about $142 billion defense deal. This definitely stands out very much today. Another thing that stands out was lifting the sanctions off Syria by President Donald Trump. He announced that today, and this is extremely significant. In fact,
under the request of
he said for the Crown Prince, I'm lifting them for the Crown Prince. In fact, actually, one thing that really caught my ear as President Trump was talking, he said, what wouldn't I do for the Crown Prince? And this is really, it reflects the strength of the relations between the US and Saudi Arabia, and between, personally, Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. There's also the language of Trump, because he spoke about Iran. His language is a bit softer than usual. He talked about extending an olive branch, yet at the same time he warned and threatened that if this olive branch is going to be rejected, then there will be consequences. And he was talking about more sanctions, of course. As far as the reception is concerned, the Saudi reception of President Trump and all of his team, I mean, it was just amazing. A true reflection of Arab generosity.
Dr. Ellie, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think this visit has really, and also the way Trump spoke and what happened, I think it elevated that partnership to a whole different dimension. Even Trump said in his speech that this is maybe the strongest partnership that the U.S. has in the world, even though people might think traditionally of other partners. I don't know if he's meaning Israel, he's meaning Western Europe. In both cases, he's putting Saudi Arabia at an even more elevated partnership, which is really exceptional. And when we look at things, we see also that it is a mutually extremely beneficial relationship. And also both parties have influence and leverage over each other, and it's proving to be very fruitful for both of them.
Yeah. If I may add one thing, especially when it comes to lifting the sanctions on Syria for the Crown Prince, as President Trump said, I mean, this is a true testimony to the leverage, the kind of leverage that the Crown Prince and Saudi Arabia has. And it's very befitting to the leader of the Arab world, to their role in also brokering deals, solving problems and crises in the region, and to be basically leading other Arab countries.
But it's not just in the region, Dr. Elliott. It's also, we've seen Saudi Arabia really become at the forefront of diplomacy, even if we looked at the talks between the US and Russia back in February.
Definitely. Again, we're putting, or Saudi Arabia has put itself, and this visit has put Saudi Arabia on an international level as a leader of the world. He mentioned Riyadh as the capital of the world's economy. He mentioned the Middle East as the next, region of prosperity and modernity, and this is all led by Saudi Arabia. Diplomatically, we've seen and we've spoken in previous episodes about the special diplomatic role that Saudi Arabia is playing. Trump saluted that, and he said, if we get to a deal with Ukraine and Russia, we will make sure to give tribute and to salute the effort that it all started here in Saudi Arabia. So really, Saudi Arabia is moving from a regional power to becoming a major international player on all levels: diplomacy, politics, military, and economy. And maybe out of this visit also we might see Saudi Arabia to become a nuclear country, with the whole talk about the nuclear deal of peaceful solution, peaceful use of nuclear power also could be on the table tomorrow. We will see what that will come up with.
And we shouldn't also forget the investments that the Saudi Arabia is doing in the AI and technology sector.
Well, we saw Elon Musk there and saw Sam Altman.
Exactly.
There was just the biggest, tech bros, if you want to call them, in America were alongside Donald Trump today.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think part of the agreements that have been signed and are yet to be signed are exclusively to this sector, the AI and technology sector. And I think that's going to also give Saudi Arabia a huge push in that field, in that domain, not just regionally, possibly even globally.
Something else that caught my eye or my ear in the speech in that sense is the way he addressed the huge development that happened in Saudi Arabia and how he compared his visit 8 years ago to Saudi Arabia, to Riyadh today, and how he praised all of that. But specifically, something that was very interesting for me, it was a clear condemnation to interventionism that previous American administration have used in the region, telling leaders in the region what should they do, how should they do it, when should they do it. And Trump is really getting back on that to say, you know better, and you did better, and you did it your own way. You did it the Arabian way, which proved to be the best way possible. You did not depart with your culture and tradition. You embraced them and you transformed them, and you are where you are today. And this, I think, is a huge thing to say about how Saudi Arabia is transforming, while remaining really true to its own tradition and culture. And this is something that the whole world can learn from, and not only countries in the region.
Definitely. And actually, we'll just stay on the AI topic, because earlier I spoke to Al Arabiya senior correspondent and presenter Karina Kamel, who told me that AI and technology were front and center today. Take a listen.
Undoubtedly, the tech sector and AI is absolutely front and center in what has been announced today. And in order to understand a lot of the agreements that have been reached today, we also have to point out to our viewers that Saudi Arabia announced yesterday the creation of a new company called Humane that will be under the auspices of Saudi Arabia's Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Public Investment Fund, or PIF, which will run this company Humane, which will essentially be a linchpin of Saudi Arabia's national artificial intelligence strategy.
There we are. So she speaks about Humane. This is a Saudi company, and it will be looking at AI. And I just think it's so interesting because Vision 2030 is so much in the mind's eye. I wonder, how we're going to see these relationships work and benefit Saudi in diversifying away from the traditional likes of oil in the future.
Definitely, that's the field to invest in and to develop in the future. And the region is really positioning itself. Both Abu Dhabi and now Riyadh have done so much in the field of AI, have done deals with major companies around the world to develop and to become the hub of the future of this investment or this technology in the coming years. And this gives a really exceptional added value for doing business with this region, but also focusing on what the whole region can bring to the world, what maybe other regions cannot offer Trump. This region is offering him in terms of investment, of partnership, of development of technology, and so on.
Absolutely. And just one thing, they're all at a state dinner tonight. and it's going to be lavish, I'm sure. I wonder what's on the menu. Just any quick thoughts? What do you think?
Everything
because Donald
you might
Trump
imagine.
loves McDonald's, but I wonder if he'll have like a lovely traditional meal. What do you think?
I'm sure there will be traditional dishes on the menu. I mean, the Saudis are known for their generosity. Arabs generally are. And I think whether it be on the menu, whatever is on the table, the entire thing is going to be a true reflection of Saudi culture, Saudi generosity, and ability to, entertain guests as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also want to move back more to the serious stuff, not about the dinners. But earlier tonight, Republican strategist Adulo Franco talked about the military alliance between the US and Saudi Arabia. I know Dr. Leigh and Rauya have mentioned it before, but let's just take a listen to what he had to say to me a bit earlier.
This is the beginning of a more formal alliance with Saudi Arabia in terms of the military and protection of the United States in a more formal way than we have seen in the past. This is the beginning, and I believe that is exactly what the United States will pursue. Almost NATO-like relationship, particularly with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, that an attack on Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates is an attack on the United States. I think that was ultimately will come out of this administration in the next 2 or 3 years.
I found it really interesting, Dr. Leigh. He said almost NATO-like. Would you agree with that?
This is huge, definitely. For Trump to say that clearly and that bluntly, whoever attacks such a partner will be as if he is attacking the US, and we will not allow that. We will act on that. This is really putting Saudi Arabia at the level of NATO, which, of course, the members of the NATO share a common defense policy among them. And this, I think, will be raising real eyebrows in Israel. We've seen in the past 2 weeks something shifting. We've seen the US deal with the Houthis without asking Israel and actually leaving Israel out of that discussion. We've seen the Americans discuss even with Hamas the release of the American hostage without putting Israel into that discussion. And now we're seeing elevating Saudi Arabia to such a high level of partnership that could possibly be compared to the traditional historical strategic and military alliance that the US had with Israel. So is something shifting permanently? Is it just teasing in politics? Definitely, we have to wait and see. But I think Saudi Arabia is presenting itself as a key partner and a key ally for the US in the region. Once again, that could give the US, in terms of economy and security and all things, maybe what Israel cannot even give it.
Definitely, the Israelis are very, very worried. I mean, if you read their newspapers, all the articles, the reports talk about what critics call sidelining Israel completely in this new arrangement of Middle East politics by President Trump. And they're really worried that there will be a deal with Iran that, not in their interests. But I think also probably President Trump's, what he said today about, that anybody who attacks Saudi Arabia, they have to face the US as well, is also a message for Iran. Even though, as I said before, his words or his language that he used talking about Iran is a bit lighter, less sort of aggressive, but at the same time, he did threaten that they will, more sanctions will be, they will have to face much stronger sanctions that possibly their oil exports would become absolutely zero. So I think also what he said about Saudi Arabia also is a message to Iran.
But even that is in contradiction with the Netanyahu proposition. So Trump is not even threatening with war or military attack as he was a few weeks before. Even the threat is a threat of sanctions.
Yes.
A new language that is closer to the Saudi Arabia language towards Iran rather than Israel's language towards Iran. On the Abraham Accord, he said, I dream that Saudi Arabia would join. No pressure at all. He said, do it on your own time. I respect that. I dream of it happening, but we didn't see any pressure there. And I think the Israelis in general, the media, but surely the average Israeli would blame Netanyahu for this relationship and where it got due to the continuous aggression in Gaza and on other different files, Iran and other.
And also, we must just remember that Donald Trump actually isn't going to Israel.
No,
well, he's on this tour right now of the Gulf regions, and that's something a lot of people are questioning. They're wondering why he won't be there and what sort of is happening in the background, but maybe this is a good way of putting that into context at the moment.
It is. It's all related, basically, and that's why the Israelis are very worried. They will be sidelined in what's happening now in the Middle East, and at the same time excluded from not just the visit, from anything in the future. As Dr. Elise said, we don't know if this is temporary or this is a new policy by President Trump. We are yet to see events unfold.
Knowing that, maybe one last remark, that Trump gave Israel in his first administration what no American president gave. He was called as the closest possible and the best possible American president towards Israel. How did the relationship deteriorate so much in such a short period of time? This is where the blame is going to be in Israel, and I think it's going to have serious repercussions on Netanyahu's government and policies.
Well, actually, earlier I spoke to former White House staffer and Trump campaign deputy communications director Caroline Sunshine, who told me about the affection and respect between the Saudi Crown Prince and President Donald Trump.
President Trump, in both his first term and now his second term, has selected Saudi Arabia to be his first foreign state visit. It's hard to understate the significance of that. You know, many of President Trump's predecessors have chosen more traditional Western nations. Their first visit has often been to Canada or to the United Kingdom. President Trump, on both occasions in both of his presidencies, has chosen to mark his first visit to Saudi Arabia, and it is certainly a departure from President Trump's predecessor. I think it also speaks volumes that His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince himself, was there to greet President Trump on arrival, such a sign of mutual respect and mutual affection.
Just a quick reflection from both of you about what Caroline said then, how significant this moment has been.
I was noticing that in Saudi protocol, usually even if a head of states lands in Riyadh, it is the Emir of Riyadh who hosts him, Emir Khalid. But we see in exceptional situations where the Crown Prince himself went. But also all the communication, all the interaction. We saw such a close relationship, such a close interaction. That says a lot.
Definitely, definitely. It was a great reception by the Crown Prince of President Trump at the airport, and they brought out their lavish lavender carpet, which is a departure from the traditional red one, which I think the Saudis introduced that a few years ago in 2021.
I adopted the lavender color.
Yes, the lavender.
Amazing.
Because it reflects the color of the land, the Saudi landscape in the spring, sort of with the lavender the flowers and stuff. However, I think that definitely, I mean, it was very remarkable, the reception, the way the Crown Prince greeted President Trump, the entire ceremony after that. Definitely very lavish.
And what wouldn't I do for you?
That seriously, it really
Amazing.
caught my ear. It's like I stopped there and thought about it. What wouldn't I do for the Crown Prince? That's extremely telling.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did feel like it was a day with a lot of energy, and we got to see Riyadh really at its best today.
Yes.
So thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story, because during the Saudi-US Investment Forum, President Trump confirmed his US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, would attend the Russia-Ukraine peace talks later this week. Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Keith Kellogg will also travel to Istanbul on Thursday. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has insisted on face-to-face meetings with Russia's President Vladimir Putin, challenging the Kremlin to show it's serious about securing peace. Earlier, he addressed media, reiterating Ukraine's desire to end the war. Take a listen.
If they will not come, if Putin will not come, or if ceasefire will not be supported by Russians, by Putin, exactly by him. So it's been only one thing, that Russia is not ready for any kind of negotiation. No time for playing games on the technical level.
So, Dr. Eli, Zelensky, he's been very, very clear throughout this. We still haven't heard anything from President Putin, though. Do you think he'll agree to these talks in Turkey on Thursday?
I think it's too early. I don't think Putin will show up. But having Rubio sent there is a serious sign of serious advancement in the negotiations and lifting it up to the level of foreign minister. However, we need to notice that a month ago, after the White House scandal and all of that, everybody was blaming Zelensky for not showing that he is ready for peace. And now Zelensky was able to, shift the narrative and change the narrative and say, I am ready for peace. Let's see if Putin is. He's challenged him to a face-to-face. He said, I'm going to be in Turkey, and I invite Putin to be there. So I think he has twisted things up to show that Putin is the one that is not ready for peace, And also, to be realistic, we're speaking about a ceasefire, not about a full agreement, but this is where things start.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also thought Zelensky showed willingness for peace when he signed that minerals deal with the US and the Trump administration. So I think you might be right. I don't know what your thoughts are.
That's the price he had to pay, I guess.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. After what happened at the Oval Office, if you remember, with President Trump.
Everybody remembers.
Yeah, nobody will forget
Nobody
ever.
will forget that.
No, I think that will be in the history books.
Yeah, but definitely, I mean, this is, I'm not sure whether it's the last push for peace between Ukraine and Russia, but it's definitely a very serious push, because usually these talks or these negotiations happen at the envoy level, like Witkoff and Kellogg. Having said that, this time we are talking about the foreign secretary joining as well these talks. So I think they are serious talks, but I agree with Dr. Eli that the goal here, at least President Trump's goal, is to achieve this 30-day ceasefire at this stage. And I think that for him is going to be a personal victory because of all his promises that he would end this in a day, whether during his election campaign or even after. So therefore, I think this is what he's pushing for now. And probably that would be sort of in preparation for a long-term peace deal.
But yesterday I was speaking to a Ukrainian MP, Kira Ruddock, and she made a point to me, and she said, right, we can agree to this 30-day ceasefire. In an ideal world, Zelensky and Putin meet face-to-face. But her question to me is, Dr. Eli, who is going to police that ceasefire and make sure Russia sticks to that and doesn't keep firing drones and missiles into Ukraine?
I don't think that we need actual soldiers to be standing on the border. Definitely, this has been one of the arguments and rhetorics of Ukraine, that we don't only need a peace agreement, we need an actual military guarantee. We need European or NATO soldiers to be there to guarantee that no further aggression is going to happen. But I think, realistically speaking, this can never happen. Putin started this whole war because he doesn't want NATO soldiers on his border. So why would he accept it now? Can the US send some kind of a peace force? Can it lead some multinational thing? Maybe. But that's not really where the guarantee is going to come from. It's going to guarantee from a political perspective. The agreement that you mentioned between the US and Ukraine on all the minerals and so on, this says that the US is going to be invested in the stability of the region, and this is to a large extent enough. You don't actually need soldiers on the border. You might put some of them symbolically there, but this is not the crucial point, although Ukraine wants it to be.
I completely agree with Dr. Eli on this point.
Yeah, I do too, actually. we're both in agreement with you. But just a quick thought. If Putin comes out tomorrow and he agrees to go to Turkey and have these face-to-face talks with Zelensky. Do you think that will be a game changer for Donald Trump and we could actually see him go?
Definitely. I think definitely. If come Thursday, first of all, we don't know what's going to happen. In today's world, anything can change overnight.
Yes.
So we might, well, we're waiting for the announcement by the Russians who is going to be participating in these talks, these direct talks in Turkey on Thursday morning. So possibly come Thursday morning, we'll hear that Putin's going to be there. Then definitely, I think, President Trump will
I would say
join.
the other way around. We have to put ourselves in Putin's shoes and think of himself as a leader of the world, as one of two leaders of the world, who is not really interested in meeting Zelensky. That's a detail for him. If he's going to make a deal, he's going to make a deal with Trump.
So if Trump goes...
Trump shows interest, if the talks are at that level, then both leaders will show up, and the deal would be about Ukraine, but between Trump and Putin, rather than between Putin and Zelensky.
Yes, there's probably sort of behind-the-scenes talks, obviously, between the Russians and the Americans. So yes, possibly.
And in Saudi Arabia, it was Russia and the US that met, without
the
even Ukraine being
or
there.
the Europeans at the
and that
time.
caused a little bit of a stir with Zelensky. But great to get your thoughts on that. I was just thinking, gosh, Thursday, we'll have to just wait to see what happens. I feel like anything could happen at this stage. But we're actually going to move on to another story that has been making headlines today. And it's a slightly different one. It's about the showbiz world. Kim Kardashian has appeared in court in Paris today, giving evidence in a burglary which took place in the French capital almost 9 years ago. Taking the stand, the international reality TV star said she thought she was going to die that night. Rawiya, let's start with you. Bring us up to speed. What else has Kim Kardashian said in court today? And remind us who is actually on trial.
Well, we are talking about
in a slightly different shift from World War III.
Yes, I know.
Kardashians and their concerns.
Well, she was traumatized. She was traumatized.
I did, you know. Well, Donald Trump had a reality show one day. You know, he loves the showbiz world.
So you never know if she's going to run for president anytime soon.
You know what?
Kanye West
yes.
Kanye West ran, actually.
Right.
He did.
He was the one who encouraged Donald Trump to run for president. Do you remember that? There's a whole lot of history there. But let's move on to exactly what went down in Paris.
Well, we're talking about 12 robbers, and this robbery happened 9 years ago. Now, I don't understand why the court hearing and the trial is happening 9 years later, even though a lot of the robbers were arrested maximum a year later, in 2017. Now, they are 12 robbers. They are called in French media grandpa robbers because of their age. We're talking about men who are in their 60s, late 60s, and their 70s. And apparently there was a lot of hiccups during the heist. I think CC cameras caught one of the robbers on sort of leaving the crime scene on a bicycle. Just basically riding through.
Well, at least he was
and he dropped the bag.
Yeah.
He dropped the bag with all the jewelry, and he dropped one of the necklaces as well, which was found later. So there's a lot of details surrounding this, but to me, I really don't understand why is it 9 years after? Why is it taking that long to sort of, trial these people and sentence them?
I think it is partially due to the French judicial system and how many levels it needs to go through before it reaches the court. But definitely 9 years is too much in whichever standards, especially that things became clear in the first year, as Rawiya was saying. And it seems that necklace that fell by mistake from the bike is the only piece that was recovered. All other pieces have disappeared, even the big ring that was there.
The engagement ring of Kanye West.
So they managed to sell it off quite quickly.
They did. I mean, the authorities seem to think that they broke them down and then sold them separately, like in terms of different stones and stuff. But we're talking about jewelry worth $10 million that were stolen. Now, Kim Kardashian talked about, the trauma, went through the different sort of, events of that night and how scared she was and how that truly that event changed, or that robbery changed her life and her view of her security. And she must have, you know, employed more people back in LA or wherever she travels after that incident in terms of security. But yeah, we are waiting to.
I think there was a huge debate back then,
yes.
and now it's gaining momentum again, where these grandpas lured into.
It's almost like a Hollywood movie.
By how much she bragged about the ring, how much. Obviously, she showed where she was staying, although that hotel, as you were telling me,
that is very interesting.
Is a very exclusive hotel.
Very exclusive hotel where she stayed in Paris. Not anybody can just book a room there. I think the cheapest room is $1,700, something like this. And you need to be recommended by someone else. You need to be an extremely high-profile celebrity, extremely wealthy, yet. And it's a very small sort of hotel, and not a lot of people know about it, yet these robbers knew about it.
So the poor guys were tempted.
Because of social media. And also, apparently, one of the robbers used to worked a lot with the Kardashian family. So they were
some information.
Yes, they were an informant.
But I do remember this happening. I can't believe it was nearly 10 years ago, because I feel like I remember it so clearly when it did happen. And the debate was, Dr. Ellie and Rawiya, as you said, really around social media and the safety of certain aspects of people's lives, and what do you keep private and what do you post? Because, of course, it was that $4 million ring that Kanye West, her then fiancé, had given her. But I did think it was interesting. You know, Kim Kardashian herself does a lot within the law. Her father was one of the most famous lawyers ever, of course, in the O.J. Simpson case. We saw Robert Kardashian. And today, there was a letter of apology to Kim Kardashian from the suspected ringleader, which was read out in court. And she said she forgives him. So maybe this will be a way of putting some finality on it for her, because she was scared she was going to die in many respects.
The guy, I think, even published a memoir.
Yes, he did.
He did?
He apologized about, doing that, and he seemed to show remorse in that sense. But again, for me, it's very debatable on how stars use the social media and how double-edged sword is that, bringing them into their private life and so on.
And putting themselves in danger by letting everybody know their whereabouts, where they're going, where they're traveling, where they're staying, and this is, I suppose, what happens.
But, just to put it in context of the other conversations we're having today, I can see Dr. Ellie smiling there. 500 journalists pitched up. This is a massive story. We can't forget how globally...
It's Kim Kardashian.
It's Kim Kardashian.
Of course, everybody is going to be interested.
And fascinated to see her in court testifying. Her mother, Chris, was with her.
Yes.
I feel like even though we look back on it, we must remember sort of the gravitas that she has, and also the influence she has on so many people.
Definitely, I agree. When it is news, the news needs to cover it. I understand that. And stars and how stars live their life and their influence on people, as you mentioned, has been such a big part of our life, of our youth, of our media altogether. So I fully understand how important that, and why would it bring 500 journalists from different media outlets to that courtroom.
Yes, definitely. I mean, a name like Kim Kardashian is bound to attract attention no matter what she does. And if we're talking about a trial for robbers that actually, tied her up and put tape on her mouth and traumatized her, even if 10 years ago or 9 years ago, then it's definitely going to call.
I have a confession.
People's attention.
I've never ever missed an episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Seriously?
When it was on. Honestly.
So you've watched the entire thing?
I've watched it all. I absolutely have bought into the brand Kardashian. But right now, moving away from that, we're going to go to, and finally, we've reached that point in the show where Rawiya and Dr. Ellie, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. And Rawiya, I absolutely love yours because it's about capybaras.
Yes.
I love capybaras, and 3 of them have escaped.
Yes, 3 of them have escaped from a Chinese zoo, and they are named. They have names like Du Bao and Bazong, and also Dudu or Dadao. I can't pronounce it.
You know what? I'm just thinking. I'm glad you're saying them because I'm
not sure Chinese names.
Assume,
Yes,
yeah.
The 3 of them escaped. 2 of them were caught, but the last one was still at large, basically. But I chose this story because it was really funny, the posts that the zoo did to the public announcing or talking about this incident. Because, and let me just read this. Basically, the last capybara that stayed at large, the name is Dubao. And one of the posts, the social media post, says, investigations indicate that Dubao carries no dangerous weapons and poses no threat to the public, so please don't worry. And another post actually says, because it is close, the other one is officials, basically, they're talking about rewards for people who will capture this capybara. And they also said that the current weather conditions are in the area and the local plant life have left zookeepers with no worries. They're not worried that he's being eaten.
They urge him to surrender himself.
Oh, yes. I'm trying to find that. Yes, there we are. I found it. We urge him, we urge Dubao to, Bao to surrender himself voluntarily. Wandering outside is not the way to survive, and coming back to live a good life with regular job is the kingly way.
Oh, maybe he's like freedom. But Dr. Ellie, actually, some people out there don't really know what a capybara is.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I've heard the term, but I definitely had to Google
it
to understand what's that. And it's, kind of a large guinea pig, so it's somewhere
They're called
between...
water pigs because they're great swimmers and they,
But I think also what's interesting in this story, thank you, Rabia, for that, it's how the police interacts with the community and how they engage them in a way to, even for serious crimes sometimes, how much that cooperation between police and the community can bring good fruits in the general sense of engaging people in the security and the protection of their community. China seems to be doing that quite well, not only in that
And they
occasion.
seem to have quite a good sense of humor, quite honestly, with these posts.
I love that. But you can see capybaras in Abu Dhabi, actually, in the zoo there, in case anyone ever wants to see one. I was desperate to see one, and they are there. They're actually quite lovely.
Yeah,
I know
they're
some
quite
people
cute.
are like, oh, they're part of the rodent family, but it's quite nice to see a large guinea pig that swims.
The question is this guy still alive?
Yes,
not?
That's the main question.
They're urging him to surrender.
Yeah. Dr. Ellie, I feel like this is another episode that we could get into about is the capybara still alive. But let's pray right now that he'll be returned to his little friends in the zoo. Dr. Ellie, I'm sorry, I've got the giggles. But let's move on to your story. It's a new cabinet has actually been assembled in Australia, but there was a bit of disruption during the swearing-in ceremony. Disruptive children. Go on, tell me what's happened.
So this is on live TV. This is the government house where the Governor-General of Australia, so representative of the Queen, is there, and the new Prime Minister or renewed Prime Minister is presenting his cabinet and presenting the ministers, and the ministers are sworn in. However, that speech was interrupted by a footy ball coming into the room, and then the kids showing up from behind the doors where they were actually playing, and then they were invited to come in. So that disrupted the ceremony, but it also caused a huge debate in the community and over social media. Should you bring your kids there? Should they have been there? Should they have interrupted, etc.? All that discussion. It is definitely cute. The kids were there. It shows that she's a working mom. She's caring for her children, and she's a minister of sports also. So having her kids play and interested in footy and from that young age is also telling. But a big debate about whether they should have been there or not.
So
What
do we
think?
take our children to work?
I don't have any.
I don't think so.
So the answer is no for me. But I don't know what about You guys, would you take your children to work? Because remember, we've seen it quite a bit happen because Elon Musk took his son, you remember, to Donald Trump.
To the Oval Office, actually.
And he was picking his
That
nose
was a
and
fiasco.
wiping it on the
That
table.
was a fiasco.
But I must say something, I absolutely loved it. I did think it was absolutely, I thought it was brilliant. He looked so bored, but Donald Trump embraced him and it seemed to put a human spin on Donald Trump, actually, in many ways.
I think that's the thing that possibly, especially when we're talking about, you know, politicians or people, you know, in working in government, it is quite good generally. I mean, there will be, for the image, there will be, you know, a criticism about why would you bring your children to work, especially if it's government work, and that would be disruptive. But at the same time, for your image, it's great because, especially I think in the Australian ladies' case, it does show that human side, that sort of motherly side, and it is, I think it scores well with the public.
I have taken my kids to work before, when they were younger, of course. Now,
How did
now
that
they
go?
take me to their work. But again, I think it's up to the parents how the kids would behave in public. So it's not a problem to have them there. It's a problem to have them disturbing official ceremonies. It would have been lovely to have a picture with the kids to show their interest in sports since their mother is becoming the sports minister. And all of that would have been lovely if it wasn't an interruption for the Prime Minister and the Governor General and the ceremony altogether. So we blame the parents. We don't blame the children in a short...
yeah, of course.
It's always the parents' fault. I say that coming from my not having any children. But
we'll wait until you do.
Yes, and then I'll report back if I'll take them into the office with me. Could you imagine? They would love it.
And people always think that everybody loves their children as much as they do. And think their children are as cute as they think their kids are.
Big mistake. Yeah. Big mistake.
You have to be careful.
Yeah, we have to be careful. But anyway, you know what? I love seeing people's kids because sometimes it's a reflection of who they are. And sometimes it's quite sweet, actually. I'm going to just say that. But I would love to meet both of your children one day.
Okay. Yes, I'll bring them into the office next time.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for your thoughts on that and those great stories. I really enjoyed the show tonight and I found it very informative. Raya Alami, senior presenter at Al Arabiya, and political scientist Dr. Ellie Hindi. And that's all from us on W News. GNT is coming up next with Tom Burges Watson. Don't miss that. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bangkok. It's the city of angels and the Venice of the East. Bangkok is one of the most visited cities in Southeast Asia. Thailand's capital city brings hundreds of thousands of visitors from all over the world each year. The largest and most developed city in Thailand, Bangkok offers tourists a mix of modern and upscale sights and sounds while maintaining its old charm from its historical architecture and traditions that date back to hundreds of years. One of the most famous is Wat Arun, located on the west bank of Chao Phraya River opposite the Grand Palace. This is a must-see site in Bangkok, as the architectural design is completely unique to that of other temples in Thailand's capital. You can even climb its steep 70-meter high spire, which boasts the best views of Bangkok's skyline. While it is also known as the Temple of Dawn, Wat Arun is best at night when lit up, as it gives off a golden beam of light over the Chao Phraya River. The Grand Palace is the capital's most glorified and world-renowned structure. It was once the home of the Thai king, the royal court, and the administrative seat of government, and was built back in 1782. Marvel at its ancient designs, from the diverse array of Buddhist sculptures and temples that flow through the vicinity. Most popular is the Wat Prakil, or the Temple of the Emerald Buddha. Bangkok is also well known for its busy market scene. Anchored on either side of the river are boats stocked with fresh tropical fruits and veggies, coconut juice, and local food being cooked on open grills. Also popular are the floating markets Damnon Sadwak, Ampawa, and Klong Lat Mayom. Likewise, Bangkok's mall scene is alive and kicking, with enough shops stretching from Siam along Sukhumvit Road to last a lifetime. Also within Bangkok's cosmopolitan urban jungle are the expert tailors that can be seen on almost every street. You can get a tailor-made suit together for just about a week or two at a very reasonable price. Despite the city's known busyness, Bangkok also offers experiences for rest and recluse. Massage parlors can be found all over Bangkok, offering a Thai oil massage, head, neck and back massage, foot massage, and many more. One can also opt for a nature respite from the sprawling concrete jungle nearby within the city. It is known for its lush tropical trees, lakes, and raised embankments that pass unique houses on stilts built along the Chao Phraya River's edge. Auckland. Auckland is known as the city of many lovers, according to its Maori name Tamaki Makwara, as those lovers wanted the place so badly that they fought over it for centuries. A geographically blessed city, the New Zealand capital has the appeal of a small town and the style of a modern metropolis. Auckland Museum is one of the country's most recognized heritage locations. The 84-year-old museum houses the most comprehensive collection of Maori and Pacific Islander art in the Southern Hemisphere. On display are graphic textiles, carvings, some of the war canoes, ware or the traditional Maori meeting houses, as well as other 18th and 19th century portraits. Devonport is a self-contained late Victorian neighborhood of historic sites, including North Head, a British fort dating back to 1887. There are also popular cafes and restaurants within it. Find two of Auckland's picture-perfect beaches or climb to the top of Mount Victoria for 360-degree views of the city, Hauraki Gulf, and the North Shore. Waiheke Island is a place for a quick island escape. Worth visiting are the Little Onoroa, Palm Beach, and the mile-long Onetangi. Fancy a dinner nearby with a great view of the beach. A diverse mix of gustatory pleasures, Auckland is also ideal for food trips. The city is a medley of different tastes, offering diverse cuisines from contemporary Japanese dishes to all-American pizzas to healthy Thai salads and greens. Depending on your mood, you can choose from the elegant dining restaurants, or you might prefer the laid-back alfresco cafes. Shopping also keeps the city abuzz. Specialty stores include rare and vintage finds, from the gardening books and electric furniture, fiesta dinnerware and old photographs, as well as restored goods, such as vintage wooden cutting boards, southern French crockery, and white enamel cookware. There are also classic and one-room boutiques that offer pieces for men and women, with a well-curated collection of shoes and boots to match. You may also find shops featuring own-brand clothes and jewelry for men and women, sold alongside a distinct merchandise mix of non-clothing items that reflect the owner's interests. Berlin. For its exuberant urban life and vibrant art scene, visit Berlin. The German capital features a cultural scene and unique lifestyle that's both fast-paced and relaxed. Also known as the hipster city of Europe, Berlin keeps alive with its alternative cultures and styles. In neighborhoods like Kreuzberg, Neukölln, and Friedrichshain are vibrant places where locals simply chill and enjoy the relaxed open spaces and fresh air. No city in Germany is, in fact, greener than Berlin, with its forests, lakes, and sprawling parks. Berlin is also a city full of history. The World War II, after all, began and ended in the city of Berlin. Most popular are the Brandenburg Gate and the Federal Chancellery, which are reflective of the nation's rich stories. Germany's capital is also home to its major government buildings, such as the historic Reichstag or the seat of the German parliament. Of course, most remarkable are the Berlin Wall, the East Side Gallery, and the Holocaust Memorial. Historical feats aside, Berlin is also hip and happening with its streets of bars and clubs. The city has an active nightlife that guarantees massive parties and events practically every night. But the city is friendly to non-party goers too. It has relaxed beer gardens, small bars, hostels, and art galleries to suit different tastes. Famous as a city of art, Berlin has over 170 museums, including the famous Museum Island that puts treasures of the world on public display. Tourists often visit Berlin to attend ballets and operas at the city's major opera houses, as well as witness live performances by talented orchestras such as the world-class Berlin Philharmonic. And when it comes to food, Berlin has a lot to offer too. It's a great place for vegans. It has Turkish restaurants and supermarkets everywhere, and Italian, Mexican, and Asian food spots too. Food markets offering snacks, German wine and cheese, among others, will satisfy your palate as well. The neighborhoods in Kreuzberg and Neukölln are great for finding fine restaurants and quiet lounge bars, as well as dozens of coffee bars to enjoy. When it comes to shopping, there are well-known mainstream malls to visit, alongside independent boutiques nearby that offer endless choices for your lifestyle needs. One will also find small vintage stores within Berlin, some even selling second-hand books as well as high-end designer clothing. Los Angeles, the entertainment capital of the world, Los Angeles. The cultural hub boasts of more than 300 museums and tourist attractions. And yes, great weather. What to do when in LA? First on the list is, of course, a behind-the-scenes studio tour at the Universal Studios Hollywood. The most popular attraction offers tourists a chance to explore the Hollywood movie studios, including great 3D experience shows. Next is the Walt Disney Concert Hall, found on Grand Avenue in downtown LA. It is designed by Pritzker Prize-winning architect Frank Gehry, with acoustics by Yasuhisa Toyota, and has been praised by concert-goers for its stunning architecture and extraordinary sound. The concert hall is home to the renowned Los Angeles Philharmonic and the Los Angeles Master Chorale. Museums and art hubs in LA are also known for housing some of the world's most renowned collection. One may find a repertoire of masterpieces, including works of Vincent van Gogh. For fans of Hollywood entertainment, movies, television, and music, Los Angeles is the place where one will most likely see a celebrity. The secret is to dine at the restaurants often visited by the stars, such as the famous Wolfgang Puck at the Hotel Bel Air. LA is also a great destination for those who love to shop. Popular shopping centers and little kiosks around the neighborhood are frequently visited for great bargain finds. For the ultimate window shopping experience, visit the world-famous strip of stores along Beverly Hills, which is known as a place of luxury and style. Tired of the usual ways of discovering LA? Have a different view of Hollywood by heading to the Runyon Canyon Park, one of the most popular hiking areas in LA. One may also find quieter spots to rest and relax in LA. From Malibu to South Bay are the best beaches in Southern California. The 2-mile-long Santa Monica Beach is also worth the visit, as well as the Santa Monica Pier, the Pacific Park Amusement Park, and the Heal the Bay Aquarium. A true city of champions, one should also catch a game when in LA. Visit the Dodgers Stadium, one of the great cathedrals of Major League Baseball and a popular Instagram location. The ballpark has already hosted 8 World Series, and the Dodgers have won 4 World Championships. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up on today's program, the US President Donald Trump kicks off his 4-day Middle Eastern trip, arriving in Riyadh, where he's given a warm welcome by the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman as he stepped off Air Force One. Well, as was the case with his first term, Saudi Arabia is the first state visit of the second Trump presidency. We ask, what does that tell us, and what's emerged from this visit? Hello and welcome to the program. The US President Donald Trump is in Saudi Arabia for what he called a historic tour of the Middle East, his first major international trip of his second term. Without delay, President Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman signed a series of strategic agreements aimed at deepening US-Saudi ties. Well, the memorandums cover key sectors including minerals, energy, security, the economy, advanced technology, even space exploration. Well, the two leaders met in the capital, Riyadh, where they highlighted the growing partnership between the two nations. Well, Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States, Princess Rima bint Bandar, has called the visit a pivotal moment for global peace. Speaking to the New York Times, she emphasized that sustainable partnerships begin with reciprocity. She also noted that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's plan to invest $600 billion in the United States over the next 4 years aligns with both Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 and President Trump's economic growth agenda. Well, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman also met with the Tesla CEO Elon Musk, to whom he was introduced by President Trump during talks at the Al Yamama Palace earlier on today. Well, the Crown Prince and President Trump jointly greeted several other high-profile executives, including Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI. Well, let's get the latest from Riyadh, and we can speak now to Joanne Seria, who is Arabiya English's website editor. Thank you so much for joining us, Joanne. I mean, a really impressive day, a historic day. We saw President Trump getting a royal welcome, looked like a warm welcome. Just tell us what's been happening there in Riyadh today.
I would definitely say it was a warm royal welcome. President Donald Trump, when he arrived in Riyadh, he was welcomed by the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, as well as other Saudi officials. They then had a meeting, a quick meeting over coffee before heading to Al Yamama Palace, where they had a U.S.-Saudi summit, as well as the introduction of their delegates. And that's where then they later had talks, and then they both will attend, they both have attended the Saudi-U.S. investment forum, where multi-billion-dollar deals are being signed and announced there.
Yeah, some big deals, and this strategic deal that's been announced as well. I mean, this is, of course, the first state visit, the first planned foreign visit of President Trump's second term. And, of course, Saudi Arabia is the first stop of this Middle Eastern tour. What do you think that says? What message does that send out, Joanne?
It's also significant to say, Tom, that this is the second time U.S. President Donald Trump makes this decision to choose Saudi Arabia as his first destination for a foreign state visit. This says so much. This says how much of a global player Saudi Arabia is, and how important of an ally Saudi Arabia is for the United States.
And just referring to that investment forum that you mentioned just a moment ago, I mean, I was just looking at a list of some of the attendees. I mean, it's a veritable A to Z, isn't it, of some of the biggest names in global business.
I mean, it's the biggest names you can think of, whether it's in tech, in business. You have Elon Musk, who's the Tesla CEO. Elon Musk is in attendance. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, they both actually met with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman earlier in the day. You have the Uber CEO, who earlier announced that we would be seeing autonomous vehicles in Saudi Arabia this year, and many, many other big names.
Okay, so exciting news for the United States and for Saudi Arabia as well. Let's talk about that visit you mentioned, the 2017 visit during the first Trump administration, the first stop, as you said, of the president, as he was then in his first term. How much do you think Saudi Arabia has changed? What sort of a difference do you think President Trump's going to see 8 years later?
We can say so much has changed. We can definitely see now Saudi Arabia as a huge global player and a huge hub for investment globally. So many huge companies are investing more in the kingdom, and that's putting it on a bigger stage, a bigger player on the world stage. And then so much has changed internally with Vision 2030. We're coming so much closer to 2030. We have Expo 2030 coming up, with all the preparations happening for that, and then we have the World Cup in 2034 also. So these things were not announced previously, and that's all the preparations are happening for that now, as well as how much has changed regionally, and that's playing a huge role also. Saudi Arabia is playing a huge role in what's happening regionally as well.
Now, one of the big foreign policy achievements of the first Trump administration was the Abraham Accords. A lot of people asking, are those accords likely to be expanded during the course of this regional visit?
For now, we can definitely say that Saudi Arabia is not going to be joining these accords, and Saudi Arabia has made that clear many times, because the main terms that the kingdom has is the establishment of a Palestinian state. And with the Israeli war continuing on the Gaza Strip with no ceasefire in sight and no deals made, definitely the Abraham Accords will not be expanded to include Saudi Arabia, at least not during this trip.
Okay, so just to sum up this visit, obviously there are economic deals, there are geopolitical conversations to be had. I mean, it's a mixture of those two things, isn't it?
Definitely. So today's main focus, I would say, has been on economic deals. We have, again, the Saudi-U.S. investment forum happening. Again, multi-billion-dollar deals are coming out of this forum. And then tomorrow we have the Gulf U.S. Summit, where Gulf GCC leaders and the representatives will be in attendance, and they will meet with the U.S. President as well as the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. So we have the economic side, and then as well as the political side happening as well.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you bringing us up to speed. Joanne Saria, Al Arabiya's English website editor. Thanks for your time. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, let's get more analysis. We can speak now to Dr. Aziz Al-Ghashian, who is a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum and specialist on Saudi Arabia's foreign policy and Gulf-Israel relations. He joins us from Riyadh. Dr. Al-Ghashian, thank you very much indeed for your time. Just to start off with, I mean, I'm assuming there's a real sense of pride there in Riyadh that for the second time, the US president has made the kingdom the first stop of his first state visit since taking office.
Well, firstly, thank you very much for having me, and it's good to join you. Indeed, I think there is a great sense of jubilation, and I think your word is far more accurate, that there is a sense of pride. But why there is this a sense of pride? I think, in my opinion, this speaks to the success, and also this speaks to the fruit of a great deal of Saudi's labor that it had invested in trying to position itself as a middle power, a power in this evolving kind of international order that we find ourselves in. You know, time and again, we're starting to see this role of not just investor, not just a spender in other people's economies, but actually being the recipient of investment. And I think even today, we could see with the who's who coming out of the United States business elites, that they're here and they're choosing Saudi Arabia to be a destination for investment. And so there is indeed that sense of pride.
Yeah, and that's perhaps why the word reciprocity was the word that stood out for me in a piece that was written in the New York Times, an interview, I should say, with Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States, Princess Rima bint Bandar. I mean, this theme of a two-way exchange, mutually beneficial agreements seems to be quite a recurrent theme, doesn't it, surrounding this trip?
Oh, indeed. And I think maybe in another term that usually that's thrown I've had a long day, sorry, but thrown around a lot is transactionality. And I think a lot of the times that when we treat transactionality in a negative sense, it obviously has a damper on the relationship. But I think what the princess has been trying to say, or what I get that she was saying, was that there is a positive transactionality. And then when there is a transactionality that makes sense for both countries, then it has to be a win-win. And it's very interesting to see that an American first approach is actually converging with a Saudi first approach. And then when you have this kind of two nation first approaches meet, this is the kind of result that it will produce. And of course, it's also the beginning of many things. I think this is really the beginning of a great deal of development and developing into each other's economies. But also, this is where the heart of the Saudi strategic vision is to become more independent, more diversified when it comes to its economy, And therefore, reciprocity in this regard is only a strategic gain.
Sure, and the US must be acutely aware that it can't take this relationship for granted, because let's face it, Washington isn't the only player exerting influence on the world stage, nor in the Middle East. Beijing and Moscow, to name two other major powers that have a certain degree of influence as well on the region, a major degree of influence. So do you think the US side is aware of the importance of not taking this, or being perceived to take this relationship for granted?
Yes, I do think so. I think here it's really worth also looking at another buzzword that's been mentioned around the Saudi-American relationship, which is multipolarity. A lot of the times people look at multipolarity and they use it too lightly, in my opinion, for my liking. The fact that perhaps Saudi Arabia now, because there are other options that Saudi Arabia has, that they are just taking the U.S. relationship for granted. And I think this is not the case. In my opinion, I think Saudi Arabia has what I would call an asymmetric multipolar lens when it comes to this issue. That, yes, they are willing to work with the United States. They want to work with the United States, but they are willing to work with the United States so long as it makes sense to them and doesn't come at the cost of other relations with other strategic partners like China and others. So I think here the symmetry of this relationship is being reduced, in my opinion. Unlike, I think, the previous decades, we're starting to see a more organic partnership and a more sustainable one.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of is summed up in a piece that you contributed to that I was reading before this interview, in which you say the Saudis are ready to do business, but not at any price. Just tell us a bit more about what you were thinking when you said that.
Well, I think there are a few things here. And of course, as you mentioned, I am someone who also focuses on Saudi foreign policy towards Israel, and I'm following this. And that's actually what my postgraduate degree was on, looking at Saudi foreign policy towards Israel. And therefore, it was more of a response to those people that were saying Saudi Arabia will do business with the United States in exchange for a recognition of Israel. But I argued against that simplistic notion. What I was trying to say is that, listen, the Saudis are willing to do business. They are, but they are not going to reduce their strategic relations with anywhere else. And the Saudis have been very pragmatic, but also very skilled in managing these kinds of relations. So therefore, I think this is also a response to a very binary perception that is sometimes coming out too much from Western capitals, that it's either us or China. And that's not the way you want to gain much from Saudi. That isn't the way. That's a flawed approach. So I think this is what I was trying to strike at. I was saying that, listen, yes, the Saudis want to work with the United States. They do want to work with the United States. They still see the United States as their main strategic option, but not at any price. Normalization with Israel has a very big price. Trying to move away from China probably doesn't even have a price, because that's just too unstrategic. China is too strategic. So, quite frankly, people are going to have to realize that this is a different Saudi Arabia that they're dealing with before. And unfortunately, people haven't developed their understanding. Their analysis on Saudi Arabia has not caught up with the reality of where Saudi Arabia is in this evolving multipolar world that we're finding ourselves in.
Right. So you're painting the picture of a nation that is increasingly confident and increasingly assertive. And do you think that change has come about in a significant way since perhaps 2017, when President Trump made Saudi Arabia the first stop of his first term? Do you think that's going to be something he sees amongst all the other changes that have happened in Saudi Arabia during these last 8 years?
I think he probably had already seen it, in my opinion, because this is indeed a different region and a different Saudi Arabia. Of course, then, we were still talking about a ruling elite that was still 2 years into their establishment, them being ushered into power. 2030 vision was just over a year old. And there was an immense amount of respective nationalisms around the world. There wasn't a regional spirit that we find ourselves here today. And also that this idea of Saudi first, I think Saudi first, does not mean Saudi alone. And therefore it speaks to the regional lens that Saudi has, that in order for Saudi 2030 to be successful, in order for Saudi Arabia to be strong, it has to be within a stronger region, and a more stable region. And that's what we're really striving towards. And that's only going to benefit even Saudi-American relations. And also it's going to even protect Saudi Arabia from any kind of external pressure. So there is a more confident, a part of that confidence is that the Saudis time and again have actually been proven right in some aspects, such as, for example, the oil spat that took place in October 2022. That the Saudi analysis about the oil pricing was actually more astute than what the Biden administration was putting forth. And, the list goes on when it comes to these kind of presidents. So I think there is the regionality that is taking place here, seems to speak a great deal to the confidence that Saudi has.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well, just thinking about a conflict like the conflict between Israel and what's happening in Gaza, the war with Hamas. To what extent do you think the Trump administration counts on advice from places like Riyadh in terms of determining what the best way forward is? Because, for example, the idea of relocating and evacuating citizens from Gaza and positioning them in other countries was one from which there was a lot of pushback in the region. That idea seems to have been sort of more or less put on hold by the Trump administration. How much dialogue do you think, how much advice do you think comes from Riyadh and it is directed towards Washington?
Well, there is a significant amount, especially if they want Saudis to play a role. Then there are going to have to be a great deal of coordination. See, because I think right now, almost dealing with anything in the region requires to have a Saudi input. And the reason being is that more and more international actors are looking at Saudi to use their leverage and their kind of weight, whether that's symbolically or financially, or now even geopolitically, to play a bigger role. And at times, the Saudis will say, listen, why do you want us to play a bigger role to clean up some of your mistakes? You need to listen to our input in order to really help you do a better job of what you want to do, or the collective kind of goal that we're all looking for. And so, the point that you mentioned regarding, pushing out Palestinians and locating them elsewhere, Netanyahu said that he may, if Saudis want a Palestinian state, then they should have it on their home turf or on their state. That came after Donald Trump saying in the Oval Office that the Saudis are not saying that they want a Palestinian state, etc., which received a response, and a strong response, 2 hours later from the Saudi Foreign Ministry. So this is something that also other analysts kind of said this won't happen, because the Saudis seem to be more adaptive to Donald Trump, or they'll be willing to accept some of the Donald wrath. And quite frankly, I think we've seen that. Now, we've also seen a measured kind of pushback, a pragmatic pushback, a pushback that rechannels that negative energy into something what Donald Trump would probably want to hear about economic development and prosperity. So I think there is, when it goes back to your original question, there is indeed a consultation, because let's face it, if we're going to have to deal with the region, you're going to have to work with Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia is the center of gravity of the region, de facto.
Sure. I mean, you're helping us get a clear picture of an assertive country that pushes back on issues where it doesn't agree, and that isn't in the least bit afraid to do so, and promptly, as you say, within a matter of hours. Let's talk about the relationship between the two men, President Donald Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. How would you characterize that relationship, and how important do you think that relationship is in crafting the way forward for US-Saudi relations?
It certainly always helps when there is chemistry at the elite level. Certainly always helps. This is unlike the lack of chemistry that was there from the previous administration. Now, because there was a great deal of frostiness in the previous administration at the elite level, this did not stop, I think, Saudi Arabia and the United States institutions actually working with each other properly. And I think they worked well. So there is, a very workable relationship and a very, I would call it I won't say a warm relationship, if I'm very honest with you, but a very good understanding of each other. They are similar people. They speak the same language at times, the language of business, speak the same language of rationality. And while a lot of the times this allows them to converge, there is aspects where they do diverge. And we've seen that time and again. So it's going to be a manageable relationship. But again, I think at that personal level, a warmth, I won't say a warmth, a chemistry will lead to certainly to a better relationship between Saudi Arabia and the United States.
And just for anyone, for future ideas as to how to approach relations with Saudi Arabia from a US point of view, how would you advise Washington not to approach Saudi Arabia? What would be the things that a US administration should not do, behaviors they should not demonstrate if they want to achieve results and make the relationship go forward in a positive way?
Yeah. The first thing is to not treat them as an ATM. This is the first thing, and probably one of the major things. This is what I would call a Gulf Orientalism, that basically that these people are there simply to pay for our mistakes or pay for our endeavors, and they will provide this money without really thinking about it. And this entitlement almost of access to Gulf money is actually offensive. And therefore, sometimes people would still do this. Their understanding of the Gulf is still in that very Orientalist, unflattering kind of phase. So that's one thing, that if you're going to speak with Saudis, speak with them in the language of investment, speaking with them with a language of rationality, not in the language of entitlement. And that's really, in my opinion, that's the fundamental things. The other thing is that they're going to have to talk with the Saudis and not at the Saudis. And I'm not talking about at the elite level, because I know that happens. I'm talking more broadly when it comes to the respective discourses and the analysis that tends to come out from the United States, and some of the analysis that this is what you need to do to the Saudis. You need to use sometimes people will say the stick and the carrot. You got to listen to the Saudis. And this is one thing that I've come across when it comes to Saudi illusions of Saudi-Israeli normalization, that there is a great deal of what I call Saudi-splaining, that they're actually trying to explain to the Saudis what's in their interest and what they're doing and what they're thinking. And this is very, very offensive. There are Saudis that need to also voice their opinions more, in my opinion. That's why I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. And at the same time, I think it's just time to have a healthier discussion and a healthier discourse, and perhaps focus on developing a healthier American-Saudi culture of discussion. This is where a lot of the problems stem from.
Yeah, I mean, you're making it sound like, the page has been turned on some rather patronizing exchanges between Riyadh and some other cities in the world, not to mention specifically Washington. Just lastly, because we're almost out of time, I'd just like to ask you what struck you about what's emerged from this visit to Riyadh by President Trump so far.
In my opinion, I think that was the emphasis on the economic angle. I anticipated that there may be more on the defense angle, or there will be statements regarding kind of American security in the region and American dedication to, American presence. But I was not surprised to not hear that. So I think, for me, what struck me the most was how the Saudis and Americans have really emphasized on the economic angle. And this economic angle, of course, as I mentioned earlier, was really, I think, the core, the main strategic element of this meeting and of this summit. And I think it speaks to something else, that still the Saudis still would like a treaty with the United States, and the United States is something that they're dealing with, but they know that the time is not ripe for that. The political landscape in Washington, D.C. does not allow that. And therefore, I think the economic angle, or I would say an economic-heavy summit, speaks to the tangibility of some of these deals, that the economic aspect is something that they wanted to develop more and more. So I think that's the thing that really, arised for me.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you sharing those insights with us. A great pleasure talking to you, Dr. Aziz Al-Ghashtian. Thank you very much indeed for your time today.
My pleasure.
Let's get more now. We can speak to Mick Mulroy, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East and a retired CIA officer who joins us from Montana. Mick, great to have you with us once again here on Al Arabiya News. Let's just start by talking about the fact that this visit by President Trump to Saudi Arabia is the first state visit of his second term, Saudi Arabia being the first stop of the regional trip. What does that say to you?
Well, Tom, I think it really comes down to the focus of this entire trip, which is economic in nature as the primary objective. And it looks like there was an agreement signed by Saudi Arabia and the United States that amounts to a $600 billion investment, largely in the United States. So this is something I think President Trump really wanted to focus on, and it looks like it has happened right off the bat, with this being the first on the agenda.
Yeah, so President Trump is certainly, by the looks of things, not going to be going back to Washington empty-handed, and he's only on stop one, day one of his regional tour. One of the things that stood out for me was the Saudi investment minister, Khalid Al-Faleh, who said that when Saudis and Americans join forces, very good things happen. More often than not, great things happen. What sort of things do you think he's talking about?
Well, I do think, of course, this is in line with the Saudis' Vision 2030, where they want to diversify their investments outside of just the energy sector. So I'm guessing that he's referring to this not only as a big win for the United States, of course, but also for the future of Saudi Arabia and having the ability to have investments across the spectrum in other countries outside of just the arena of energy, and ultimately that is going to be the primary driving factor. But inside of that agreement, of course, is about $142 billion worth of upgrades and substantial improvements of the Saudi defense system. So obviously something the United States can play a key part in. I think I'm biased, of course. We build the best military hardware weapon systems in the world. And so I think this not only shores up their economic strength, but also their national security.
When we cast our eye back to 2017, to what was the first overseas trip of the first Trump administration, quite a lot of photographs are sort of etched in our memory. The picture of President Trump and the hosts there, Saudi Arabia, standing beside a globe. There was the sword dance. What do you think the legacy of that visit was?
Well, I do think it set the stage that he did at that time, although he didn't articulate it as forcefully, I guess is the word I would use, that economics was really the driving factor in what he would like to do as president of the United States. Economics for the United States, improving the U.S. economy, but also improving the ties with some of the wealthiest countries in the world, Saudi Arabia being one, of course, in investing in the United States, which certainly helps the people of the United States and essentially the economy of the United States. So I think this shows that it didn't change much from that time. Yes, there's a lot of pomp and circumstances with these visits, but there's also a lot of substance. And I think we saw, as you mentioned, right off the bat, that he is not going home empty-handed already, and he just started the first stop of this trip.
I mean, a lot is happening in the region, and we've been talking to other guests about how Saudi Arabia has emerged as a really important diplomatic heavyweight in the region and on the world stage. What sort of progress can we expect? Do you think there'll be any spin-off benefits to some of the long-standing issues in the region? I mean, there are plenty to choose from. The situation in Gaza, the Houthis in Yemen, the situation in Lebanon, which has improved but is still the cause of some concern, the Iran nuclear ambitions. I mean, do you think we can expect some tangible results on some of these geopolitical hot-button issues as a result of this trip?
Well, Saudi has, as you said, Tom, emerged as a key player in a lot of these very delicate negotiations, as has Qatar, which is on the trip, I think, the next stop. But when it comes to Saudi, they certainly play a role when it comes to mediation on the Ukraine issue, but more regionally, the Iran negotiation. So obviously, this has been a strained relationship between Saudi and Iran in the past, but they seem to have taken steps to improve that, and that might also align with President Trump's desire to gain a new nuclear agreement, so JCPOA 2.0, as we're calling it. That is something that is key to happen. If it doesn't happen, there could be direct military engagements by the United States and potentially Israel against Iran, which could completely destabilize the region. So it is not only in the U.S. and Iran's interest to see an agreement reached through diplomacy, but also in Saudi Arabia and the region's interest to see that happen, as the response by the Iranians could seriously damage trade, energy, transfers, all sorts of things in the region if Iran responds, as they have claimed they would, against any kind of direct military attack on their nuclear facilities.
Okay, and at the same time, I'm moving away from Iran and looking at Israel. I mean, the fact that Israel isn't on this itinerary of this Middle Eastern tour, is that something you regard as significant?
I do. I think a lot of people are wondering if there's been some kind of strain in relations between the United States and Israel. We saw the United States directly engage with the Houthis to come up with a bilateral ceasefire, if you will, that did not include Israel. We saw the United States dealing directly with Hamas to recover one of our citizens, Edan Alexander, something that the Israelis didn't want to see, at least reportedly didn't want to see. They want to be involved in all those negotiations. And so I do think there is, one could see that that they aren't included on this, something that I don't know exactly the reason, of course, but if you add all the other events recently, it does look like there's some kind of strain in relationship. I don't think it's going to be a rupture. I don't think that would ever happen. But there is some indicators that there is a bit of a challenge right now.
So you wouldn't hold out any hope that the Abraham Accords are likely to be expanded anytime soon?
Well, that's a good question. Another factor in this meeting in Riyadh is that, at least it's been reported in the media, that Ahmed al-Shara might meet with President Trump on the margins, as they say, of these meetings in Saudi Arabia. It's likely they're going to discuss what Trump usually likes to discuss, which is potential U.S. access to key natural resources. But one of the, I think, factors that al-Shara might bring up is that if we normalize relationships between the countries, that he might be interested in some kind of negotiated agreement between Syria and Israel that could lead to another member of the Abraham Accords. That's a lot of speculation on my part, but certainly I'm not the only one speculating that might be part of the conversation between President Trump and President al-Shara.
So in terms of the sort of the balance between these sort of geopolitical issues and economic issues and deals that are being struck, where would you say the emphasis is? Do you think it's sort of a 60-40 economic trade deal sort of relationship versus the geopolitical issues? Where would you say the most accent is being placed?
I think that sounds about right. I'm sure that these security issues are being discussed. They might not be leading the discussion, the Iran potential for a nuclear weapon, the ongoing war in Gaza, which of course is a significant issue for all the countries that President Trump is visiting. Likely won't see an expansion of the Abraham Accords until that is brought to an end and there is a permanent ceasefire. But I do think that he's trying to emphasize the economic aspect of this trip mostly publicly. But I'm sure behind closed doors, there's a lot of discussions on all of those issues. And hopefully some progress can be made, certainly in ending the war in Gaza and the diplomatic path toward a new nuclear agreement that doesn't involve direct military intervention.
We heard from John Alterman, Senior Vice President for the Center of Strategic and International Studies, saying this region, referring to the Middle East, is President Donald Trump's happy place. Do you agree with that? And why do you think it would be his happy place?
Well, I think he feels like he can deal directly with individuals that have the ability to make decisions when it comes to investments themselves. I mean, in modern democracies, that usually involves a lot of, congressional or parliamentary notifications and approvals and the like. So I think he feels like this is a very ripe area for increasing investment in the United States. And I think he has a very good relationship with the leaders in this area. It's not normally said to be the U.S. president's happy place, not that there's anything wrong with the Middle East, of course, but obviously so much of the strife and conflict happens there, whether it's in Yemen, whether it's in Syria, for example, and now the war in Gaza. But I think when it comes to economics and our ties with the key Gulf countries in the region, all presidents view this as an extraordinarily important region and one that would be ignored at the peril of the United States under any administration.
Okay, and just lastly, just to sum up our conversation, why is, in your opinion, Saudi Arabia such an important ally for the United States?
Well, they've been essentially from their beginning. The economic aspects of Saudi Arabia, the importance of energy throughout the world, our key strategic partner when it comes to countering Iran, obviously when it comes to countering terrorism, which we don't talk about a lot anymore, but one big terrorist event, and that's all we'll be talking about, Tom. So, and Saudi Arabia is key to all those things. And I think every president, Democrat and Republican, understand that to be the case. President Trump obviously does.
All right, we leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed, Mick Mulroy. Always a pleasure talking to you. Let's get more now. We can cross to Matt Terrell, former Chief of Staff for Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential campaign, now managing partner of Firehouse Strategies. He joins us from Washington. Matt, always a pleasure talking to you. We were just looking earlier on at pictures of the U.S. Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio traveling with the president to Riyadh. The first stop of a first foreign trip of a brand new administration. What does that tell us, do you think, about how Washington views its relationship with Riyadh?
Well, certainly, I think President Trump in particular views this as an important trip and a relationship that's worth continuing to enhance and to build on. And you saw him do that in his first term in Trump 1.0. Obviously, in Trump 2.0, he's doing exactly that, continuing to build on their successes, and that is partially investment in deals, particularly around key investments and trade. But obviously, there's diplomacy at play here as well. And so I think this is a trip that's very important, not just for investment deals being done or trade deals being done, but obviously where things stand with respect to Iran and discussions with trying to improve relations with Syria. Those are all things on the diplomacy side, diplomatic side, that are going to matter. An important trip, and so far it looks like it's off to a great start.
Yeah, I mean, diplomatically, lots under discussion. In terms of deals, in terms of trade, lot seems to have been agreed. On the deal side, what sort of stands out for you from this visit?
Well, we'll see what happens at the very end of all of this, to see how these discussions take form. But, look, I think that there's going to be likely an emphasis on deals related to AI. Obviously, defense security is going to be important as well. So we'll see where all these deals take shape. But I think going into this, it was clear the administration felt that this was largely a business trip in the sense of trying to strike continued deals for the United States. I think this administration in particular feels good about the momentum they have in terms of investment being made in the United States by key companies. And obviously, we're seeing it's not just President Trump on this trip. We're seeing a lot of different CEOs who are going to be in the room, if you will, who are at this venue as well, going to be a part of this trip as well. So it just tells you that from a private sector side, from an investment side, that's obviously vital. I think obviously AI is going to be key. Defense will be key. We'll see where the other aspects, energy will be another component, but we'll see where the rest of it goes here.
Yeah, right. And we saw the CEO of OpenAI, Sam Altman, there in Riyadh alongside President Trump. Clearly, some big deals are being struck. In terms of how this is being viewed domestically in the United States, I don't know how much coverage this Middle East trip is receiving there. What do you think President Trump has to come back with?
Well, first of all, it's receiving a great deal of coverage here in the United States. And I think it's just building, for many Americans' views on the promises that President Trump made in his campaign for president 2024. And that was that he was going to work to build relations around the world, peace through strength, and really an America First agenda. And to that end, what Americans expect is that they're going to get good deals with the United States out of this trip. And again, whether that's with respect to AI capabilities or energy, other key components that are vital to Americans nationwide. What they want is what many voters who voted for President Trump saw in candidate Trump and now President Trump and Trump 2.0, and that's a deal maker. And so I think the vast majority of Americans want good deals for the United States, whether it's on trade or whether it's on other key components, that's going to matter. So as long as President Trump leaves this trip highlighting that he has been able to expand investment in the United States, that's going to be a win for this administration. It sounds like they already feel good or announced $600 billion of investment out of this. Obviously, President Trump went into this wanting $1 trillion in investment. And obviously, that's going to be important for Americans to see that on this trip. It sounds like it's off to a strong start for the president right now.
Yeah, and since you mentioned AI more than once, let me just sort of thrash that out a little bit more, because the US appears to be happy to share its AI chips and its AI technology with Saudi Arabia. And do you interpret that as being a sign of trust between the two countries?
Well, certainly I think President Trump does have trust with these leaders. And to answer your question, yeah, I think President Trump's trying to build on that trust. I think you're seeing that not just with AI capabilities, I suspect, I'll let the administration speak for themselves on that, but I think you're seeing it just with President Trump being there as really his first official trip, if you will, as a president. That speaks volumes to what he is doing here, really trying to not just champion the golden age that he talked about for the United States, but also recognize that the Middle East wants to and is entering, if you will, many would argue, that golden age as well. And so I think it's just the timing of this is very unique. President Trump spoke on election night of that golden age that he wanted to lead the United States in. Leaders in the Middle East have talked about that golden age that they want to direct the region in. I think right now what President Trump's trying to do is have synergy, build great partnerships in the region, not just when it comes to private sector investment, to your point, but obviously when it comes to foreign policy dynamics, diplomacy, all that's going to matter right now. We'll see where this all goes, but I think Americans are happy to see a president in President Trump who's trying to build and enhance and expand relationships here.
Yeah, and since you mentioned diplomacy, I mean, President Trump is in Saudi Arabia today, a country that has shown its diplomatic clout in recent months, even several examples of it, serving as the venue for those important bilateral talks between the United States and Russia. Do you think the perception of Saudi Arabia in the minds of many in the corridors of power in Washington has changed since, for example, the 2017 visit at the start of President Trump's first term in office?
I do think it's changed, not just in Washington, but frankly with the American people. And obviously, people are going to have their different views on certain things as it relates to all these dynamics. But I do think the perception has changed. And I think that President Trump I suspect, is trying to drive a lot of that. And so, too, it appears, at least from what I can tell, I think many watching from the outside what's happening in the region, the leaders of that region recognizing the need to lean into that change as well. I think you've seen many of the leaders in the region really emphasize that. And so I think to that end, it's a two-way street. Obviously, President Trump, I think, is doing his part by going over there, being there now to try and build on these relationships, forge good relationships here as he's doing in other places around the world. And obviously, it's on the leaders in these countries to do their part to make sure that they are leaning towards that as well. I think if you have that take shape here and continue to take shape, I go back to the theme seems to be that golden age. It's something that President Trump championed here in the United States. I think it's something that leaders really, in all these countries appear to be, or at least for the most part, from what I can tell, appear to be really trying to lean into. That's how it's going to be a big part of these discussions is talk about that $1 trillion investment, key investments in the United States. All that's going to matter. But at the end of the day, I think the perception has changed, and we'll see where this all goes.
Okay, so Saudi Arabia, as we've been saying, the first stop of a three-nation tour of the Middle East, the first state visit of this new Trump presidency. One of those three stops is not Israel. Does that tell you something?
I'll defer to the administration on why they chose their itinerary here, but I don't think it tells you anything. I think right now, obviously, President Trump is doing what he's doing behind the scenes in many cases, of course, when it comes to trying to end war, something he campaigned on. And that's what we're seeing take place in the Middle East with respect to Israel and Hamas, or whether that's with Ukraine, Russia. I would just warn people that there are going to be certain things that would be taking place behind the scenes that the public's not going to see. So whether that's private phone calls with world leaders or whether that's behind the scenes negotiation, I would just urge people not to read too much sometimes into these decisions are made over travel or other dynamics that typically take place in the public stage. I think the real question is what's going on behind the scenes with negotiation. I think you're seeing momentum from the administration, particularly with the release of the recent hostage, American-Israeli hostage. So I think they feel there's momentum taking place as it relates to hopefully moving towards an end of the war. But ultimately, I wouldn't read too much into it. It's ultimately up, though, to the administration to decide what they do on travel, and let's see what they say about it as well.
Okay, so putting speculation about the relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to one side, are you confident that the Abraham Accords, which are a key pillar of the first Trump administration, a key diplomatic triumph for that administration, do you think they're going to be expanded during the second administration?
Yeah, we'll see. It's my understanding, I saw reports, and I don't know if these are accurate or not, but that Jared Kushner, who was instrumental in the Accords, kind of 1.0 Accords, if you will, may very well be playing involvement or some role in this, for the 2.0 Accords, if you will. To answer your question specifically, I think we have to wait and see. I do suspect that that's going to be discussed here on this trip. No question about that in my mind. It was such an instrumental, pivotal component of President Trump's accomplishments. He would argue, I think, and he really championed it as being a key accomplishment in his first term. I suspect something that we'll see if there's expansion on it. Obviously, that's going to be a two-way street on how that all works. But let's see what happens here. I don't think we have enough information yet to really say for certain that that's going to all happen. But I think the administration, I suspect, is going to be working with the leaders in the region to see what happens with those 2.0 Accords and where that very well could go here.
Why do you think the Middle East is so important to this administration?
Well, I think there's a number of things. First and foremost, I think, this administration really wants to continue to champion investment in the United States. And I think they see great opportunities for investment from Middle East partnerships with respect to investment here in the United States. I think the other side of this is just recognizing the core components as it relates to the challenges that we're facing in the foreign policy stage, whether that's policy related to Iran and ensuring that Iran does not receive a nuclear weapon or acquire a nuclear weapon. That's a key component of this, I think. And so you're going to likely see that, of course, without question in these discussions taking place on this trip. The other side of it is just Iran, but also Russia and China. If you think about what China has been doing in particular around the world, I think recognizing the importance of strategic alignment between the United States and other key countries, particularly in this key part of the world. And part of that's proximity to Iran, but part of it is just also the side of investment as well. So I think it's multi-pronged when you look at this. I think it's and not or. I think they look at it through the lens, the administration looks at it through the lens of putting a premium on great investment opportunities, but also putting a premium on the need for strategic alignment as it relates to Iran in particular, but also China, Russia. I think all those things are likely to be on the table in terms of discussions here taking place throughout this week.
Yeah, and we've been talking to other guests on this channel today and in previous editions about the importance of reciprocity in the diplomatic ties between Saudi Arabia and its allies and friends around the world. I mean, of course, Washington not alone by any means in exerting influence in the Middle East. Beijing and Moscow are also influential in this part of the world. How aware do you think Washington is of that influence and the importance of not taking any relationship for granted?
Yeah, I think they're very aware. I think this administration is very aware, and particularly as it relates to China, for example, to your point about the presence that they're having around the world. I mean, I think you saw that, for example, at the Panama Canal discussions that took place and where President Trump and his foreign policy team really worked to try and correct course there, in their view at least, of what needed to be done there as it relates to China's dominant role as it related to the Panama Canal. I think as you relate to look at the Middle East, I think there's no question that this administration, I suspect, has concerns around China's involvement or presence in the Middle East. I think the same can be said, though, as it relates to Iran policy. I go back to that. That's obviously front and center. I think, and I could be exaggerating a little bit here, but just about every day I hear President Trump talk about Iran not being able to and should not be able to and cannot be able to receive a nuclear weapon or acquire a nuclear weapon. So obviously, I think some of the strategic elements around that are going to be important, whether that's positioning in terms of potential military capabilities or other capabilities. We'll see where that all happens. I don't mean to be too vague with that, but I just don't want to get in front of what the administration may or may not be doing when it comes to these discussions around Iran and the Middle East, discussions that are having this week. But all in all, it comes down to this. It comes down to President Trump campaign on building relationships, trying to build strategic relationships and bring alliances into the fold here. And I think President Trump has really prided himself in Trump 1.0, his first term, on trying to, whether it's to the Accords or Abraham Accords or other capabilities, really trying to build great relationships in the Middle East. And I think what you're seeing right now in Trump 2.0 with this trip is trying to just build on that. I think they received about $450 billion in investment in Trump 1.0. He's aiming for at least $1 trillion, it sounds like, an investment in this Trump 2.0. It's partially about investment, but it's also back to Iran and other key diplomatic and foreign policy elements at the stage here. The difference between this second term and his first term, there's just a different world we're living in terms of the foreign policy dynamics. That will shape discussions this week as well.
We heard President Trump hailing the 80 years of close relations between Riyadh and Washington whilst he was there. Just where do you see that relationship heading to during the remaining 3 years and however many months left of this second Trump presidency?
Yeah, look, I think President Trump wants to continue to champion the relationship. I think he's in a position right now where he feels as though, that there's great momentum right now, not just with that relationship, but with him trying to bolster key relationships around the world. And so I think if it comes to, back to those investment discussions, and this largely being, like I said, a business trip, if you will, with a premium on investments. But again, I go back to, this is just a different world that we're living in than Trump 1.0. I think there's no question he recognizes the challenges that are taking place in the foreign policy stage right now. And one of the core themes that President Trump campaigned on was peace and prosperity, namely peace around the world and prosperity for the United States. And so every decision he's making on the foreign policy stage or when he's having discussions with world leaders is how's it going to be helping to make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. And so I think if you look at this trip, in the trips I think he will take place going forward here to the region, if he does additional trips, which I suspect he will, it's going to be through that lens, making America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. And so at the end of the day, I think the American people will rally behind the president, or at least the vast majority of Americans will rally behind him doing these kind of trips and trying to forge and build on great relationships in the region. It all comes down to it being a successful opportunities, particularly for the United States, as President Trump fulfills the promises he made to continue to lead America into that golden age. And I go back to, not to be repetitive on it, it sounds like the Middle East is trying to lead to a golden age as well. The timing is unique here, and I think President Trump's trying to seize on it.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Matt Terrell, thank you again.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
Welcome to the dressing room without Arabiya News. How are we, chaps?
Yeah, good, mate.
Good?
You?
Yeah, good.
Late again?
Late again?
Using that stick, eh?
You understand it, though.
Employee of the month.
Such a stiff, isn't he?
He loves stiff. Listen, he's proper, man. I told you, so regiment.
Listen, if I wasn't late, or we wasn't late, we wouldn't have the conversations like we just had.
Yeah.
Something interesting you just said. You wanted to book the O2 for a roller disco.
I can't believe you're throwing me under the bus here.
For a roller disco.
Only on a Monday morning.
Where are we going?
Where'd you go at work where someone goes, all right, geez, yeah. I wanted to book the roller disco the O2. I asked my agent.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we'll have to get him on for that story.
Yeah, we will. It's been an interesting week in the football world. Shall we start with the Champions League? Because I thought it was unbelievable. Inter Milan, Barcelona first, Bridgie. Did you see it?
Yeah.
What did you make of it?
Not as good as the other game.
Really?
Well, no. I just love watching PSG play.
Yeah.
I think they're, Inter's a tough game, but I think PSG are a better team. But I think Inter just, the way they defend, and then they just nick a goal. Do you know what I mean? But I prefer PSG as a team.
Yeah, PSG are a better side.
Yeah.
Can I ask you about? Did you see do you know what I loved about the Inter Milan game? The manager, but also the way that they celebrated Fratesi. Do you know he nearly passed out when he celebrated? Fratesi.
No way.
Did you just see it?
That's
Is that what he did? He had to lie down.
Yeah.
Mate, I love that. People talk about the passion. No, someone said he scored. He's like run. He went and never done the old school on the fence, and he's like and he said because he was screaming so much, the blood had gone to his head. And then he has so after the goal, if you look at him, he has to have a little. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see.
Passion in a different way. That's
passion to the point of unconsciousness.
I wanted Barca to win. I'd rather have seen a Barca PSG final, I think. And Di Maria had a great chance to the end, didn't he? Oh, if he just got that in.
I know.
And you know, I'd quite like to have seen penalties as well.
Yeah,
I think it's horrible penalties. It is horrible, but it's good to watch.
Drama, innit? It's drama. What did you make of it, Coley?
Yeah.
The game.
Well, the Inter Milan Barcelona game was very entertaining.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to find another game like that, are you?
They handled Yamal well, didn't they?
Yeah.
Doubled up on him a lot.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they did.
No,
I don't think they did.
I know they're not handled him well, but like he still had moments in the game. But he could have ended up having more. They doubled up.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, well,
they switched the fullback.
Keep him quiet.
Did you notice?
Yeah.
DeMarco and the other boy, the Argentinian. Is he Argentinian or Brazilian boy?
Yeah. But I just think that boy has got so much to give.
It's unbelievable.
Because look, even they did that, he still had chances.
Clear cut
chances. He
that
should
just
have
goes to show you how good he is, though.
He should have put them away though, and that would have been a different look on the game. And then they get the Inter Milan get the last minute goal.
Yeah,
and just gets them back into the game really. And but Barca I think Barca done what Barca was supposed to do.
Yeah,
because they was always going to score goals, but it was just how many goals. Do you know what I mean? And look, you get to the end of the game, you're winning the game. Then all of a sudden, someone comes in and puts it 3-3. Then at the end, it's bad when you think about it. It shouldn't happen. It shouldn't actually be. You shouldn't be conceding 4 goals anyway.
No.
Do you know what I mean? At that stage, you should be like watertight by then.
But it's this high line of Barcelona. Hansi Flick. People hear about Hansi Flick. He took over from. I think it was Kovac. He was Kovac's number 2 at Bayern Munich. So he's the number 2 guy. He then got the job and went on to win the Champions League with his high line. And everyone's going, he can't do it. And then everyone watched this Barcelona team. And they had games this season against Benfica, which were 5-4. There's some big high-scoring games. Again, playing with this high line. They've caught, I think the stat was they caught people offside more than any other team because it's ridiculous how they play. It's great entertainment, but I don't know whether I think Barcelona, if they just tweak it a little bit next year, maybe don't play as high with the players they've got, Yamal, Rafinha, Olmo, Pedri, Gavi. They're looking like they're back in business. I fancy them for next season or the year after.
I think they need to recruit some defenders.
Yeah, some fast defenders.
Some fast defenders. Because look, when you play that style, you got to be. If you're going to be high up the pitch that high, you have to recruit someone that can run back fast as well. Like who's the boy down at who's the boy? Is it Van der Ven?
Yeah, Spurs.
Van der Ven. He wasn't too bad because his recovery rate is unbelievable.
Yeah, Andrew's burnt his hamstrings out. When he
the recovery rate ain't that good.
But players like that's what I think you need to someone that can run the other way and recover because they're going to make mistakes and it's going to be going back and forth. But you can't be conceding 4 goals. 4 goals is too much, even at any level.
I know.
Do you know what I mean? And over the 3 games, how many goals was that?
Yeah,
over
that's
the 3 games?
7 goals. 7 goals have shipped. Yeah,
I'm looking at the defensive frailties. That's all I'm looking at.
Do we think? Well, first, do we fancy any of us fancy Inter over PSG in the final?
Listen, I told you about Inter.
You did, but do you think they could beat PSG?
They just hobble through. They're just getting through it, and then they're getting the luck. They look like they got the luck.
Yeah, but do you think they can beat PSG in the final? Your money?
Yeah, they can. I'm not betting against Inter no more.
Really?
Because every time I think they're going to trip up, they get through.
Yeah, that's fair enough. What about
There's
you?
always a possibility, isn't there?
Yeah.
I fancy PSG, but like. And those Italian teams, they just know how to grind out a result, mate.
I know.
So I think if they do it, they'd be grinding one out.
Yeah,
basically. I fancy PSG.
I think they got. Go on, Keith.
I think it's because PSG, the work rate they all have as well.
Yeah,
and they're tactically really good.
Yeah, they work hard.
Organised, they work hard, like the wingers. You see them sprinting back.
I think
that's a team that should win it. If you're going to talk about total football.
Yeah,
but Inter Milan's got that spirit and heart, especially after that last game.
Yeah, but you know what? They come up against someone like PSG. The way they move off the ball, they sprinting off the ball, the movement off the ball, quick players, passing.
But
movement.
Inter's got the most experienced players.
Did the PSG knock all the English teams out?
Yeah,
they've run through the Premier League.
That's actually impressive.
There's a moment where there was a throw in, and the manager moved one of the players. Go there, do it. Like, you go there.
Yeah.
And it kind of forced Arsenal where to go. Like, go on, let them go there. And then bang, after you just get the ball back. Like, they're so well organised, PSG as well.
Yeah. But, so, the PSG game, PSG Arsenal, obviously, we give PSG their flowers. They got to the final. I fancy them from January, December. I fancy us winning the final. But let's quickly talk about Arsenal and their performance because it was a good performance. Although in a losing performance, they created chances, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. But they had both games. I think they had about a 20-minute stint where they should have taken the lead.
Beginning of the game,
beginning of the games they should have.
On top,
especially that second game against PSG at PSG. You got to score. You have to score though. You got to put them away because if you don't, these are the repercussions.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You got a good team in PSG. They want to hurt you. I thought Vitinha was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I thought Declan Rice was decent again in the second game, but just it wasn't enough. But when you got someone like Vitinha just controlling that midfield, the pace of the game, is unbelievable. I can't believe, who had him? Wolves?
Wolves, yeah.
Like, what's going on? How do you let him go? Like, you got to build around that, surely.
Again, it just shows.
Or was it just the maturity? He wasn't mature enough.
It shows you, right? It shows you for not just young footballers out there. I'm talking about young professional footballers out there who are at a club and it's not quite working for them. Like, there's always a way. Like, you might just be in the wrong pond.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The wrong environment for you. Vitinha, obviously at Wolves, I think he's done okay. He didn't pull up no trees, but they've let him go. And he's gone to PSG and he looks. You could comfortably say he's as good as a midfielder in world football.
Yeah.
You know, he's doing it at the Champions League level, isn't he? Regularly. So for any young player there, you know, keep going because you can be that guy. I quickly want to ask you, Bridgie, about Mikel Arteta and his after the game. You know, his interviews. I mean, first of all, what did you think of it? And then, do you think he's a bit like? Do you think they were the better team over 2 legs?
No.
Yeah.
So what should I think of it? You
not
need
even
your
a
red,
question.
mate.
Yeah.
He just wasn't, was it? It's like...
What do you think he is? Do you think there's frustration with him?
Probably. It's got to be, isn't it? But also, sometimes I think it's a bit like sometimes boxers when they speak Arsenal. I know they've been punched in the head.
Yeah.
But I'm like... When you're in
What are you trying to say? Punch drunk?
but
Punch drunk?
But when you're in it, you've probably got to take a step back and go and actually watch the game.
Yeah.
Like, and see the whole picture.
Who said this
Do you
to
know
him?
what I mean?
Who said to him?
Apparently, someone on the bench said it, but the manager spoke. I said
what?
Yeah.
The bench had said that they were the best team over the 2 legs.
Do you know what? Right,
mate, they weren't. Look, do you know what they did well as well?
But was it a condescending one? Yeah, mate. Well done. You're the best team.
Yeah, well done, mate. Wink.
Yeah.
I did it. I was I?
Listen,
That's what we've got to hold on to.
Right, would you say Arsenal have had a good season?
No. Not by the standards that
Do
they
you
set.
think
They think they've had a good season.
No.
No.
I think so.
No, I'll tell you what has happened.
Go on, tell me what's happened.
Because I'm saying, if they think they've had a good season,
let's
so
put an
have
asterisk
all
on
the 5 teams around them.
Let's put an asterisk on it. Sorry, Cole. Let's quickly put an asterisk on it. I don't, by their standards that they've shown, they haven't continued their progression. So therefore, they haven't had a good season by their standards. Right?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I think they've had two ways of looking at it.
Yeah.
Right. So you got the way of looking at it as in, if you're in the boardroom, and you're looking right now as it stands, they're second in the league.
Yeah.
They got to a semi-final.
The second or third?
The second in the league.
Okay. Yeah.
They got to a semi-final.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's because they got to the semi-final. That actually caps it off a little bit better than last season.
A bit more progress.
If they finish second.
Yeah. Okay.
And they get into so, and when you're looking at that, so second,
they could end up finishing 4th.
Wait, but they haven't. So second and semi-finals, what is that? I read about 2023, 2024, right? The first and second get 175 mil each in the Premier League. Yeah?
Really?
Yeah, if you come first or second. And second. And then not even talking about how far you progress in the Champions League.
Yeah.
So monetary wise, they have smashed it. Like the owners are looking at it and thinking, well, we've gained the most prize money in both leagues, in Champions League and Premier League. If they finish second,
and quickly, we'll jump in just before we finish your point off. And also, they produced 2 top players in one there, Miles Skelly, and blooded them this season as well.
So that when you're looking at it as a whole, it's not that bad. If you're upstairs in the boardroom, Now, flip on his head, So we get to a semi-final. Nothing to show for it. You don't get no medals, no silverware. As a player, let's talk about as a player. Okay, they got this time now. Last year, they finished with I think it was 83 points. Yeah. And now they're on 68 points. That's a massive drop off. Massive drop off. That's 20 points. Yeah, if you're going to talk about the domestic season. But they have improved in the Champions League because they was in quarterfinals the last time. Now they've got semis, so they'll look at it as it's been more of an equal season. Plus we've had injuries, then we've had Havertz out at the wrong time. We haven't got a proper number 9 striker. That's not nobody else's fault but theirs, don't get me wrong. Then you've got, they've had Odegaard out for a little while, Saka was out for a little while, so they have got excuses. But I don't think it's enough for some Arsenal fans. I was on the radio the other day and Arsenal fans were calling him saying, I've had enough of him. What makes it even worse is where Arteta comes out and makes him look like a laughing stock. How are you going to come out and say, well, their bench, their bench said to me as I was walking in that we were the better side over 160 minutes. What are you talking about?
Did their manager call him out?
And then Luis Enrique gets asked the question, well, it's like that school thing. Well, he said, that Arteta, and he goes, Arteta said that they were better than you over the 160 minutes. And then Luis Enrique goes, oh, did they? I don't know. And starts laughing. Belly laughing as well. I said, I just don't know. If that's what he thinks. And then he goes, Mikel is my friend. So as soon as he says Mikel is my friend, that's when he knows. He's a good lad.
It's like when someone goes,
it's a good lad.
I'm sorry, what do they say? I don't mean to offend you.
But I don't know what game you were watching. Stop talking. Stop talking. No, you were better than us.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those. I think it was a coping mechanism for him to be saying that. But as I said, I've just rounded up Arsenal season.
Yeah.
Whether you want to think that's a good, it's a good season, that's up to you. If you want to think it's a bad season, it's up to you. I just think they've stayed stagnant.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah,
and now they're gonna have to have a big summer to go out and buy the right players. I know they've just brought in Zubimendi.
Yeah.
Whether that's what was needed now, I'm not sure. But I think I think you need a player that's going to complement Saka. Yeah, as a striker.
Yeah.
And that left side needs to be built up as well.
Right.
Those are the main places that they need to. What do you think? I don't know. Like, where would they need to improve?
Striker. Where do you think?
Striker.
Well, everyone says that, but is that the obvious
Harry
question,
Kane,
isn't it?
Probably. I think
Harry
it's coming.
Kane.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Have you spoken to him?
Mate, it's hard, isn't it? When people talk about who they should get, it's never that easy to go. Well, it's easy to say who you think they should get, but can you get them is the hardest thing in football. Even
that's what fans don't realise, do they?
Isaac at Newcastle would they let him go? Does he even want to go? Do you know what I mean? And it's never that easy to say, go and get him.
Yeah, but there's some exciting strikers out there.
Who?
Huh?
Yeah, but I've got one thing. Who can they get? Who can they get? And then you can say, well, they can get anyone, can't they?
Cole,
who could they really get realistically? Can they get Harry Kane?
You're still the most exciting striker, aren't you?
The buff, charging the bat. Look, there are listen. Who have who's PSG got? Who's PSG got? Who's PSG got?
You're like Mikel Arteta when they're asking him who sent it to you.
It's true. We're the best. We're the best. We said Evan Nilsson before.
Evan Nilsson, Gresco. I still think a perfect striker for Arsenal would be Lautaro Martinez.
How old is he now? 30?
He must be old. But listen, that's what...
It doesn't matter about age no more.
Look at Lewandowski's still banging in goals.
Yeah, he's got 40 goals this season, isn't he?
40, he's still scoring goals. I know it's then... Strikers can age later. They can.
Can they? Why am I not still playing then?
Because you can drive a bus through your legs, that's why.
No, you're right. If you don't rely on pace, definitely. You just got to be a focal point of attack.
Even if they had a striker, they wouldn't have beat PSG.
No, I'm with you.
I think they would have.
I think
they would have scored.
No chance.
I think they would have scored.
Might have scored. They wouldn't have beat them.
I think if they had Havertz on the pitch, and he was playing number 9, I think it would have been a different.
Really?
Game. Yeah, definitely.
Okay,
I think that's where they're lacking. I think that's just where they're lacking. That's the next level for them, and then they can come up to par at least, and then it's a toss of the coin.
Yeah. Do you remember with Arsenal? They're like. Do you know what they're reminding me of at the moment? For the last 20 years, they're constantly like they keep getting the same jigsaw out, and they keep missing a piece. They get, and they get to frustrating. Like, and you've done it for all this time. Under Wenger, it was like, we need a holding midfielder. We need a holding midfielder, and he'd go and buy a number 10. And he'd go and buy a number 10. You know, and it seems now it's like you want to say to him, listen, just buy us. Even if I don't believe I'm going to buy a centre forward, I just go. If I'm Arteta, I'm going to buy a centre forward because. I'm not. As soon as we miss a chance, everyone in the media is going to go.
But after he buys that centre forward and they still don't win the league, well, then it's an Arteta problem, then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So that's why I said next season, if they'll go and get what they're supposed to go and get, there ain't no more excuses. There's no places to hide.
Yeah.
And if you're going to talk about injuries, then that's on you because you need to get a better S&C coach. Do you know what I mean? It's all up to you. The ball's in your court once you've got these players and the players that you think you're missing. And if you don't get it right, then I think they have to look at Arteta's job.
Okay. Well, Coley's writing him off. That's all right.
I'm not writing him off. I've said go and get the players that you think you're missing, then you can judge him.
Yeah.
Right now, he's got an excuse.
Yeah. Listen, I think he'll be there, and I think Arsenal fans... My opinion, Arsenal fans who think he should go, I think it's ridiculous. I think what he's done for your club's been brilliant, but next year's crucial for them. I'll move on quickly to the Thursday nights, the Europa League, like English clubs back door into Europe, like Spurs and Man United.
How you finish 16th and 17th and still get to qualify for Champions League spot?
I know.
What kind of nonsense is this? What kind of world are we living in?
they found the small print. You know, one of them like when you
lawyer.
Do you agree?
They come in lawyered up.
Spurs and Man United coming in lawyered up, right? Just a quick confession. I didn't even tell you boys this. Right? We at TNT Sports. They all went out we sent some people out to the Arctic Circle for the Bodo Glimt, right? So just before
we sent some people. I didn't want to go.
I did not put my hand up to that one, mate. I prefer to run into a few polar bears and some Spurs fans. Things that I say about him. No, honestly, hilarious. It would have been fun. I had some great banter planned for us, you know that. Right? So I rung up TNT Sports, and I had 3 Bodo Glimt shirts on order. two larges and an XL, right? The guy's he's like, right, he's going to go to the club shop. By the way, listen, hold fire, because I don't want. Listen, you know how tight I am. I don't want to spend a couple of £100 and be landed with 3 Bodo Glimt shirts so we can't leave. So Spurs fans, you got off. We'd have actually signed them all. And
he said hold fire. They've scored.
Yeah, they scored. So it would have been great.
That would have been funny, man.
In all fair, so. Spurs, we have to give them their flowers, Bridgie, didn't we? They've gone to the Arctic Circle. First team.
They've gone to the
And your speech afterwards, I liked. In the change room, I see a clip. I liked it.
You did, didn't you?
Yeah.
What was it? What was he saying?
I can't remember. It was just like, it was just a chat to all the lads, you know what I mean? To like give them kind of a pat on the back, and we've stuck together. And I mean, he started to give it, and 2 of the lads walked in who were out, obviously doing interviews, and then they started all cheering again. And I think it was the way he spoke. It felt like there was a togetherness with the players. They know they're going through a tough time.
Yeah.
But it felt like they were together hearing him speak.
Yeah.
That's what.
Did he show? I didn't know he had that in his locker. I didn't see that.
He was basically saying like how proud he is of everyone because of all the stuff they're going through.
What are they going through?
They're getting abused all the time, mate. Mentally, that's not easy to get abused mentally all the time. They get from the outside, do you know what I mean? And he's proud that they've gone and got that result, and he's proud that they've stuck with it. Do you know what I mean? And it felt, for me, I get it, they've been rubbish, but it felt like there was a togetherness in there that let's go and win it, and are we gonna one of them to everyone else who I
get what you're saying.
He's trying to do the siege mentality.
Give me a break. I was even lying.
What was all right then?
I was even lying.
You seem to not like. What would your Ange Postecoglou?
Yeah.
What would you
just
say
being Bodo Glimt in the Arctic Circle? What is your address to your team?
So we got off the hook there. Like, why? It's Bodo Glimt.
Let me say now, mate, you ain't getting the job if you sound like this.
We're lucky we got through this. Yeah, we're 17th in the league. This is relegation form. We're relegated. Listen, Bodo Glimt can be Bodo Glimt, yeah?
If you ever need your spirits lifting, do not bring him in.
I'm not having it.
You're usually a really happy person. Like, bring a bit of...
Because this is nonsense. They shouldn't be in the final.
Oh, come on, let's stop talking about this then. Let's get on to the next.
No, they need to be talked about.
We talk about him every week.
This is nonsensical.
I don't want to talk about these again. Come on.
Okay.
We're talking about it after.
Anyway,
let's not talk about United either.
I only beat them 2-0.
Listen.
On the Astro.
Spurs are in the final. Congratulations to them.
Well done.
Did they do what Carlton said and play those young players?
No.
That's probably why they got the result.
That's why I wanted them to trip up, that's why.
Did you think I'm just going to listen to you?
Yeah, I was like, listen, you need to play the young players, Ange. Yeah, go on.
Psychological. Bodo Glimt nearly made themselves a few £100 on some shirts. Unfortunately for them, didn't happen. Manchester United, on the other hand, won impressively at home to Bilbao. And I just want to turn your attention, Bridgie, to Mason Mount, because his goals were fantastic. And it's just, for me, it's great to see Mason on the pitch playing. You know, like, people used to forget a man.
Doing well, I'm happy for him. I'll say I'm happy for him, not really. That's about all I've got to say on that.
Yeah.
Subject. I'm just happy for him.
Just for him, yeah. Just for him.
I'm not a Man United fan, am I?
Yeah,
so
not bothered about him. Yeah,
I'm not really
I've got something
bothered
to say. Well done to.
It just seems so, like you said, it just seems so weird. You've got two teams who are having such a bad year in a final. So what does that say about that cup?
Well, exactly.
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
But you say that. See, like. that cup, Europa, you got a point.
But Coley, listen, they've changed the rules of it now. Like, I don't want to be like the bearer of like bad news or seem like you're bitter of Spurs and Man. You get into the final because I'm not. But the reason not having the Champions League teams,
don't like you.
not having the Champions League teams drop down has seriously weakened this competition.
Nah, I'm not having that.
What?
Nah, because basically there's only one.
He wants to disagree with everything.
No, there's only one Champions League team. Yeah, only one Champions League that's dropped down. That's gone on to win it.
Really?
Yeah. So.
All right, Stato.
Mate, I'm just letting you know, innit? There's only been one.
What you got there?
There's only been. That's all in my head.
Really?
Yeah? I do work, colleague. You know what I mean? I do. You know what I mean?
Is that right?
There's only one Champions League team that's dropped down. That's gone on to win the Europa.
And that was Chelsea.
I think it was like someone like Lazio or something like that.
Please,
try
listeners at home,
me,
please get your own stats.
Yeah. Try and prove me wrong.
It could be quite an interesting game, though, couldn't it? That final.
Oh, interesting.
There could be all sorts of like mistakes happening.
Oh, mate, it's gonna be end to end. That's one thing it should be.
Yeah.
If they try out a 0-0 and then penalties, then there's a ball fest. I'm not having that. But these two teams, they score and they concede, so it could go any way.
Do you know what? I don't think it's in Bilbao. The final. It's a fantastic stadium. The amount of phone calls I've got for tickets is made me quite annoyed actually, like because I didn't play for Spurs. And I ain't got access to tickets, so you are.
Come on, don't be asking
get
for
your
it.
own
But it's
tickets.
because you're TNT, though.
There'll be loads available.
Yeah, no Spurs.
There'll be loads available.
No, there ain't actually. There ain't actually.
Is it 20,000 capacity?
It's 20. There ain't actually. So that my friends are only messing. It's a massive game for them. They're all going out there.
Massive for both teams.
Spurs and Man United. Let's talk about first of all, who needs this more as a club, Manchester United or Spurs, to win this tournament and get
Spurs, man, the Spurs ain't won.
I think they both need it, and I don't want either of them to win it. So I can't really.
Well,
but they both need it, mate. I think.
Yeah, they obviously, but imagine this though. This is the scenario.
Go on.
One of them loses,
right?
Yeah, and they're both where they are. That is a nothing season. Imagine Spurs lose and they finish 17th. Imagine Man United lose and they finish 18th, 17th, whatever it is. It's a poor season.
Someone doesn't rescue.
Heads needs to roll.
It doesn't rescue your season. But if you lose, it makes it even worse. It makes it really bad.
Rescue their season. It does rescue their season.
No, it doesn't. No.
Silverware rescues their
fans
season.
won't be happy with just that.
Yes.
Spurs fans, they'll be delighted.
Spurs fans will be delighted.
Spurs fans will. Man United won't be.
Yes, they will.
Do you reckon? No.
Yeah,
Spurs fans will be happier than what Man United are.
Mate, effectively, they would have had a better season than Arsenal.
Although it's quite bad if you lose to Spurs, actually.
Effectively, they would have had a better season than Arsenal. They got silverware.
Yeah,
that's true. I think whoever wins it would have saved their season through the back door.
Saved this.
It wouldn't have saved their season, I'd say.
It does. The silverware. Anyone that gets silverware at this stage of the season are flying, and it's going to be one of these two.
From the depth.
That's why everyone's booing. That's why. Because how do you have a poor season like that and still get silverware? And then you got Arsenal flying high, and they don't get nothing.
Would you rather win one of the cups in England or win that?
Ooh, good question.
I'd rather win that.
Europa League.
It's Europe, mate.
No, I think I'd rather
FA
Cup. Here.
I'd rather win the FA Cup. Well, that's because I have done. I ain't won the
FA Cup and get Champions League.
You've won the FA Cup.
Yeah. FA Cup and Champions League.
Yeah.
Not going to go on the European stage, no.
I don't know, man.
No, not because it's at the bottom of it.
Yeah.
I'd rather win one.
There is a layer under it.
There's another layer.
There's anything lower than that.
Chelsea are in the finals.
Europa Conference League.
Listen, that's what it's all about. Me and Colin knows all that.
But yeah, come on, green light crew.
But
even let's talk about Chelsea.
Yep.
So that's leading on to Chelsea. So now Chelsea, mate, they've done what they've had to do.
Yeah.
I think it's a great season for them. They're 5th in the league.
Yeah. If they get Champions League.
And they get Champions League.
If they get Champions League and they win the Conference League,
They've had
Enzo's done a fantastic job.
From where they've come from,
where they've come from,
100%.
Now here's the asterisk on it, right? If they win the Conference League and miss out on the Champions League by, this is where football's mad. By say they could effectively miss out on Champions League by 1 point, right? That's 1 point, over the course of 38 games. Does that make it? If you've got to look at it and step back and go, all right, we're going to take a hit financially, but does that make Enzo's job any less remarkable if he gets another 2 points? I don't think so. I think the club was in such a mess, and I think he's come in and I said at the start of the season he's had the hardest job in the country because
40 players.
40 players. Imagine dealing with 40 players and all of different situations, all with different characters. Then you've got an expectant crowd. You know, I sit in the Chelsea end and watch, and very expectant and Enzo's constantly all season gone, he's trying to explain to the fans, this isn't the Chelsea that you know and love, this team. This is a work in progress. This is like, Chelsea fans are not used to that. So expectations, the realism of what he's had to do and navigate all the way to a European final. Granted, it was quite seamless. But if he was to even if he missed out on Champions League football by a point, I think there's been progress, and it would be stupid to think, we'll change it up again. You know, this is a process. This time, Chelsea's project is going to be, I think it's not next season, the season after, if Chelsea have to be competing and challenging for all trophies, Champions League and Premier League.
I've got to say is about, seem to be saying this with every team.
Yeah.
From where they've been. Yeah. that's the quote of this season.
Yeah, yeah.
They've done well from where they've been.
Yeah.
If you saw them 5 years ago or 3-4, they've done well. But this is Man United we're talking about. This is Chelsea we're talking about. You know what I mean? This is Arsenal. We're even saying that we're giving Arsenal grace as well from where they've been under Unai Emery. So this is what. That's why I'm saying you can't be calling these other leagues, PSG's league, Liga 1, and then Barcelona, the Spanish league. You can't be calling them Farmers League.
No.
We can't. Not after the season that we've had in the Premier League.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, and listen, our Farmers League still got to a Europa Conference League final.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So we're the best of the Farmers Leagues then, because we're still farmers. We all must be farmers then. We can't be belittling other groups. And then we're looking at us and thinking we're better than everyone. We ain't got no one in the Champions League final this year.
The big one.
The big one.
Main dog.
We've got the Farmers League Champions League.
Yeah. We are best of the rest at the moment, that's for sure.
I'm telling you.
Right, I'll quickly pose a question for you. For the London clubs. Chelsea, the three London clubs, Chelsea, Tottenham and Arsenal. West Ham, it's just been a disastrous season. We'll get into them in the second half of the show.
You have to.
Yeah. But which fans, Chelsea fans, Tottenham fans and Arsenal fans are all unhappy? Who's the unhappiest of the fan groups at the moment?
Spurs, isn't it?
Do you think?
Yeah, Spurs all day.
There's been protests. All of them, apart from Arsenal, there's not been protests. There's just been like murmurings at Arsenal.
Yeah, well, but Arsenal can't really. You can't complain. They've done all right.
Because Arsenal do that. They go, yeah, we're great, and then, oh no, we're not. Oh yeah, we're the best. Oh no, we're not. Do you know what I mean with Arsenal fans, isn't it?
Yeah, they're like,
beat Real Madrid. Yeah. Go, no.
They're literally all or nothing.
Get over it. You're not winning anything.
What's that group of someone? Grow up.
Grow up.
Is that Prime? Was that a Prime documentary on them? Was that called All or Nothing?
Yeah.
That was called All or Nothing. Yeah. That's what they are. That is their show.
You know,
All or Nothing.
I don't think people really. People don't hate Arsenal. Really
it's their fans.
It's literally just their fans. I said something today. I was down at St Mary's. And they were talking about, the game, what do you want? And I was like, do you know what? I just want City to finish above Arsenal because I don't like them. And I want Saints to get a point and not equal Derby's record. And so I went, what do you not like about Arsenal? I said, it's not Arsenal, it's just the fans, isn't it? And someone so I went, I'm an Arsenal fan. I went, yeah, but you actually look quite friendly and all right, and not like a deluded one. You see some of these deluded ones.
Yeah, they do give them. The deluded ones. They got a big mouth as well. They're loud.
Yeah,
They're loud.
Yeah, and
just keep it amongst yourselves.
Do you know what? I take my hat off to them. They just chat and they love it. Yeah, we're this.
Mate,
and
I saw
I'm just like, mate, you're coming down to earth in a minute.
Yeah, I saw a fan, Bridgie. Right, I swear down. I heard a fan. Yeah. Saying they're a bigger club, Arsenal fan, saying they're a bigger club than Real Madrid.
You're laughing like...
This guy...
No, do you know what? That was the...
It was a podcast. He wears the headphones. He wears the headphones outside. I think that's AFTV.
Right, okay.
With Robbie. Robbie, I love Robbie. Like, he's looking at him thinking... Bro, what? You can't say things like
we're
this.
Live.
We're live. We can't say this.
You're making people hate us more.
So it's those type of fans, I think, is rubbing up Arsenal fans the wrong way. Because they're not all like that.
To watch. I love it.
They're not all like that.
Yeah, it's not all like that.
But big up Robbie though. Big up Robbie. He's a good guy and he understands.
Yeah.
He's not deluded.
Right.
He's actually sensible.
Yeah.
And we need more Robbies in this world that get it, like that don't mess around and start saying things like that guy.
Yeah.
Because that guy is on a different. Do you know how hard it is? No. Do you know how bad it is?
Yeah.
You got to look at that one guy. Yeah. He started to infect Arteta. Arteta's come out. Arteta's come out with the delusion too, bruv. It's affected him. I don't know. He must have coughed on him or something like that. He's got the disease. Arteta's the staple-minded one. Get it right, man. Come on, Arsenal fans. We love you.
Ain't that some of the footage, like some of the videos that have been going around? Was it? Did Paddy Power send?
That was hilarious.
A trophy that.
Did you see it, Bridgie? Paddy Power.
I don't know if I've seen it.
They
sent a trophy because I think Arteta said we were the best team in the tournament, so they sent a huge trophy.
Oh no, I've seen it. Yeah.
And they posted it outside the Emirates. Yeah. And the thing about the ribbons were waving in the wind as well. It looked so good. And what did it say? What was the trophy?
Best team in Europe.
Best team in Europe. That was their trophy,
mate.
The best team in Europe. Unbelievable.
That's the problem.
And you know what? One of our pals.
Yeah.
He had to get up before as well because he knew it was going to happen. Tel knew it was going to happen before he put in the group chat.
Yeah.
Oh, Paddy Power onto something. Watch what they do.
Pending. Banter pending.
When I saw it, I was just creasing up.
It's so good. So that's nothing we never had, did we? We didn't have that. Like, how would you be as a player? Like, you know, when because it's all like laughing and joking. So ultimately, it's going to come into your team at some point. As a player, would it annoy you, or would you just think that's good banter?
That's good banter. You got to go.
It's like if you're getting battered by your mates, isn't it? It's banter. This way, you got to know it's coming. You know it's coming now. Socially, you just got to think, I'm going to get something at some stage. You've got to try and laugh about it.
Yeah, I suppose so.
No, but come on, like when the gaffers set you up like that. It's like, come on, Arteta, just keep it quiet. Then Paddy Powers just jumped straight on it. And then now it's like...
I'd like to think I wouldn't be stupid enough to say
now.
something like some of them say, like, oh, we were the best team. I'm not to think I'm not that stupid.
Can we talk about what we were talking about earlier?
What?
With what you said about when you signed for West Ham and you made the mistake in the
yeah, but let's not go
okay.
Let's not go into that. Cut. Use it as a stepping stone.
Yeah. All right. Just a quick one for anyone out there. Did you see Jose Mourinho's with the press conference when they asked him the question?
Yeah. About why he picks his players.
Why he picks his players.
Oh, go on.
It was hilarious. The long-winded question from the journalist. Like, what is it that makes you, like, how do you pick your team? Is it on what you think you'll see your team in training, or is it sometimes how you look at the team? And it took for a minute, look at the opposition team, and then do you adjust your tactics? And you can see Jose just got that. Nah, mate, what I do is I get 25 coins and I throw them up in the air, and the ones that land on the table, they're going to be the ones I play. and the ones that are off, they're going to be the ones at the bench, and then I'm out in nightclubs all week in Istanbul, and then I just do the same thing again. I see the journalists, the journalists be going, and then
really?
Who's
writing it down? Oh my!
He's not like, it's just. Sometimes I think I like managers when they're just honest, and he just had he just didn't want to be there. Just let him know.
Well, it's just silly questions, isn't it?
Yeah, silly questions.
How dare you ask me a question? This is how I run my team.
Listen, we've run a whole podcast on silly questions. Let's not. We should let's keep the
keep it going. Keep that fire burning.
When you said being honest, then I was like, do you really believe that, Joe?
No.
You're just being honest. You're just being honest.
I'm just so glad I landed on that table sometimes.
He throws up the coins in the air, and that's actually being... Yeah, he was just being honest.
Joe's on the table. That's the end of part 1. See you later.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Part of the fun of the movie is like these guys, they're not special. They're not as special as like Captain America or Thor. They don't have those abilities. They don't have, you know, the moral compass that they do. So finding those things is what was special about the movie and special about playing the character, radiating those things that make them special. Really fun to do, and I think we achieved it. So, but yeah, that's what makes it special, is how not special we are.
A great day. It's electric here. It's like finally here. It's honestly, I feel so proud of what we've done, and it's just amazing that the day has finally come. It's kind of surreal. What's so special about my character? She can disappear and come back again. She phases. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's really cool. She also has a really cool new suit. Her suit in this is pretty epic. I think it's amazing. It lights up and everything. Her personality is very, 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 very dry, very cold. She doesn't play well with others. She's very much a lone wolf. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how that happens in this movie.
A lot of stunts, different kind of stunts that I'm used to doing. You know, I did a lot of stunts on Top Gun, but that was a lot of flight-based stunts, and so this was very physical. And that was really hard, but it was also really gratifying to work on not just like how you look, but how you're going to be able to actually do these stunts over and over and over and over again. So the actor, you just better be up to speed, otherwise you're going to fall behind and you're going to mess the whole thing up.
We tried to make a movie about, you know, an internal struggle that I think everyone deals with at some point or other in their lives, and I hope that along with all the fun and the action that goes with it, if that connects with people, that would make me very happy.
Being in a limo in the Utah desert was just so funny. We're all in the thickest and the hottest super suits ever. We're in the desert in a limo that does not have air conditioning, and we're in it for 20 minutes at a time shooting a scene where none of us can hear each other. It was hysterical, and we all went crazy that day. Kind of like how I jumped off the building with the delicate leg. It's pretty nerve-wracking. I fought so hard to do that stunt. I was emailing heads of companies and productions like every week, basically being like, if we do this, it will mean this, 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 and this. And I'm grateful that I was allowed to do it, but it's still kind of wild that I was allowed to do it. I mean, we broke three records. Heidi Moneymaker was the stunt coordinator who did the stunt, the first female stunt coordinator to do a stunt that high. My stunt double, first stuntie to do a stunt that high. I was the first actress to do a stunt. Like, we did it all.
Let's talk facts. The Avengers are not coming. Who will keep the American people safe?
There's some big threat out there, and you are gonna help me stop it.
Wait, us?
Yeah, you.
Jake, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you so much. Congratulations on this film. These characters are an endeavor. They're endearing and crazy at the same time. They must be a joy to play with.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, I mean, these actors, can you believe it? I mean, they're just so impressive. It really makes it easy to build team dynamics and get into that depth because they have so much to give.
Everyone here has done bad things. You can't escape the past.
So you can do something about it now, or live with it forever.
What do you feel was their main source of inspiration, them as actors, and obviously for you at the helm of it? Was it the comics? Was it the fan expectations? Was it what Thunderbolts mean?
I think when you have actors like this, I think, you know, they want to be given material worthy of their talents. And we really just tried to think about like what a story would be that would be fun and obviously function as a summer blockbuster and give you all the things that you expect from a Marvel movie, but also some things that you don't expect. And some real kind of internal character beats and really struggling with things that feel, you know, more relatable in a human context. Like that was always the kind of excitement about getting to have a cast like this.
You thought you were going to be some great saviors? You can't even save yourself.
We can't do this. No one here is a hero.
Yeah, no, absolutely. When you have actors of that caliber, do you let them give more essence to the characters, or they have to stick to a script, or it is a collaborative effort?
It's absolutely collaborative. Yeah, we had 2 weeks of rehearsal before we started. And, you know, that rehearsal is really less about putting scenes on their feet and here's how we're going to do the beats, and much more just about conversations and going through each of the scenes, really making sure that we're all on the same page. And, you know, I think with actors like this, of this caliber, if they tell you that there's a beat that they don't understand or that they don't think feels honest to the trajectory the character is on, like, you really should listen to that because they, you know, obviously you're trying to create a story from a overall perspective and you need it to go certain places, but they really ground you in that core character perspective, and the script improves so much in those last few weeks through those conversations and really making it more and more their own.
When I look at you, I don't see your mistakes. That's why we need each other.
Okay, that was really good.
We are the Thunderbolts!
Can't call ourselves that.
God, thank you.
I assume they worked together as a real ensemble, as in they hung out together, they discussed it together, they lived it together, right? It seems like those kinds of people.
Yeah, no, it was so much fun on set. Like, people hung out and, you know, different actors know each other from different, you know, projects that they've been on, both in the MCU and out of the MCU. But the camaraderie and the chemistry really formed very, very quickly with them. It was great.
This has makings of team that can rise to glory.
It is always important to keep the real ratio between the characters, the real life sets, and visual effects. So, how important was that for you on this one, and what did you focus on the most?
In every aspect, we always just tried to do as much kind of practically as possible. And in the end, look, there's a lot of beautiful visual effects in the film, but they're made better by being paired with real sets and, you know, shooting as much in camera as you possibly can. And I think from a design perspective, we tried to scale down the sets to a level that we could just build all of. And these were massive, massive sets, but that's because we weren't relying on oh, we're just going to build this corner and then we'll extend the rest of it in CG. So that way, when you're watching an emotional scene, you're not focusing on the edging from the green screen on the background of their heads. There's nothing to really take you out of it. Like, they're in those places. And for them too, like, they're stuck in that vault and it's dark and, you know, it's oppressive and it feels the way it would feel for those characters. So I think, you know, everything goes with everything else like that. The performance informs the design informs the performance, and all of it adds up to something that hopefully feels more tactile.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Thanks so much. Yes, you too.
This team can be the heroes on the Wheaties box with the little giddy toy.
I'm sure you guys are having fun doing this together. Hello.
Yeah, we are.
I can imagine. Well, it feels like it was also the vibe of the film. I mean, this was a real ensemble of the we're always hanging out together kind.
I mean, sort of. It wasn't like we were like living in the same house, you know. Like, but we did have a couple of fun pool parties and stuff, but everybody had their own lives. You know, we're adults. I have kids. It would be weird to, you know, have sleepovers.
No spring breaks.
Yeah.
We played games as well.
Yeah. It was just fun. It was, you know, sometimes you have to like force it. You know, and like we just did it. And that's what I can say is like there was no forced anything. Everyone just really got along and had fun, but we weren't like playing Twister on the back.
God only knows the blood on your hands.
Pretty ludicrous coming from the dime store Captain America.
I'll have you know I was actually the official Captain America, so.
Yeah, for like 2 seconds.
Hannah, were you amongst the three the one that had the most physical action scenes, or it's just what I saw?
Oh, great. I mean, she's physical. She's definitely, I mean, we all had, I think I definitely,
No
I mean, all of our action sequences are amazing. I mean, your high kick is insane at the beginning. That was incredible. I was so impressed by you. But no, definitely Ghost, I mean, me, like, as an actor, like, the suit was, I mean, it looks insane. It looks amazing. I'm so happy and, like, proud of that suit. But it was a tough cookie to really kind of bake in and marinate in. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
Oh no.
Who are you?
I'm Bob.
Who sent you, Bob?
Nobody. You were all sent?
Obviously, some of you already had the story with the characters. Others know the backstory of their characters. So how do you deal with that, with staying ahead of the audience and not divulging too much?
It sets a new tone. It did feel like it wasn't like everyone sat down and kind of had to readjust what their expectations were and then kind of surrender themselves to what they were witnessing, and that was kind of cool to feel energetically in the room.
Yeah, there was a lot of double looks after the premiere. It was like, good movie.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. They didn't quite know how to put it into words, but it was like that was really good, and it, I think, makes them think on the way home, like more about you know, things in their life, and normally they would probably be thinking about on the way home from a Avengers movie or MCU movie or whatever, you know.
What has been the best fan reaction at the premiere so far?
I saw
that for me. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just saw a guy who was dressed fully as Bob in the scrubs that had been shot off.
You're like, how did you know?
I was like, how did you?
Oh, it was in the trailer. Yeah.
It was in the trailer, but he said Sentry was his favorite character of all time.
Really?
I don't question if he was lying to me.
My favorite reaction was when, in the audience, when they applauded in a certain moment in the movie where we actually choose to do something good. And everyone, it was a thunderbolt moment, and it was like, yeah, you go, Glen Coco moment. You know, like it was like I felt very proud of us.
Thanks so much, you guys.
Thank you. Thanks. On that note.
How crazy is it to think of all the monumental fights that happened exactly here where you're standing? Look at you. You are all so adorable. Let's talk facts. The Avengers are not coming. Who will keep the American people safe?
Hello, Geraldine and Julia. Hope you're well.
Thank you. I hope you're well too.
How much fun did you have starting with you, Julia, with the delectable Val?
I had a delicious time. I had a lot of material to sink my teeth into in this particular film, and it was a real treat to play someone who is so power-driven and power-hungry and somewhat insatiable when it comes to power.
How did you work on the dynamic of the two of them, Geraldine and Julia?
I think it was just like it came organically for us.
Yeah.
And you know, I think we just we all know this dynamic, I think, very well. I've worked for people before, and so I think it just sort of we got to dig into that.
Improvisation is allowed in these things. We're talking about characters that, readers know, and then viewers know, and then people talk about. But, when you're Julia and you want to put your own flavor to her.
There's a little bit of improvisation, but there isn't tons. It's very script driven, and understandably so. And the strength of improvising can help you even within a script. So it's a skill set that's always in use, in fact.
Look at you. You are all so adorable. Just think, I send you down there to kill each other, and instead you make nice and you form a team. Who is this old Santa?
I'm Alexei Shostakov, the Red Guardian.
What?
And how important is humor in all this? Because, these are action movies and dark characters, but, the comic relief, I feel, is important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what keeps us entertained. And I think that, there's, really kind of nuanced, darker moments, but also really funny and silly moments as well.
Alexei, have you slept?
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
I'd like not to die today, so maybe somebody else should be driving.
It's always great to talk to the fans in premieres like that. So do they surprise you? Do you get surprised about, how well they know things or how much?
Yes, I am in awe of the expansive universe of fans for this world. I just cannot get over it. Actually, I find it very moving that people are really invested in the stories and in the characters. I think that's fantastic.
How was the premiere last night?
It was a blast. We're a little tired.
Yeah, we're exhausted, but it was a total gas.
Well, thank you. My time is up. It's lovely to talk to you, ladies. Have a lovely day.
You too.
You too.
Thank you.
I click leave on porch. Your subordinates will be reported to DoorDash HQ.
Alexei, it's me. Open up.
Milena? Elena!
Hi, Dad.
Hey.
Hi. How are you guys?
Good.
It must be fun for you to do the interviews together.
Yeah.
little bit of catch up. But let's talk about those characters. They have so much story with you and so much backstory themselves. So is it a joy to take them on again?
Oh, yeah. They're such large characters. They're so big and they're so broad. And they are so flawed. And it's such a wonderful thing to be able to come back into this world and also have something to work with, to have pain to work with, to have history to work with, to have relationships that they're figuring out how they work this dynamic. It's a really enjoyable. It was a really enjoyable script to wrestle with when I initially got it.
And one of the interesting developments has been that, like, you know, last time we saw them, Natasha was in the picture, and now she isn't. And that's a big change in terms of the dynamic, the kind of father-daughter dynamics of his expectations of her, or his feelings about her, or his, it's just very, it changes things a lot, and they really went there and really let us play with that stuff.
Because it's so dark and they're such deconstructed people, how important is it to have a little bit of humor here and there?
I mean, it's crucial. You can't make these movies without humor, because otherwise it would be terrifying. It would be so scary for so long.
Yeah, and also, I mean, fundamentally, there's a little bit of a silly. I've always felt this about superhero costumes. It's like, you know, it's a bit like wearing drag or something. Like, it's like you have to acknowledge the form in a sense. It's like it's wacky. This world has a wackiness to it, and unless you're playing a little bit of that heightenedness, I think it can get a little. It can be even more silly.
Although Batman did it.
Don't they make?
Well, Dark Knight Rises, they don't have any. It's a proper movie.
I guess you're
right. It's like a serious, scary movie.
I guess you're right. I'm gonna rethink it. Actually, let's get back in the edit room. Some horns on these helmets.
Florence, how much is being strong like her and agile like her a way to kind of immerse into who she is?
She is strong. She is agile. She's very able. How is it being her? It's unbelievable. You know, when you start prepping for these movies, you are given all of the love by stunties, by props masters, people that want to give you their knowledge so that you can feel as prepared as possible. And it is just such a privilege to finally walk onto set and feel prepared, both in your body, both feeling like fit and healthy and have knowledge, so much knowledge about things that I would never have had before had I not played this character. And you honestly just get to work with some of the most incredible stunt masters. And then you go, oh, I know how to butterfly knife now. I guess that's a new skill. So yeah, when you step into these roles, so much work has gone into them, and you really feel proud of what you're putting in. You feel proud of the stunts that you're able to do. You feel proud of your stuntie. You just feel like you've got support, and that's the most wonderful thing that Marvel give you, is this wave of support that is never ending.
3, 2, 1, go!
So much fun.
David, the first scene where we see them together could have easily been improvised by you completely. So how much leeway do you have? Or you have to stick to the script?
You improvised the whole script?
That was just me. No, I mean, we do play around a lot.
Yeah.
I think you know, we worked on it a lot beforehand
Yeah.
too, though. Like, we spent a lot of time developing the script when it came to us, and a lot of that input from Florence, from me, in terms of what, you know. So on the day, they do let us play around, and we had some fun. But it's a pretty, you know, it's tighter than you'd think, actually, in terms of like what we want to say and what wants to come across.
Thank you so much. My time is up. It's lovely.
Thank you.